Okay. So, as the title implies, this is the first real speedrun that I've done for The War Within. And really the first time I've done leveling at all. Because I had to do some of the intro quests, so like the first 10 quests is basically all that I've done. Because I needed to get to the main city, and there's like this weird buff that you'll get, which I can show when we get there, where you can't fly during the starting quest, so I had to like get through that. But not that far. Basically like 99% of the campaign in The War Within is a complete surprise to me. And I will be seeing it for the first time on this stream. I played around a little bit in the expansion so far, but mostly for raid testing. So if you weren't aware, Blizzard finally started Narubar Palace raid testing this past week. And I did both of the raid testing days on Thursday and Friday, as I usually do. And I've got to say, I'm generally speaking pretty cynical and critical of a lot of the stuff Blizzard does. And so far, all of the bosses that I've tested in Narubar Palace are fucking awesome. This raid looks sick. Unless the bosses that we haven't seen are just really bad, this raid is going to fucking own. First boss I really liked. It's a first boss, nothing crazy, but it works. Bloodbound Horror is really cool. I really like for like an early boss. It's probably going to be the 4th second boss, but it looks really nice. Rashanan is really cool. Not my favorite, but I still like it in general. Brood Twister Ovanax, this is like Broodkeeper Diurna, but I really like the twist that they put on it, like where you summon ads, but the way that you go about it is pretty neat. Nexus Princess Kaiveza is like one of the coolest fights I've seen in a while. This fight is awesome. And if you want to see all that, I've posted the full unedited recording footage on my 3rd channel, which is now going to be like a recording archive thing. It's awesome. I love this raid so far. And there's still more testing to be done. Let me look at chat. Peter Oss, hello. I'm good. Hope you're doing good as well. Ungalotman said morning or evening. It is definitely evening for me. It is 8 p.m. here, 8:13 p.m. Sihan said hello. Bosses look solid, at least for Heroic. Yeah. The fact that we've only seen it on Heroic, we don't even know what like the Mythic versions are going to be like. I'm excited. It looks pretty sick. Witster said, greetings. Hello, Witster. Glad you were able to stop by the stream. So, okay, I'm going to give people, obviously, a little time to trickle in as usual. I don't want to wait a super long time. I never want to wait a long time, but usually I get sidetracked. But there are a few things that I want to discuss first as far as, like, what I'm running. Because I've done all of my setup beforehand, gotten everything done ahead of time. And I still want to explain everything in general. So for starters, this is my main Dragonflight character. So this is not like a template character. Didn't just create it from scratch. This has all of my gear. So it's 527. I don't have like full stuff in every slot. Obviously, ideally, when I level this character on War Within launch, I will have like full 528 stuff, minus like embellishments, which I assume embellishments will still work at least while leveling. If not, I'll just get something in that slot. But I have my 2 embellishment slots. I have temporarily an embellished neck because I haven't managed to get anything better, so I finally just crafted it now that we have enough sparks. And I still have a crappy ring, which I guess I'm going to craft a replacement soon if I can't get anything better. But for now, this is all I have. But I do have things like Didgeridoo. I looted this. I didn't actually use Bullion for it. I bought Voice of the Silent Star with Bullion. I have 5 pieces of tier. Obviously, all that matters is 4 piece, but I have all 5 of them. I have random pieces that are high item level. I do have Aranog Ring, Grief Torch, Altum of the Master, and I have these other trinkets here. My Storm Eater's Boon is only 522. I don't have a mythic version of this yet, but it's good enough. And what you'll notice is that I have a lot of different on-use trinkets. And effectively, in this run, in addition to testing Windwalker Monk, Conduit of the Celestials, which is what won the poll, I am going to try and simulate day 1 leveling. It's not going to be perfect, obviously, because it is also my first run. So, obviously, by the time launch day rolls around, I'll have the strat kind of ironed out and memorized, and I'll know exactly where to go and when. There'll probably be a few skips that I'll have discovered by that point that I just won't be aware of now. But I'm at least going to use all of the tools at my disposal. Basically, everything that you see here is what I used on the Dragonflight launch, or what I would have used on the Dragonflight launch if the servers weren't dead for the first, 4 hours and my speedrun plans got completely torpedoed. So, I have a Falling Flame here, and it still has 48 charges, because I never actually got to use this during Dragonflight launch. And after I hit max level in Dragonflight, I put this in my bank, and I haven't touched it since. So I still have it. And all that stuff, I don't know if this is going to be useful, but basically this is all the prep that I did 2 years ago. And we're just going to take that, put it here, and see what actually is useful and what isn't. There are 1 or 2 other speedrun prep things that I already have an idea for that... Wabi Wabu said, "You're so sexy." Thank you, I guess. But yeah, there's a few ideas that I have that I didn't have time to set up. I'll tell you one of them that I think is kind of interesting. You can start farming now. So Tuft of Yak Fur, a lot of people are probably familiar with because you're getting it right now in Miss Pandaria Remix. Well, Blizzard recently changed it, so Tuft of Yak Fur stacks up to 200. And that is just a change to the item itself. That is not a remix-specific change. So effectively, if you right now on your regular Dragonflight character go and farm 200 Tuft of Yak Furs, you should theoretically be able to carry that over into the War Within leveling. I don't know for sure if that will work, but it's a really interesting idea. That would actually be kind of nice for speed leveling. Obviously, I did not have the time to go and farm 200 of those before starting this run, but that is one idea that I have that maybe you can start working towards early. It would also be nice if Blizzard could confirm whether that change is permanent. I should note, I don't even think it's that game-breaking, because, it's a ground thing. It's nice for, short distance movement for, speedrunning and stuff. It'll be kind of helpful, but it'll only apply specifically for, launch day leveling, because it's soulbound, you can't trade it, and it's not faster than a dragon riding mount, so it's a pretty situational item in the context of War Within leveling still, but it is nice to have. So I would probably do that, assuming Blizzard doesn't change it again. You cannot use it indoors, no. Like a lot of items like that, though, you can kind of carry over the speed indoors, but you can still do that in with dragon riding, so that's not really anything special to that. Chihan, it used to be unique. Very recently, so if you're not following along with Mop Remix, Blizzard changed it, so it now is no longer unique, and instead of being... it used to work like this, oddly shaped horn. This would give you 3 charges, it was unique, and it would give you a very fast mount. It used to basically be the same thing as this. But for whatever reason, in Mop Remix, Blizzard made it so Tuft of Yak Fur just dropped randomly off mobs. It was an item that you could just find out in the world. And what that meant is because it was unique, everybody's mailbox was flooded with 50 Tufts of Yak Fur. So they changed the item to now no longer be unique, and instead of having 3 charges, it just stacks up to 200. So you could just get a stack of 200 of Tuft of Yak Fur and use it 200 times in a row. And it has no cooldown, 3-second cooldown, and it lasts for 15 seconds. So it's really, really, really nice. Which, one of the nice things about that is assuming that they don't change that, which I should note, Blizzard, if you're watching this, because I know whenever I talk about this shit, there's a chance that Blizzard's watching it, and sometimes they nerf it. So if one of you guys does see this, don't panic and be like, oh, he's sharing the super secret tech, we better nerf it. We were already able to do that, except you had to do really janky workarounds with Cracked Radnax Control Gem. You would be able to get theoretically infinite numbers of those really fast speedy things, which, again, wasn't even that useful in Dragonflight leveling because of dragon riding, even less so now that we're starting with all the really OP dragon riding talents. But you would basically need to get a million mailbox toys and drop them, or find a mailbox in the world, pull a Radnax gem out of your bags and use it that way. This effectively lets us get infinite uses of Radanax without having to do weird inventory management stuff, which is just good, in my opinion. The people who don't want to speedrun will not have to worry about it at all. The people who want to speedrun, it's just massive quality of life. So I really do hope that stays. A few other minor things that I've thought of, but that's the only one that right now I'm sure that I will try. Used remix for leveling alts only in some transmog. Yeah, there's some cool changes that they made for it. We get dragon riding 5 minutes into questing again? Yeah, exactly. Stack Ladder said, you made it on time finally? Well, I guess it's a good thing I started late then. Avo said, this is what I've been waiting for, baby. Let's go. Awesome. MA said, let's go. You're still checking classes for main alt leveling, or for main alt leveling can wait a bit. Yeah, I feel that. But okay, now that I've caught up with all the initial messages in chat, let's talk about some of the setup. So in case you're unfamiliar with what I've done before. A lot of this stuff I probably won't be using, but I have, for instance, Battle Standard of Coordination. This macro here, which I have bound to middle mouse button, which is usually my fishing keybind, but I put it there so I remember to use it. This basically makes it so it uses them in order of priority. So there's 3 of these. They are banners that give you additional experience for people nearby who are in your guilds. It's really easy to get these. And they have a 10-minute cooldown. They last for 15 minutes, but they're only in one spot, and they have a limited range. So you're not going to be able to use them that effectively while leveling. Still nice to have. Okay. Just had a random thought that I had to check. And then if you use one, the others are put on a 2-minute shared cooldown. So you can cycle between these, and it's just free XP. So ideally, you want to just be using these on cooldown, getting just free bonus experience. Whenever you can, that's just a nice thing to do. So I will be trying to remember to do that as often as I possibly can. I have, of course, some consumable items here. So I'll be using this shortly before we start. I have my flasks. I'm going with Glacial Fury just because we're going to be doing a lot of AoE. I have a standard main stat buff food. I have my Augment Rune, which I haven't looked into it, but I suspect if it's anything like previous expansions, the Infinite Augment Rune gets disabled at 1 level into the expansion. So in this case, it would be level 71. But the infinitely consumable Augment Runes, like the ones that stack up, that's probably a bad way to describe it, just the consumable ones that you can trade, those ones do not have a level maximum. So we're going to see if that's the case here. I really hope they change that because it's always really annoying. But in the past, what you've had to do, even if you have the Infinite Augment Rune, is you can't use it, and you have to buy like a stack of 200 or whatever of the like tradable Augment Runes and use that for leveling. It's just a pain. Like I said, I hope they change it. I have weapon runes here. Pretty straightforward. And then for like gear, I already showed it earlier, but I have like mostly speed and haste enchants. One thing that I will quickly note now that will be a little bit relevant when we talk about talents is I have relatively low haste. So I have mostly crit and verse because generally speaking, this monk is a brewmaster. I main brewmaster in retail, and that is like what all my gear is for because I haven't actually at this exact moment in regular World of Warcraft started building my leveling set. Usually like a month or 2 away from the expansion, which is like coming up, so I'm already thinking about it. I try to look for pieces for whatever leveling spec I'm going for, which will probably be Windwalker, and I try to find pieces that have like speed tertiary on them as much as possible. And then that way I have like a really nice speed set of full mythic gear going into the expansion. Haven't obviously started doing that yet, so what we're doing here is just using whatever gear that I've been utilizing for Awakened raiding. And that means that it's very heavily Brewmaster weighted, which is crit verse. And the thing about Windwalker monks is they normally have wanted that stat prio. As we will see, there are a lot of talents that benefit haste a lot. That's part of like the Windwalker talent rework. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of it. So I don't know exactly what the Windwalker stat weights will look like, how valuable haste will be. Unfortunately, I don't have a ton of it, but I tried to switch around as many things as possible. I switched to all haste gems. I reforged catalyzed my helmet to turn it into something that is high haste. So I've done as much as I possibly can. Anyone played Ret on beta? I have not, unfortunately. Ret does more damage more often, but we're so early in beta, they might change stuff. Yeah, I'm going to try and test most classes, at least. I don't think I'll have time to test every single spec in the game before launch, but I will attempt to at least test every single class and try out every single hero talent tree. That is my goal before War Within launches. Don't know if I'll get around to that. We'll see. When the game does drop, would you recommend you gather while you level or try to get to max level as soon as possible? Really up to you. I mean, people always ask me that question, but it's completely subjective. Gathering while leveling is not faster for leveling. I would generally say that it is better to just get to max level as quickly as you can, because also, like, if you're interested in gathering, it would probably be better to reach the final zone and have that all to yourself, because you're going to have like a million bots farming the first island when you get there, because you can't like pick where you go. It's very linear. So the sooner that you get to the final zone of War Within, the sooner you'll be able to gather there, which will just be better overall, I think. But it's up to you, really. Damage numbers are crazy, and it should not be considered if you're trying to choose a class. Yeah. I mean, damage tuning right now is, of course, very up in the air. You should always pick your class based on like what feels the best, for sure. You won't have the profession level to farm then. It really depends. A lot of the way that professions work lately, it's like you can kind of gather anywhere, and skill only matters for like unlocking higher quality and getting like specialization points. I haven't looked into how it works in War Within. I don't really know how much it's changed, but no, generally speaking, it's not like in old expansions. So yeah, obviously if you want to grab it, and like if you're leveling and there's an herb right there, yeah, sure, grab it. But I would not recommend on launch day, at least, going out of your way to do that. Especially because, like, if you have early access, which, controversial topic, I know I'm not going to touch that. I've already gave my thoughts on that in detail. But if you do have early access, there's not really much else to do once you hit max level. So you may as well get to max level, do whatever is available, and then do professions, because that's all there is. How long does it take to get max level? I don't know. This is my first run, so I don't know. That's what we're going to find out. The WoW community is so cool. Yeah, generally speaking. What else do I have to talk about? A few other things I mentioned. I have Checkered Flag and Darkmoon Cannon. No idea if I'll actually use these, but I'm bringing them along just in case. I briefly touched upon this earlier, but for trinkets, I have one passive trinket, which I'm using Altone of the Master. This, I feel, will probably be the strongest trinket for leveling, at least for people who are Agi strength, unless you really heavily benefit from Anvil, which I don't really benefit a ton from Anvil, not to mention I don't have it right now, so not really going to worry about that. Altone of the Master, though, especially if you're solo leveling and you're going to be reliably getting hit, so you'll be dodging and parrying, this does pretty good AoE damage, and it gives you really nice buffs, so it's pretty solid. And I have it on Mythic, so I'm using this as my passive trinket. And then you want to be using multiple active trinkets, so I have Grief Torch, I have Beacon, I have Enduring Dreadplate, and Storm Eater's Boon. This is the only one that I don't have at Mythic. And I have a macro here that is just /use 13. And it automatically updates. So if I click this thing here, and I swap to Beacon, my macro automatically updates to use the Beacon instead of the Grief Torch. So that saves me a little headache. And the nice thing about having all these different unused trinkets is the moment you drop combat, you could just switch trinkets and it's on a 30-second cooldown. So effectively, you can pop an unused trinket every 30 seconds, even though the cooldown on this is 2 minutes, 2 minutes 30, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You can still cycle between these. So you do a big pull, pop an unused trinket, drop combat, swap trinkets, then 30 seconds later, do another big pull, rinse, repeat. This is pretty standard stuff for launch day leveling. I don't know if these are the 4 trinkets that I'm going to go with. Grief Torch and, like, these 3 seem pretty safe. Boon, Beacon are both really nice burst trinkets. I'm considering something like Bellorelos, because even though it's intellect, it does really good burst damage. And then also, what is the, like, the dagger, Bandolier, Twisted Bandolier or something? That one does really good single target, so while a lot of these are really strong for AoE, if I'm about to fight a really powerful elite, I could swap to a single target trinket. So by the time that the expansion rolls around, I'll probably have a collection of like 10 different trinkets that I'll be able to swap between at will. But something very important to consider now, I would actually recommend that if you are interested in optimizing your day 1 leveling, on whatever character you plan on playing for that, start saving your bullion, because that way you could target whatever trinkets you want for leveling a month from now. And you'll already have, like, I don't know, 6 bullion saved up, and then you could buy specifically the trinkets that you want. So that would be pretty nice. You're going hard for gathering with early access? Yeah. On your level 74 monk, you can use the infinite Og rune. Oh, nice. Okay, that's very good to know. Yeah, they may change it, but it is definitely good to know, X-Violence, that they have not done that yet. I really hope that they don't change it because it's always been a very silly thing. There's always been consumable aug runes that you could just use. It was always really dumb that you paid, like, however much gold it is, 100,000 gold or something, to get the infinite augment rune, and you can't even use it for leveling. Like, what? So, that's nice. Too bad the checkered flag can't be obtained again if you use all the charges. Yeah. Thankfully, I haven't used it too much on this character, so not a big deal, but you're right, Chori, that's a little bit annoying. Sorry if this is detracting from the purpose of the stream. How long before early access should you be logged in? I have absolutely no idea. It really depends. I would say as early as possible, but again, it really depends, and that's something that Blizzard may announce more details on as we get closer, so, yeah. Way too early for me to really know for sure. Hey, Zach, good to see you. Yeah, most likely you'll get DC'd. Yeah, that happens a lot. I suspect that server issues will be way less of a problem because of the early access, but maybe that's just wishful thinking. We'll see. Am I going to have quests ready to turn in for release? So, I don't want to get into a whole long thing about pre-questing. I generally speaking think that people overvalue pre-quests because this isn't like old expansions, right? It's not like Cataclysm where, you can level in any order, right? In order to reach max level, unless you're doing cheesy bullshit like dungeon spamming and getting boosted by like a really optimized team to go for world first level 80 or whatever, if you are a normal person leveling either solo or with a few friends, and you want to reach max level as quickly as possible, you are going to need to do questing in the War Within. And the way that it has worked for many expansions now is you have to go through the quests in order. And for instance, in Shadowlands, a 30-second time save getting into the Maw could put you hours ahead of everybody else because there were massive bottlenecks present. I don't know exactly how bad the bottlenecks will be in this expansion. Obviously, in Dragonflight, the bottlenecks were so bad that it literally crashed the servers. So, as a rule of thumb, pre-questing in modern WoW is not worth it, like, at all, because it is so much better to just get into the new zone as quickly as possible, because what is more important is getting ahead of everybody else, because the quest is fairly linear, the quest line, that is fairly linear, and getting ahead will give you way more of a time save than getting a tiny bit of additional experience. Yeah, Garrisons and WoD, another great example. So, like, I did pre-questing in Cataclysm, for instance, a Cataclysm Classic recently, because in that case, I did pre-quests, I hopped into Halls of Stone, I did a bunch of leveling, and then I jumped into Deepholm. And by the time I jumped into Deepholm, there were already like a million other people there, but I was still way ahead of the pack, and I ended up beating everybody else in my guild, and all of my other friends who were playing from like retail and stuff, because they all tried to quest in Hyjal and Vashir, and they were there for the entire night, because it was even more crowded in those earlier zones. So getting ahead, even in those expansions, was very powerful. But the thing about pre-quests is it let you get ahead faster because you could go to Deepholm before doing Hyjal. That is not really the case in modern expansions. You have to do everything in order, so pre-questing doesn't really give you any notable advantage. That being said, there are some very, very specific pre-quests that I generally do. I don't know exactly what it'll look like for War Within, but as an example, the Cooking and Fishing Daily in Orgrimmar, they scale with your level, so they give regular quest experience at level 70. Or in the case of Dragonflight, 60. And in Dragonflight, you started off here, just by the Valley of Wisdom portals, you flew up here, flew down to the gate, and then you had to go into the Drag and talk to an NPC. And guess what was right next to the guy that you had to talk to in the Drag? The cooking vendor. So it was actually worth it to pre-complete the cooking quest, because you would literally pass right through it while turning in this quest in like the shortest distance possible. And then it was like a very short, like 2-second detour to turn in the Fishing Daily. Then you go here and then you fly out of Orgrimmar. So in that case, a 2-second detour to complete a quest was worth it, especially because the Dragonflight introduction, had it been working properly, would have been like on a 5-minute cycle. So as long as you made the first cycle, that's all that really mattered. and other stuff like pet battles are kind of worth doing. But generally speaking, that's all you want to do. So I don't really know exactly how it's going to work for War Within. As we'll see, it takes you to Silithus. You can see right here the initial quest that it gives me. Teleport to Silithus. I'm pretty sure you're phased, though, so like you can't turn in any quests in Silithus. Then you go to Dalaran, and I'm pretty sure that these quests are not actually part of the War Within itself. I'll start the timer before I do them, and we'll count them as part of the run, just because. But the way that this works, I did test this because I wanted to see if there were any issues with it, because it was not available when I looked at this like a few days ago. Basically, this leads you into the pre-patch event. And the pre-patch event is, if I look at the map, you'll see this thing here. Radiant Echoes, blah, 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 is bubbling up in Dragonflight. You have to go to these zones that randomly pop up. You kill, like, mobs out in the world in the, like, old areas. It lasts for, like, 2 hours, I think, and then it moves to a different continent. And you do that, and you get, like, currency that you could use to buy catch-up gear and stuff. And that's the pre-patch event. And the quests that I did here, when I tested it, like, an hour ago, segued into the pre-patch event, which usually means that they will be available before the expansion actually launches, and we'll be already completing this. So most likely, and what you'll notice right now, and this is why pure speculation, right? Because when I complete this quest, I'm going to get a quest called The Beta Within that will say, in order to actually progress the story, talk to a guy called Questsatar, and Questsatar takes me to the Isle of Dorn. And then I just jump right in. So, I'm going to give a spoiler for the very start of the campaign, which, like, I'm just giving this out of courtesy. If you're already watching a speedrun of the new expansion, like, you're probably already aware of spoilers. It's something that literally happens right at the start. You may have already literally seen 50 million Wowhead posts clickbaiting this. But if, for whatever reason, you stumbled upon this video and you don't want to see major story spoilers, blah, 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 click off now. Okay? Like, the introduction to War Within is Dalaran gets destroyed. You're in Dalaran, you talk to Khadgar. What we know based on context clues and Wowhead's data mining is that the Nerubians attack Dalaran. Dalaran gets knocked out of the sky. It crash lands on the shores of Khazalgar. And the quests that we are going to be doing in the actual, like, campaign in this speedrun, it just drops us onto the shore of the city around the ruins of Dalaran. So that whole thing that we know happens, of the Nerubians attacking Dalaran and it crashing, that is not currently on the beta. I assume that at some point they'll have it up there. I would imagine that they just aren't finished with it yet, because it's probably some big, like, elaborate scenario. But right now, you just basically skip from pre-patch quests to you're already crashed on the shores of Khazalgar and Dalaran is in ruins. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen between there. It may be a case of you just immediately start the scenario to defend Dalaran, in which case there is no opportunity to do pre-quests, and then you're just dropped on the shores and you go. All of that to do with pre-quests, but hopefully that is a thorough answer to your question based on what we know now. Of course, the Nerubians destroyed Dalaran. They were pretty strong anti-air units in Warcraft 3. Yeah, I didn't play enough Warcraft 3 to know, but I'll take your word for it. Good morning, Eden Sinfallen. Good to see you. Nice to see you on Windwalker. Gonna level as a Windwalker as well. Yeah, Windwalker. I've always liked Windwalker. If you aren't familiar, I put it as S tier on my Dragonflight leveling tier list. It's one of the 2 best leveling specs in the game, but it's getting even stronger in... actually, yes and no. I do believe that it's getting a net buff in the War Within, and definitely the playstyle from everything that I've heard is a lot better. Everybody's really happy with it. There are a few quirks with Windwalker, specifically how it works with leveling, that are gone. So I still got to talk about talents. I will talk about talents. But one thing you'll notice is that Fatal Flying Guillotine is gone. And good riddance, right? I'm not complaining, because Fatal Flying Guillotine, the way that it made Windwalker play in, like, endgame AoE scenarios was really bad. It felt really, 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 really bad. Unfortunately, for leveling, it was actually really fucking crazy. Fatal Flying Guillotine was nuts for doing mass AoE pulls and then just shredding them all. Especially for, like, Dragonflight leveling. Very, very powerful. So losing that definitely is a slight
Slight negative for leveling, but I think that Windwalker gets more than enough to make up for it. They get a lot of really nice synergy with Spinning Crane Kick, which is obviously one of your best AoE abilities. You get a lot of really nice buffs to Strike of the Windlord. I'm really liking the Strike of the Windlord stuff. Overall, I think it's going to be a lot stronger, and it was already a very powerful spec for leveling. So I'm quite happy with it. Am I going to level on a dead server for launch to prevent the bottlenecks? I am considering it, yeah. I'm going to have to look into that, but it's definitely... Like, in the past, I didn't really want to do that, but... Like, I don't really care about leveling slightly faster on a dead server, so it was never something I really cared about that much. But the fact that the servers in Dragonflight were so bad that it completely ruined my launch day livestream, I do not want that to happen again. So... I will do everything in my power to avoid literally being unable to play, and if that means transferring to a dead server and transferring back, I will probably try to do that. We'll see. But it is absolutely on my radar. Isn't Horde and Alliance the same start for War Within? Yes, I believe so. Which, yeah, could be a little bit awkward. You were the first one in Oribus on your phasing? Yeah, I don't know if I was literally the first one, but I was like one of the first 5 people on my server in Oribus. It is night and day how different my Shadowlands and Dragonflight leveling was. Shadowlands, I was cruising ahead of the pack. I got so far ahead. I was like the 26th first person to max level on my server, and I leveled completely solo. Whereas like everybody who beat me was leveling either in duos or a group of 5, so I was really happy with that. And then Dragonflight, I just couldn't play for the first 5 hours. So yeah, fun. Let's see. You got lucky by being ahead the entire time without pre-questing a Kata Classic, and you had a super smooth 80 to 85. Only hiccup was late Deep Home because the pack started to lag. Yeah. Definitely things got slow in Deep Home, for sure. They should add a portal from the get-go this time. I believe there is, actually. So one of the weird things, and I do hope Blizzard changes this, is the portal is in the downstairs room, at least for Orgrimmar. And I get that we're out of portal space here, but, like, do we really need to have the portal to Azuna in the main portal room? How often do people take the portal to Azuna? So, I think it's okay for them to take Khazalgar, throw it right here, and then bump the Azuna portal down into the second floor. Because it's really awkward having to go all the way down here. And then it's over on the left here. And it is technically available right now. There's no level requirement. I don't know if I could click it. I don't want to click it because I don't want to accidentally go there early and, like, mess with the cadence of the speedrun. But it seems to be available from the start. So we'll see. But you still need to do the introductory quests, I would imagine, to, like, actually progress in the zone. It's in the back room in Stormwind 2? Yeah, I would imagine. Dalaran going from 100 to 0, basically, yeah. Let me quickly skim. Lots of messages now. I'm going to try to quickly catch up through this stuff, and then I'll explain Windwalker talents. We'll start. We killed the big bad at the end, yes. I would be surprised if Xal'atath does not die at the end of the expansion. That's not a spoiler, that is pure speculation, but if Xal'atath, the main advertised villain of this expansion, is not the final boss, that would be kind of weird. I suspect she will die. And then she'll, like, with her dying breath, summon the old gods, and then we get Midnight, which, you know, they already talked about, so it's not really much of a theory. It's pretty obvious. I've heard from people that got to 80 that the quests are not enough. You need to get to 80, it needs to be buffed. Yeah. So, just a bit of context for that. That is how it always goes in betas. They always do a major tuning pass on quest experience. I don't know why people are freaking out. I think maybe it's because, like, a lot of people are trying beta for the very first time ever, and I see people, like, losing their minds in the forums, like, oh my god, the quest XP isn't enough, Blizzard, I don't want to do side quests, and it's always been like this. This is literally how every single beta ever has gone. The campaign quests are generally a little bit undertuned. Blizzard gets data from people doing test runs, and like a month before the expansion, they do a big tuning pass on campaign quest XP, and you'll usually need to do 1 or 2 side quest hubs, but generally speaking, if you do most of the campaign, or like all the campaign and like most of the important side quests, you'll be able to get to 80. That's literally how it has always been. In Dragonflight, I did the entire campaign and it got me to level 67. And right now on live servers, if you do the entire Dragonflight campaign, it gets you to like 69.5. You have to do a handful of side quests. And then, they fixed it later on in beta and put it to where it is now. It's always been like that. Perfect. And I'm just going to swap back to Grief Torch. People think it's live. Yeah. I honestly think it is because they're doing for like, this technically isn't the first time ever they've made beta access paid, because we did that with like the Tyrael's Charger bundle back in the day from Mop Beta. But this is definitely one of the first times recently. And I've noticed a lot of people who just don't seem to understand how beta works. And they complain as if this is like supposed to be some premium early access experience. And it's like, I'll be honest, I don't love the fact that Blizzard put a paywall on this, but at the same time, it's better that people have a guaranteed way to get beta testing rather than it being a complete slot machine of like, hey, you didn't get chosen for beta access, get fucked. That sucks. So this at least gets people a guaranteed way to get in and test the content if that's what they choose. But a lot of people have unrealistic expectations on what beta is. And on that note, I do want to be very clear on something. Because the XP is not final, I am probably not going to be doing a ton of War Within test runs over the next month, because we are still a ways off the final tuning. And if I do 20 speedruns to test leveling, and then they change the leveling experience, which, as I just said, they always do, I have now wasted all of that time. I've at least gotten familiar with the quests, so I might do 1 or 2 more speedruns just to get familiar with the campaign quests and understand, generally speaking, what all the quests are like. I'll test the delves, I'll test the dungeons, basic stuff like that. But I'm not going to really go hard on speedruns until we're a month out. And we already know this is the final tuning. Now I can just slam speedruns back to back and really refine the route. Because a lot of what the leveling route refinement process is figuring out exactly how many quests you need to get from point A to point B. How many side quests do you need to do? Which ones can you skip? What are the best side quests to do? What is the most optimal order to do everything in that gets you exactly to the leveling threshold? That's all of the really important stuff. And it is down to precise math. And if they change the numbers, none of my testing for that matters. So just a heads up, because I know that now that I'm doing the first run, people are going to expect me to be doing a shit ton of leveling testing. I'll still be doing some, but it's going to be a bit slow until we get much closer to the finalized state of leveling. So just heads up for that. Quickly look. Isn't New Chromie Time up to level 71? No. So I do not think that you'll be able to do Chromie, at least on launch. I doubt that's how it's going to work. And something to keep in mind is that Chromie Time is really weird. Because Chromie Time right now is supposed to scale to level 61, and it just doesn't. In patch 10.1.5, they put in their patch notes, Chromie Time now scales to level 61. They updated the text to say that zones scale to 61, and then they just forgot to do it. So the game just lies to you. It does not actually scale up to 61. So I suspect that what has happened is Blizzard just tweaked the numbers to make it so it shows that it scales up to 71, but I would be very surprised if they've actually updated the experience scaling to properly still give you experience at 71. I suspect that that is still bugged, because they've never fixed it for all of Dragonflight, so it's unlikely that they've fixed it now. Did they fix the initial quest line? I believe they have. People have told me that it's working. I did a little bit of testing earlier today. I didn't run into any issues, so yeah. Did I get a late start? Yes. The stream started about 40 minutes ago. I got a late start. I had a lot of setup that I needed to do. The stream start time is usually more of a suggestion rather than a hard rule. I did start a bit late today, but I had a lot of miscellaneous behind-the-scenes setup that I needed to do that would bore you guys if I spent any time explaining why it took me so long, so I'm not going to go into it. We're talking thumbnail stuff, SEO stuff, yeah, all that jazz. All the uninteresting stuff of video creation that, is very important and is necessary to maintaining a YouTube channel, but doesn't exactly make for the best story. Like, I'm sure you don't need me to talk extensively about the drop shadows on Blizzard's art assets and how that clashes with some of the standard things that I use to create my thumbnails and the work that I had to do in Photoshop to clean all that up. It's it's not exactly interesting, but it is important. Let's see. You made it and got a full charge on your phone. Nice. Good to have you here, Stephen Middle. A Netheron King, rise up, all two of us. Nice. How is cross-faction grouping? I believe it works, but I'm not entirely sure. The portal to Old Dalaran is also in a very prime position. To be fair, I actually use this one a lot, but, you know. Personally, I have never really used the Azuna portal. There's like 1 or 2 use cases for it. Old Dalaran actually has decent uses. You'll be surprised if Xal'atath dies? It's like, imagine Deathwing wouldn't be the last boss. No, Xal'atath is not going to be the overarching villain for the World Soul Saga. That would be... No. That's just not going to be the case. I strongly disagree with that. Based on what we've already heard, it's unlikely that's going to be the case. Like, at BlizzCon, they said the last Titan is mostly going to be, like, the Titans as the antagonists. The Void is basically going to be defeated in Midnight. That was in the original pitch. So... at the absolute latest, Xal'atath is the final boss of Midnight. I suspect that she's the final boss of the War Within, and like an old god or something is the final boss of Midnight. I don't know. But that is what I'm assuming. Yeah, the stream just started relatively recently. We haven't actually started the run. I'm taking time to explain everything and answer blah, 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 blah. You remember the Mop Beta plus Tyrael's Charger? Yeah. Shadowlands also had that problem. If you only did campaign, you would get a hard stop in the Venthyr questline. There were a few places in Shadowlands, yes. There was also at level 53, you had to get there before exiting Bastion, which is why we did a lot of side quests in Bastion. We did like all the wanted quests in the first hub. We did the whole big side quest stuff in the central like floating platform thing. There were a lot of side quests required in Bastion. They never really fixed that. Shadowlands was kind of annoying with the amount of side quests it required, but it was definitely better than the original first few runs that I did on Shadowlands Beta. Those were, you had to do like basically every quest and you were still short. It was rough. Raid testing is a huge part for top 50 raiding guilds. I mean, I'm not even in a top 50 guild and I still really benefit from raid testing, but I also make raid guides, so, you know. Do I care about the story at all? No. On that note, let's just quickly say I'm going to do my absolute very best to not make fun of the story. But if you're like new to the channel or new to like, you know, the speedruns and stuff, I really don't like World of Warcraft story recently. I loved World of Warcraft story as a kid. I think the world building of the like universe in general is fantastic. I think the old writing throughout like Mists of Pandaria, like Mop's story is amazing. Playing through Mop Remix, if anything, just makes me angry at how far the story has fallen. Mop was like one of the best like writing things that they've ever done, for lack of a better way to describe it. In WoW, it was amazing. WoD, I still think was relatively good. Legion, relatively good. And then in BFA, everything went to shit. And in Shadowlands, it went even more to shit, more than I ever thought was possible. And I don't think Dragonflight is very good. I really don't like the writing. Dragonflight has been a fine expansion. The writing in Dragonflight is, like, pretty bad. It's just as bad as BFA. Not as bad as Shadowlands. I'll give it that. It's pretty fucking bad. I do not understand some of the praise that people have thrown on it. It has been consistently shit through and through, with extremely shallow characters, really boring, predictable plots, just nonsense dialogue. It's not good. And I'm going to get it out of the way and say that from the very little that I've seen in The War Within, the story looks equally shit. So that is my opinion. If you are really excited for the World Soul Saga and you think that, like I see people saying, oh, Metzen might save it. I don't think so. But if you think that, awesome. I do not want to rain on your parade. If you are excited for the story, you think that they're going to magically completely change their writing direction and pull a rabbit out of a hat, awesome. But I do not think it is that easy of a change to make, especially because in Shadowlands, they completely wrecked fundamental pillars of the world building. You can't just undo that. You cannot close Pandora's box. You cannot wreck the underlying world building and then just tell a compelling story with interesting stakes on top of that. The stakes in this universe have been completely shattered. It is impossible to tell an interesting story without a time, rewind, basically. Unless you completely scrap the canon of Shadowlands entirely and parts of BFA, the universe is just fucked. Now, I still like this game. I think it's a fun game to play. I love raids. I love dungeons, mostly. I think it's a really, 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 really fun game, which is why I still play it. And I want to make that clear. I hate the story. You can still love the game and hate the story. So there's going to be moments where characters are going to say something really, really, really stupid. It's going to be terribly written, some of the worst dialogue you've ever seen. They're going to say things that are completely out of character, and I'm going to groan and be like, God, what are these writers thinking? I'm going to try to keep that to a minimum because, I know some people are really excited. But I will just give you a heads up, War Within is not going to save WoW's story. At best, we're going to get middling writing quality like we've gotten throughout Dragonflight, and we'll avoid getting another Shadowlands catastrophe. At worst, we get, another Shadowlands towards the end, and it's just, bad. But at the very least, it has been inoffensive. It has been fine. But yeah, it's what I've seen so far, it's standard WoW writing. It's pretty generic, boring, nonsensical. WoW has an over-reliance on, really contrived, plot tools that just come out of nowhere to, fix whatever problem. And it's every single zone is just, there's a big bad who's causing strife within this XYZ faction, because every zone needs to have, a standard cookie-cutter faction that, is withholding order in that zone. And this one group of enemies is causing problems, and they have the thingamabobber that lets them sow discord within the zone, and you must recover the thingamajiggy to solve the problem and put it to rest. The thingamabobbers were the Oath Stones in Dragonflight. They were the Covenant fucking sigils or whatever in Shadowlands. I don't know exactly what the cadence will be in this expansion, but it's based on what I've looked at and the data mining that I've seen, most of the zones are pretty similar, where it's we don't like these guys, and then in the Nerubian zone, we are a small group of Nerubian rebels that wants your help. Okay, yeah. So you're the Nightfallen again, or we're just redoing the Suramar story again. Cool. It's not good. It's not good. But I'm not going to. I'm going to try to get this all out of the way now, so you're not surprised when I'm not blown away by the middling storytelling, and we don't need to have any expectations that I'm wow, that's so well written, because it won't be. I have not already done a 70 to 80 on the beta, no. This is my very first speedrun. I've done the first 10 quests just to make sure that things are working properly, and that's about it. Past the first 10 quests, basically, when we reach the main city, Dornegal, that is where I stopped. I did the introduction stuff because the intro quests in Isle of Dorn prevent you from mounting up. So I did the introductory quests to get on my dragon riding mount so I could fly around the zone and get a general feel for the layout. That is one compliment I will throw them. Visually speaking, this expansion is actually pretty gorgeous. The zone design is really cool. Hallowfall is one of the coolest zones I've seen in a while. So I'm not all negativity, right? I'm negative when I feel it's needed. The storytelling's bad. But the art design in War Within so far, based on what I've seen, is pretty fucking good. And I was kind of underwhelmed by the Dragonflight zones. Rather, unimpressed, I guess is a better word to say. I didn't hate Dragonflight zones. Azure Span I quite liked, but Thaldraszus I found very bland. Onaran Plains, very bland. But the zones in this expansion are pretty gorgeous, yeah. Especially Hallowfall. And the new raid looks really cool. So early to know a time on the launch, why even ask? What do you mean? I don't know what that, I'm not sure I understand that question. Am I going to be leveling? Yes. Yeah, Isle of Dorn is definitely the most bland out of all the zones. It's inoffensive. It's like Onaran Plains to me. It's okay. But the other zones I like, yeah. I really like the Ringing Deeps. I like the, especially the tunnel leading down into it. I think it's really cool. And Hallowfall, especially in the Nerubian place, look very, very, very cool. Let's hope Midnight and the Last Titan will have a better story. I'm not expecting anything. I would recommend you also don't get your hopes up, but to each their own. I think if you keep your expectations low, that's the best way to go about it. Don't expect anything good out of the story, and if the story ends up being good, awesome. But I would not really expect that. If you're playing this game, you should probably be playing it for the gameplay, because that's the main reason to play it. Isle of Dorn feels like a Wrathy, yeah. What's my favorite expansion and raid? Mists of Pandaria and probably Tomb of Sargeras, close seconds being like Siege of Orgrimmar. And I would say Throne of Thunder, but I didn't really raid Throne of Thunder, so I can't personally say that. Maybe Nighthold for me. I really like Legion raids, and Siege of Orgrimmar, obviously a banger, and Mists of Pandaria as a whole is definitely my favorite expansion. The gameplay in Dragonflight is the best experience you played since BFA, Shadowlands, and Dragonflight. Shadowlands sucked ass at launch. BFA, you were still learning, but it felt bloated. Yeah, the gameplay in those two expansions were definitely pretty bad. Oh, the time to level. Yeah, who knows? Nighthold was amazing. Yeah, a lot of other people like Nighthold. Yeah, the little bit of Throne of Thunder that I did when it was current content, I liked. And Throne of Thunder is one of those raids where going back through it, like for transmog farming, it seems like a really cool raid. Like doing it again in Remix, I think it's really cool. I am basically putting it in like the not applicable column if I were to make like a tier list of raids, because I did not raid current content Throne of Thunder. And I don't really think you can really get a feel for a raid unless you've actually played it Throne of Thunder. Everybody has told me it was like one of the best raids of all time. It seems really awesome. I'm very excited to raid it in Mock Classic, but I did not play current content. I was taking a break. I came back in SOO. I loved SOO, but I'm sure that I will love Throne of Thunder in Mock Classic. And yeah, Tomb of Sargeras was probably my favorite raid of all time that I actually did. And I actually, that's the thing. Ungalatman, you're not wrong. A lot of Mythic Raiders hated Tomb. A lot of my friends hated Tomb. I loved Mythic Tomb. Mythic Avatar, Mythic KJ, still, in my opinion, two of the best Mythic bosses ever created. Banger fights. Some of the earlier fights were hit or miss. A lot of the gimmicks I know a lot of people didn't like. I personally enjoyed them. Like, I liked Mistress Sazine. I liked Maiden of Vigilance. I liked Sisters of the Moon. Desolate Host was kind of a shit boss, yeah. But a lot of people I know really hated Mistress and Maiden of Vigilance, and that kind of ruined the raid for them. I personally enjoyed those fights. I thought they were really cool. So, very, 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 like, love it or hate it for Tomb of Sargeras. It was unbelievable when it was a current, especially at that time. Yeah, for sure. Anyways, I don't want to talk about this forever. Let's scroll up a little bit. A lot of messages. Thank you for coming to everybody here. A lot of people saying hi. I'm not going to read out every single one, but I appreciate you all being here. When WoW on Game Pass, I have no idea. Dragonflight's story involved less war crimes. True. Do I care about the story? No. A response is blunt as a baseball bat. Yeah, it's accurate, though. Want to be honest, for sure. I think that's all of the major questions. If you asked a miscellaneous question about, like, what do you think about XYZ thing that's, like, not related to the speed run that we're about to do, ask me during the run, just, like, send it again, and I'll answer it when we're, like, fully underway in the questing process, but I kind of want to get things moving because it's almost been a full hour. I usually like to let people trickle in before we actually start it, especially for important runs like this. But final thing that I'll talk about before I jump into the speed run is talents. So, for a little bit of context, we're going to be playing Conduit of the Celestials when we unlock hero talents at level 71. That is what won the poll, but I may have sort of kind of biased the poll because I said that the other ones are shit, and they are. Shadowpan, at the very least Shadowpan, which is the other option for Windwalker, is really bad. And I am probably not going to test that at all until Blizzard does a fundamental rework to it, because right now, if Shadowpan doesn't get a rework, it's going to be one of the worst hero talent trees in the game. It is really, really bad. Not only is it just significantly weaker than the other two trees for both Brewmaster and Windwalker, but all of the effects are completely passive. You do not feel the impact of Shadowpan at all. It is a janky, completely passive damage ability that triggers when you spend like energy or something like that. And it does like basically no damage. It gives you passive buffs that you don't even feel. It is terrible. And it is embarrassing for a faction as cool as the Shadowpan to be represented with one of the lamest hero talent trees. Like, there is so much class fantasy there, and none of it is being explored. They took generic, boring passives and slapped Shadowpan onto it. It's honestly embarrassing, and it needs a complete revamp. Like, from the ground up, scrap the entire current design, do something new, because it's bad. Or at the very least, make some of it active. Like, Flurry Strikes needs to become an activatable ability. You reach 10 charges, and then you can spend it to, like, quickly hit nearby enemies, and it, like, doesn't interrupt your casting or whatever. No, Shadowpan is completely passive. 100% completely passive. Doesn't change the way you play at all. It's really bad. And not only is it passive, but it's, like, passive in the most boring way. I won't talk extensively about Master of Harmony, which is the Brewmaster Mistweaver one. If you want to listen to me ramble about that for like an hour, go watch my raid testing video, because at the end of that, I talked a lot about my thoughts on Master of Harmony. I don't dislike it. I think it's like on the more boring side, but Master of Harmony is much stronger for Brewmaster than Shadowpan, and I kind of like the interactions that it has with Brewmaster's kit, because despite most of the Master of Harmony stuff also being passive, you interact with it in interesting ways. Like, it makes you rethink which talents you pick. It makes you use your defensives in a more, like, proactive manner. I quite like the design of it. I still think there's, like, one or two things that could be changed with it, but overall, Master of Harmony is, like, much closer to a complete functional hero talent tree, whereas Shadowpan is just dog shit. It just needs to be completely reworked. So, Conduit of the Celestials, I have not played around with myself, but I know a lot of people who have tried it, and everybody who I've talked to says it feels really fun, and it's a really nice hero talent tree. So at the very least, everybody has options. Brewmaster is only able to pick Master of Harmony right now. Windwalker is only able to pick Celestials right now, but they both feel good to play at the very least. And Mistweaver gets to pick either one of them, so Mistweavers are probably pretty happy about that. They get the two good ones. But at the very least, each spec has one good hero talent tree, which is not something that can be said about every class. Rogues apparently have 3 really bad ones, so unlucky. But yeah, Shadowpan definitely needs a revamp. You were debating on trolling and picking Shadowpan. 33% of people did. It annoys you that Shadowpan are a monk tree when they're like rogues, warriors, hunters, and also monks? Yeah, I mean, that part I don't really care too much about. The monks are kind of represented in it, so it's fine. Like, there's enough representation within the Shadowpan as an organization, but it is like a really, really, really impactful organization in the lore of Pandaria, and it's just not represented at all. Like, I kind of expected it to be something where it's like, you get kind of rogue-like abilities as a monk. Maybe something that gives you stealth as a monk. That would be sick. And there's just absolutely zero creativity whatsoever in the Shadowpan tree. It's just fucking boring. Yeah. As a rogue main, you're glad you have stealth so people can't see you cry. Fatebound is really cool thematic. Yeah. Fatebound is definitely the one that I've heard is the best, because Deathstalker I have heard is the worst hero talent tree out of any. Thank you, Sen. I appreciate the good luck. Appreciate you stopping by the stream. But yeah, Deathstalker I've pretty much heard is the worst hero talent tree in the entire game right now. What's the other one? Trickster, I think it's called. Whatever the one where you have to like use feint, and then they changed it so you no longer have to press feint, but it's still really janky apparently. So, most rogues I know are not happy about it. I did hear that Fatebound is like technically the best out of all of them, but apparently there's still major concerns over like rolls and stuff, RNG, etc. So who knows? Warriors don't get mirror images despite Warcraft 3 Blade Masters having it. Yeah, I could see that. I still think it would be cool though. Yeah, so my Furion, I agree with Guardian Lunar Tree looking really fun. I actually think Druid of the Claw looks sick as well. Druid of the Claw is a cat weaving tree, and I think that is a really cool idea, and the execution looks really sick. I actually think that Druids overall have some of the cooler trees, but, you know, to each their own. Definitely, I'm really excited about the bear ones, though. Druid of the Claw and the Warrior of Elune ones look sick. So, bears are going to be spoiled for choice. So, anyways, they changed Massive Attack. Apparently, it actually has a new name now. Something normal. It's like Ravage or whatever. I forget exactly. Hey, Robbie Vanderkachove? Hope I said that right. They made Outlaw a supposed Pirates theme spec and have done nothing with it but walk back the pirate theme. Yeah, completely agree. Kind of wish Druid had more race options. Yeah, with time, hopefully. Okay, let's talk about the Monk talents. So, generally speaking, I like what they've done with the Monk class tree. Obviously, I'm not going to be taking utility while leveling, because, like, I don't need Detox or Soothe for solo leveling context, but it is nice that we have this stuff. I'm glad. Having this stuff is cool, doesn't really matter. So, a lot of this stuff is pretty cookie cutter. I am taking the stuff that gives me damage. I'm taking mobility, damage reduction, mobility, self-healing. I don't know if I'll be using Vivify a lot, but it's nice to have it. I do have it. I have it on my bars. Spear, Hand Strike, obviously Interrupt. One nice thing here is Chi Wave is now entirely passive, so we're taking Chi Wave. Because while Chi Burst, I think, does slightly more damage than Chi Wave, the fact that it takes a GCD and actually has a cast time just makes this strictly worse now than Chi Wave. So Chi Wave is just better. This just gives us damage. And then down here, just to quickly skip ahead, the boring stuff, this gives us physical damage. This gives us magic damage, so we're obviously taking the gives you damage points. That should be pretty straightforward. I'm taking Chi Torpedo. A lot of people don't like Chi Torpedo and they want to go with Celerity. It's totally up to you. This is personal preference. I have always been a big Chi Torpedo advocate. I know some people who absolutely despise playing with Chi Torpedo. I have always played with Chi Torpedo. I love this talent, and yeah. I think that it is better. I think, generally speaking, for leveling content, if you know how to use Chi Torpedo properly, it's just a stronger ability. But it's by such a small difference that most people who have muscle memory with, like, Celerity will just be better off using that. Again, kind of up to you. You're quietly sipping your drink as a mage with 3 banger hero talents? Yeah. Mage, definitely, I've heard good things about it. I haven't really played around with it, but all the mages I know are quite happy with all 3 of theirs. This is just Dodge Chance. Cool. It's basically Brewmaster Mastery, but we get it for free. Fort Brew, pretty straightforward. This makes it so Invoke Swen drops White Tiger statue. Now this is passive, which is nice because this thing sucked. Yu'lon's Grace is passive survivability. Vigorous Expulsion is a bit of healing. For this choice node, I'm taking Critical Healing because Expel Harm is actually passive now. So while out of combat, your chi balances blah, blah, and every 15 seconds, your next Tire Palm will also cast Expel Harm for free. So because Expel Harm is now something that's going to be triggering constantly through combat, you're not really going to be getting the benefit of Strength of Spirit as a Windwalker Monk. Note that for Brewmaster, Expel Harm works the same as it has always done. So for Brewmaster, I am still running Strength and Spirit. But I'm running Profound Rebuttal for this. I'm taking Flow of Chi because it's just passive benefits, increased movement speed or damage reduction. This for increased movement speed because leveling, and this for damage reduction. Now, something that I will not be taking, which some people might be disappointed by, is I'm not taking the dash thing, where after you roll, you dash to an enemy. And I'm also not taking the double jump. And, on that note, Blizzard, please take these out of the capstone row. What the fuck are these things doing here? They nerfed this ability, so now it doesn't give you the double jump for free. It increases the cooldown on roll. So why would I ever take this? Like, monks are already one of the most mobile classes. Roll is already more than enough to get to where we need to go. Why would I get a point that nerfs my existing mobility for a slight different mobility thing? There's just no point. And it competes with capstone talents. Like, would I take this thing or just passive movement speed bonus and sometimes passive damage reduction? It's just not even comparable. Same with this thing here. And it's a shame because I really think these talents are cool, but they are just in the wrong fucking spot. Like, why is this stuff here? I have absolutely no idea. So it's also weird that we have random talents. Like, why is there just a random talent node that's just 2% damage? Okay, this is a mandatory point. Like, cool, I guess. I don't know. The monk tree, it's better. It's definitely an improvement over what we had before, but it is still really fucking weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. This should not be a capstone talent. At the same time, like, I don't know what they would put in the capstone tree, but it's not this, because I'm never going to pick a situational movement speed thing over something that gives me more touch of deaths or movement speed and healing. So, yeah, this part of the tree is kind of weird. Anyways, as for the Windwalker tree, and I should also note before I move on to Windwalker, this is basically set in stone. This is exactly what I'm running on Brewmaster with like 1 or 2 very minor changes. And there's like some flexibility up here. Like you could drop the slight distance on roll to take like Soothe or something, which is nice, I guess. Almost all of this is basically locked in. I believe the only difference that I've made is I dropped like something on Brewmaster for improved touch of death for raid testing, because improved touch of death in a raid boss scenario is better. That's about it. Most of this is like kind of ironclad. Obviously, Mistweavers are going to take more of the healing talents, but for both Brew and Windwalker, this is like kind of what you're going to pick, and there's not a lot of flexibility. Tristan said, checking in for the run. Much love. Super excited for the new runs. Awesome. Glad to have you here. Templar is cool. Just got to get used to Wake of Ashes secondary action. Yeah, Templar looks pretty nice. Do I mind showing us the Brewmaster tree too? So what I will say is here, just to make it easier. If you are interested in the Brewmaster tree, that is my 3rd channel. So if you haven't seen my 3rd channel, I just created it like literally yesterday or 2 days ago. And I have posted raid testing from Thursday and Friday, the full recordings of my raid testing runs on those channels, or on that channel. 2 videos. In the video from yesterday, where it's 4 hours, 22 minutes, the last like hour of that video is a long overview of like all the Brewmaster talents, both of the hero talent trees. I look at logs, and I like showcase like why Shadowpan is bad for Brewmaster and why Master of Harmony is better. So basically, if you want like literally an hour plus explanation of Brewmaster talents, I've already done it. It's in that video, so go check it out on that channel. So throwing the link there. 3rd channel, how many pets do you have? On that note, actually, on Monday, we are actually getting another dog. So completely coincidental, because the profile picture for the stream archive channel that I just linked is still my dog Tucker. So it's still the same dog. But we are actually getting another dog. So who knows? Maybe he'll be the mascot for the 4th channel. I don't know. Is the 4th channel going to be co-op games? I don't want to talk about purely hypothetical stuff. If I make a 4th channel, it would probably be a Honkai Star Rail channel. That is like pure like far in the future speculation. I have no plans to create more channels in the immediate moment. I have everything covered that I need, but we'll see. Congrats, thank you. Yeah, it should be interesting. Each channel more pet profile pictures than the last. Yes, I won't talk about this too much more, but one thing, if you're interested in the pet pictures, the channel background image on the archive channel is one that I quite like. That was actually just taken like a day or 2 ago. My cat was outside exploring, and it's a picture of him in like a big patch of grass, and you can see him through like the little grass poking out of it. Thought that was a really good picture, so I used that there. Harold, and PvP channel and RP channel. Yeah, that one I don't think we're going to be getting anytime soon. Anyways, okay, let me get back to monk stuff. And real quick, catching you live for the first time, wanted to say thanks so much for your content. No problem. I'm glad you like it, Garrett. Talent trees are such a hard thing to get right. That's why they filled them with a bunch of minor mandatory nodes to fix the point costs. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think that talent trees in general are kind of a mistake. I think that, generally speaking, a lot of people knock the Mists of Pandaria system, but I actually think it works quite well, because a lot of these nodes, like I said, they are mandatory. They are core foundational spells that you need to take, or something like 2% damage. Like, okay, I guess I have to spend a point on that. And the Mists of Pandaria system boiled it down to just the really important choices. There are obviously more elegant solutions to it. I think another way to do it is just pick 5 out of like a bucket of 10 talents. You could categorize it down even further. I think keeping things to like 3 talents per row is maybe a little bit rigid. Maybe sometimes you should pick 1 out of 4 or something. Sometimes 1 out of 2. Like, I think the choice between Celerity and Chi Torpedo, this is exactly what a talent should be. Both of these things work perfectly fine. I love Chi Torpedo, and I know a lot of monk mains who absolutely hate Chi Torpedo and swear by Celerity. And I remember for like all of Senarth Prog, I was arguing with Babylonius and the other monk in my guild, Foe, about whether we should run Celerity and Chi Torpedo. I was a big advocate of Chi Torpedo. Babylonius and Foe kept telling me, you're crazy, Chi Torpedo is the worst thing ever. By the end of Senarth, I had converted them. They swapped to Chi Torpedo, but then they were like, oh, well, it's only good on Senarth. Celerity is better everywhere else. But any talent where like people who are familiar with the class can have like completely different opinions and they're technically both correct in the right spot. And another good example, I run Celerity on Tindral. On Tindral with the mushrooms as a brewmaster, Celerity gives me just enough like roll charges to fully move across the mushroom patches to soak every single one just in time. Whereas if I run Chi Torpedo, I overshoot the mushrooms and then I can potentially wipe the raid. So there are good spots for both of these. This is like the perfect talent node. Hell, something like Chi Wave, Chi Burst, at least before one became passive but the other is still active. This was another great example. I really like Yu'lon's Grace versus Diffuse Magic. There's great situations for both of these. Stuff like that, that's a perfect talent point where there are 2 great options. You just get to pick which one you want. But whenever there's like mandatory class abilities that you just can't function without, it's like, why is this here? Why are we like being forced to path through this thing that we know we need to path through? It's just a little bit awkward. It's like I said, I would love to be able to take this, but it's just in such an awkward spot that I can't. If I could drop, like, Dance of the Winds to take this thing, I probably would. But the way the talent tree is laid out, I just can't. It's not an option. WoW should bail on talents and go EverQuest route. I don't know EverQuest, so I can't comment. But yeah, passive column, active column, something like that, yeah. Does Monk play similar to Paladin? No, it is purely melee. Paladin is a little bit unique in terms of, like, melee weaving, like, judgments and stuff. And Windwalker is a very unique playstyle. Windwalker does not play a lot like most other melee. It's pretty on its own. Monk in general, like Brewmaster also doesn't play like any other tanks. Like if you've played Prot Paladin, you can kind of figure out a lot of the other tanks like Guardian and Prot Warrior. But playing Brewmaster doesn't really prepare you to play the other tanks, just like playing the other tanks doesn't really prepare you to play Brewmaster. They are very unique. Mistweaver, I can't speak to as much, but I also believe it is a bit different than other healers, based on like the little that I know about it. But that's kind of one of the things that I've always loved about Monk. It's always felt very different compared to a lot of other stuff. You call Chi Torpedo Psycho Crusher. I do not understand that, but that's interesting. The trade-off of the talent tree is that it restores the feeling of getting something each time you level, and that is worth something. Yeah. I will say that in terms of making leveling feel better, it is a massive improvement. The idea that you can pick up your class kits at like whatever order, so not having to wait until like level 40, let's say, to get core AoE abilities, that's fantastic. But there are some downfalls to it. Okay, let's talk Windwalker stuff. So I said Monk Tree, set in stone, Windwalker stuff. This is my first time really messing around with it. I could be wrong on some of the stuff, but one of the best things about the Windwalker tree that I've seen is, like, I want to take pretty much everything on here. The old Windwalker tree had, like, some random dud talents that just nobody would ever want. Every single talent point that I have not taken, I really wish that I could take. You just obviously can't take all of them. So I'm going to try to explain my reasoning for taking some stuff. Like, Glory of the Dawn, I think I would really want to take ideally, but I just have really low haste. And there's a lot of other nodes that compete for this, and I think that for AoE leveling, because I'm generally going to be doing big pulls, this is a primarily single-target talent, and I feel that I don't have enough haste to really get full value out of this. But this is one of those where right out of the gate, I would say I would want to pick this if my haste was, like, actually set up properly, but alas, it is not. But in the starting stuff here, Fists of Fury you're forced to take. I talked about the passive Expel Harm earlier. Teachings of the Monastery, this is something that we're already familiar with. Note that baseline, it still only stacks up to 4. The fact that it stacks up to 8 is something we'll see later on. This is one of the new things. So your Fist of Fury damage is increased based on your haste, and Fist of Fury deals increased damage, like, as it continues, kind of. Also, when it ends, your auto attack speed is increased, which is not amazing. There are some, like, interactions later on, but it's okay. Obviously, Fist of Fury is going to be one of our main sources of damage while leveling, so anything that boosts it is just good. But this is also a required talent, so, you know, we have to take it anyway. Hardened Souls, Blackout Kick is going to be a big source of our AoE damage, so I'm taking this over Tiger Palm damage. Tiger Palm, we're going to use it a lot, but it's pure single target, and this will give us overall more damage, especially in AoE scenarios. Crane Vortex is really good, obviously, because Spinning Crane Kick is our biggest source of AoE damage while leveling. Acclamation gives us a slight increase to single target damage. Now, because I'm not going Glory of the Dawn, I could technically just not go down this tree and take, like, I don't know, Touch the Tiger, but I still need to progress to the next section. The main reason going down here, not my thing, is I want to take Ascension, because Ascension for leveling is pretty nice. I mean, it's a good talent in general, but having more resources is just good to have. You could also take this, Ferociousness. I have a shit ton of crit already. I'm not too concerned about this. Going down a little bit more, this is Jade Ignition. Basically gives us extra AoE explosions whenever we use Spinning Crane Kick. So, cool. More AoE damage is always nice for leveling. Dance of Chi-Ji, if you're not familiar with Monk, this is a classic one. Sometimes Spinning Crane Kick will be free, and it'll do a bonus 200% damage, which is really, really, really good. Then, going over here first, so Storm, Earth, and Fire, this is our main offensive cooldown. Duh. This is whenever I get a free Blackout Kick, so can I find the Blackout Kick passive so we can see what that does? Yes, so you have an 8% chance when you Tiger Palm to cause your next Blackout Kick to cost no chi. The wording is weird, but the name of that proc is called Blackout Kick with an exclamation mark, and that is what it is referring to. So when we get the free Blackout Kick, it also does 125% more damage, which is really good, especially paired with Shadowboxing Treads, where Blackout Kick will do additional damage and hit 2 more targets. So this turns Blackout Kick from a single target spell into a cleave spell, and we're most of the time while leveling going to be getting the full effect of this, so Blackout Kick is a really big source of damage, so this is really nice, especially with Teachings of the Monastery causing it to hit multiple times. Really, really, really nice. Over here, this is... you have a chance to activate a free AoE damage proc, which is nice, and when I invoke Swen, I get it for free. And the thing is, we're taking Conduit of the Celestials, which is all about invoking our Celestials, so anything that plays into that, for the most part, I'm going to be taking. Speaking of which, invoke Swen the White Tiger. Duh. Obviously got to take that. This is where, by the way, the middle section of the tree cuts off, so I'm talking about the rest of these nodes before I go into the bottom capstone talents. Strike of the Windlord is just in general a very powerful AoE ability. I'm also taking Thunder Fist, which makes it do a lot of additional single target damage. That's very powerful. And Rushing Jade Wind is now a passive. So whenever you use Strike of the Windlord, you just get a free Rushing Jade Wind. And there's another ability that will be unlocking at some point in the hero talents that makes it so whenever Swen gets summoned, we also gain Rushing Jade Wind. So that's pretty good. Basically, this will be up a lot more than it usually is. And it's completely free. Basically, if we can get free passive AoE that just procs and kills things for us, that's what leveling is all about. That's why we like stuff like Elemental Force, right? And the final node that I'm taking, which I skipped over a little bit, is Energy Burst, which this one is not super impactful. When you consume Blackout Kick, you also get 1 chi for free. We're going to be getting a lot of free chi from this, but it's a relatively meh talent compared to the rest of this. The reason that I took it is so that I can path into the stuff down here, which we'll talk about later. But the nodes that I'm skipping in this section, I already talked about the ones up there, is this. Blackout Kick will increase the damage of your next Tiger Palm. This isn't bad. If I wanted more single target, I could take this. This would give me like a little bit more single target damage because I would get the Blackout Kicks to funnel into that. But I don't think it's going to be impactful enough. I'd rather have more chi because more chi means more spinning crane kicks, which means more AoE damage. So that's nice. Ordered Elements gives you some resource cost reductions and cooldown reduction during your burst window, but while this seems like it would be a strong talent for raids and stuff, I can't say for sure. The reason why I'm not picking this is because I think that I already have an insane amount of burst potential. So most of the time, I'm going to press Storm Earth and Fire, I'm going to press, like, Fists of Fury, and everything that I pull is going to die. And I just get a bunch of free procs with, like, a single spinning crane kick, Jade Ignition, or whatever, rushing Jade Wind, everything dies. I don't really need cooldown reduction, because by the time that I go to the next big pull, most of the stuff that I need will be up again. That's generally how things work in leveling. So getting CDR that requires me to be actively hitting targets, well, that doesn't really matter a whole lot, because a lot of times the cooldowns will be ticking down while I've already killed all the mobs. So could be great in a raid or dungeon scenario. It seems like a powerful talent, just doesn't really work in the context of leveling compared to a lot of the other stuff. This is just, not bad. I just don't really think I'm going to need energy that much. I'm pretty sure that I will be fine. Energy is what? It's just Tiger Palm, right? So, I mean, the amount of times when I'm going to be in sustained combat long enough where I need to press Tiger Palm so much that I'm running out of energy, I just don't think that for leveling this is going to be that impactful. And I obviously can't take this node because I didn't take Glory of the Dawn earlier, but this stuff is pretty good. I would say that, like, if I could take Brawler's Intensity instead of Energy Burst, I probably would, but obviously it's in an awkward spot. I can't really access it. And Meridian Strikes is also really nice. Touch of Death is really powerful for leveling. That's really nice to have. So I don't know exactly what I would change in, like, the finalized leveling builds. I would want to take something like this. The main reason is, like I said, I can't take really Glory of the Dawn, can't justify it with such low haste. So I'm not taking that. But I could see myself, like, going for Meridian Strikes and maybe dropping, like, some of this synergy down here. Dropping, like, Energy Burst and Sequence Strikes, and then instead going down here. Especially if I'm already taking really good Rising Sun Kick synergy here, then having Rising Star, which you'll notice I'm not taking, would be even more impactful. So probably do that. Like I said, there are so many nodes in this talent tree that you want to take that you just can't. You don't have enough room. Will we have a JoJo sound pack for this run? Unfortunately not. I could not get it working on the beta. I really wanted to. I normally like playing Windwalker with the JoJo sound pack. I could not get it working. Forgot to mention that. I didn't really think it was important, but yeah, I did try. It's just not in a position. Okay, capstone talents. So I am taking this. You have a 100% chance to get Blackout Kick after consuming Dance of Chi-Ji. So this just means that whenever we get a free proc of Dance of Chi-Ji, we get another free proc of Blackout Kick. And that's really nice, right? More free stuff, especially when Blackout Kick is doing a lot of damage. I think this is a really powerful talent, which is why I wanted to go this way. Especially because I don't really need the, like, Rising Sun Kick synergy quite as much. I think that's nice. And then I'll talk about Whirling Dragon Punch later, because that's going to be one of the more controversial ones. I'm taking Invoker's Delight because, duh, we're summoning our Celestial a lot. Haste is now actually quite good. Unwatchable, unsubbed. When does the run start? Very shortly. Basically, the moment I'm done explaining this stuff. I'm taking Swen's Battle Gear. This is really good. Fist of Fury CDR is just awesome. You want to use Fist of Fury as much as possible. It's just a very good talent in general. And then I'm taking Swen's Bond because this gives us more CDR on Swen. And obviously, casting Swen as much as possible is going to be really, really, really nice. This means, theoretically, I might be able to get him up for, like, every single big pull. And especially with the interactions with Conduit of the Celestials, that could be really nice. Transfer the Power just gives us more Fist of Fury damage. And as I've already said, this is, like, our main source of AoE damage. I am still talking, yes. That is what I do. I talk a lot. Yeah. If you're new to the streams, then welcome. I talk a lot. And Fury of Swen gives us a chance to summon a free Swen, which, again, this one, just getting Swen for free is, like, it's kind of iffy because sometimes this will proc right as you kill a pack of mobs, but especially given the synergy with Conduit of the Celestials, I think that's worth taking. And down here, the Gale Force talent, it's, like, okay. Basically, whenever you hit somebody with Strike of the Windlord, your abilities deal 10% bonus damage. It's okay, it's fine. The main reason I'm taking this is because reducing the cooldown to strike the Windlord by 10 seconds, so making it a 30-second cooldown, and making it deal more damage is just nuts. Basically, every single major AoE pull, I can use Strike of the Windlord. That is crazy. That is just absolutely mental. So that talent, I think, is basically mandatory for leveling. A lot of this stuff with Conduit of the Celestials, I think, is mandatory. And then with my final 2 points, I've opted to take Whirling Dragon Punch. This one I'm not 100% sure on. It's an okay ability. It does really good AoE damage, but it's obviously a little bit janky. You have to use both Rising Sun Kick and Fists of Fury. A lot of times while leveling, all the mobs are already dead. So it's like, sometimes useful, not always. But I do really like this, where after you use it, you get 4 stacks of Teachings in the Monastery immediately, which makes your Black Oak Kick hit like a truck, and it increases the maximum number of stacks of Teachings in the Monastery. So theoretically, you could end a pull with Whirling Dragon Punch, do another big pull, have a gigantic Teachings in the Monastery, and just delete 3 mobs with an 8-stack Blackout combo, or Blackout Kick. That would be nuts. So that is kind of what I'm hoping to use this for. The other choice node here is it has a chance to activate Dance of Chi-Ji, which is not bad. I could definitely see this being good as well. More Dances of Chi-Ji means more Blackout Kick procs, which... I take it back. I completely forgot about that interaction. Yeah, never mind. I want that more. Now that I think about it, now I'm like, wait. If I get a guaranteed Dance of Chi-Ji, then I get a guaranteed Blackout Kick proc, which is probably just better than getting a slightly stronger Blackout Kick, because this gives me an even harder hitting one, which is, yeah. Okay, this is better. What was I saying? Right, okay, so actually I like that more. I've convinced myself. The other stuff in this tree, I mentioned this is just Rising Sun Kick damage. This is an interesting one. Your auto attacks have a chance to instead kick, which does bonus damage and increases your damage dealt by 5%. Kind of a weird talent. Definitely for leveling, I can't see this being too useful. It's too situational. On single target, maybe this ends up being good. This is one of those, like, you just gotta sim it and see type things. Do I have a parrot that I could train and teach him how to call things? No. I did have a parrot when I was a kid. Tiger Pump's chance to activate the combo is increased, and you get increased haste. This one's okay. I honestly don't think it's that good compared to a lot of the other stuff on here. The final node down in the Strike of the Windlord chain is, after you use this, the global cooldown of your Tiger Palm is reduced. And sometimes you just get this for free. I think that for pure single target, this could be really interesting, where, like, you want to have Tiger Palm more often, but I mean, the only real situation for Tiger Palm while leveling, if you're doing AoE, is, like, if you have nothing else to press to weave between your abilities for your mastery, then, like, you can press this, but I don't think that I'm going to get enough use out of this for leveling purposes to really make it worth taking. You sound exactly like one you see often in YouTube shorts. A parrot? I sound like a parrot? Okay. Never heard that one before. And then there's Jadefire Stomp. Jadefire Stomp itself, I think, is pretty dog shit now, but there's a optional node that I'm pretty sure everybody who's running this would take, which makes it so you automatically cast it after you finish Fist of Fury. I could be wrong. Maybe, like, this is just really good or something like that, but I'm pretty sure making it passive is just better. I still don't think it's worth taking. It doesn't really do enough damage to justify the proc. Like, generally speaking, proc effects are nice, but this doesn't really hit that hard. It's, like, fine. And then you get a upgraded node that either makes it deal more damage for each target it hits, or it deals a lot of damage only to one target, so maybe for pure single target this is okay. The Windwalkers that I played in raid testing haven't been running this, so I don't know. Maybe they're wrong. And then there's another talent that makes it so you just do 6% more damage after hitting somebody with Jadefire Stomp. So maybe it's good. I don't know. For leveling purposes, I don't really think it's going to be practical enough. I'll play around with it at some point and see, but I'm not really thrilled about it. Oh, I sound like the guy who trains the parrot. I see. That makes more sense. Well, no, I am not a parrot trainer, so I am not the person that you're watching in YouTube shorts, though I'm sure whoever he is a very lovely fellow. And then finally, these two talents. Now, I actually really like the design of Last Emperor's Capacitor and Power of the Thunder King, using Crackling Jade Lightning as like an AoE burst spender. Because the main issue with Capacitor, which is something that we've had for a while, is that it's pure single target. It does like decent damage, but you have to channel it, which is kind of lame. And it's one target only, so like for leveling, it was never good. But now, you basically get a 5-target nuke, and it has a reduced channel time. This is actually really spicy. So I was strongly considering going with this for the leveling run. It's probably the talents that I'm like leaning to the most, basically instead of Whirling Dragon Punch. The only reason why I didn't is I'm already trying out a lot of new stuff with the Brewmaster or the Windwalker Tree rework. So I'm going to have to get used to some of the new talents. And I've never played War Within before, or at least the leveling. So I'm going to be figuring that out. The last thing that I want to do is like try to remember that I need to use Crackling Jade Lightning in my damage rotation. So I really like the idea of this. I'm going to try it out more. I've heard it's really good. But I have played Whirling Dragon Punch Windwalker many times over the years. I'm very comfortable with this playstyle and like how to activate this ability. So I'm going to stick with what I know, but I could totally see dropping this for the AoE lightning nuke. This seems really, really, really nice. The parrot do be theory crafting, though. Nice. Corey said, just want to say you really enjoy my videos, really common content. Awesome. I'm glad to hear you think so. You came back to the stream 3 times. The run hasn't started yet. All right, I'll save you the trouble. People who rush me don't have to watch. And bad timing, because the run is actually now about to start. But yeah. Rule of thumb, don't fucking rush me. I hate that. It's never fun. It's just kind of a shit thing to do. Taking a sip of my coffee before we kick things off. Also, before I start the timer, I need to make sure that I get my consumables up. So we'll use the Augment Rune. I'll apply Buzzing Rune. Get my food buff. I'm starting with Grief Torch in my active slot. And I think I have everything set up. One question before you start. If it's a fast question, sure. Like I said before, I know a lot of people ask me like various questions. I saw a question about like, when did you start playing WoW and stuff? Any general questions like that, for the most part, ask them like once we're well underway into the run. I'm sure that I'll have plenty of time to ramble about different stuff. Early on, I want to focus, and I've already spent an hour and a half talking about this, so want to get into it very soon. My Furian said, listening to Harlan ramble in the background about various topics while you do other things is soothing. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Yeah, so like Cody, really good question. My overall opinion on Remix, I obviously have a lot of strong opinions on it. I don't want to get into that right now before the run starts. Ask me again in like 15 minutes, and I would be more than happy to talk about that. If I were to sell you on Monk as a main, what would I say? I would say that Monk's mobility is fucking awesome. Like, Flying Serpent Kick, Chi Torpedo, Tiger's Lust, Transcendence. You get to like teleport around. Monk is extremely mobile. If you want to get somewhere, you usually can. It is probably the second most mobile class in the game, only lower than Demon Hunter, because obviously Demon Hunter has like ludicrous speed. And Monk has some of the most unique playstyles for every single role. Mistweaver has some really funky talents. Windwalker, the entire way that it plays with its mastery of having to like alternate abilities, like you have to sequence your spells in a really weird way. Well, weird, it feels weird early on. It feels really intuitive and flows really nicely when you get comfortable with it. And Brewmaster, the entire mechanic of stagger and like managing your brew CDR is really fun. It plays a lot differently than every tank. Monk is just a really fun class. It's not for everybody. It is a relatively unpopular class compared to like a lot of the bigger ones like Druid, etc. But a lot of the people like me who love Monk really love Monk. It's a really, really, really fun class. Should you pick a Monk to main? I would say that before you settle on a main, try out a lot of different stuff. Play a Monk, see if you like a Monk. You may be like me, you may absolutely love it. That being said, I also really love Demon Hunter. There's a lot of classes that I really like. I would say both Demon Hunter and Monk are two of my favorites, but I also really like Druid. Druid's a classic one, but it's a really good one as well. In Cataclysm, I really like Blood DK, for instance. So try a bunch of stuff and then settle on it. Your main is Mage always. Mage is nice. I'm not much of a caster player, so it's not really for me, but it has a lot of nice utility. For your speedruns into new content, what is the main thing you'll look for? Nothing in particular. Like, it's hard to say. I don't look for one thing. There's a lot of stuff that I'm looking for. I will try to basically comment on stuff that I realize as we go. Like, I'm looking for quest efficiency. I'm looking for, like, what feels good. What's the fastest path through every single zone. Which mobs are really hard to kill. Which mobs are not. Where I could potentially be using gun shoes, goblin gliders. There's a lot of stuff. So hopefully that stuff you'll hear as I go through the run. And I say, like, hey, this would be a really good gun shoes spot or something. I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot to look into. Let's see. What if we don't want you to start the run? Yeah. What's the fastest time so far? This is my first run. So this is basically the benchmark run. We're going to figure out how fast it roughly takes, how long it roughly takes, and then all runs from here will be improving on it. That's the goal. But yeah, this is the first one. You love mobility and you hate Demon Hunter, need a second character as a main alt, and contenders are Lock, Monk, and DK. Yeah, out of those three, definitely Monk's my favorite, but to each their own. You really like Hunters? I have a lot of friends who are ride or die Hunter players, so yeah. Thanks for the answer, no problem. Been a Paladin for so long because you like the safety of range, but also love being a melee-style themed class. Your second being Monk has always been an absolute blast, yeah. How long it'll be for the average player? Yeah, it's hard to say. Generally speaking, day one expansion leveling takes like anywhere from 6 to 8 hours for the average person, but it's really hard to say. I will absolutely cover that in videos closer to launch, though, so by the time that War Within is about to come out, if you're following along with my videos, you should have all the information that you could possibly need about what you're going to be doing for leveling, because I will be covering that in excruciating detail. But we need to test that stuff first. So I've got all my buffs. We're ready to go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Silithus Scroll, because that is technically the first quest. I got your sub. Awesome. I appreciate it. Also, before I start the run, if you like these types of speedruns, make sure to throw the YouTube video a like, because likes on streams apply just the same way as it does for videos and stuff like that. It eventually turns into a video, and then the likes boost into the algorithm, and then other people get to find it as well, and all that fun stuff. So I always like to mention that at least once per stream. Anyways, I think we can start the timer, and I'm going to use the teleport scroll to Silithus. And this is, as I mentioned, it's going to be like pre-patch related stuff. So most likely you'll already be doing these quests before the expansion first comes out. But I don't know for sure, so I'm just going to do them here just to be safe. Oh, wrong button. Like the stream until let my family go. Oh, God. Yeah, so, Magni is completely out of character here. I have no idea what they're doing to Magni, but this is... like I said before, I don't want to comment on the story too much, but the stuff that they're doing to Magni, about just, like, now Magni hates Azeroth for some reason. What? Why? The entirety of BFA was at Magni going, Azeroth, or champion, Azeroth cries out for aid. The wounds, champion, the wounds. And now Magni just hates Azeroth, and he's like, she hasn't spoken to me in years. I'm done with her. You know, we've broken up. Like, what? Hello? That was like the entire plot of the expansion. What do you mean? So, I don't like that. But realistically speaking, characters working completely outside of their traditional motivations is like one of the biggest issues that World of Warcraft writing has had recently. Effectively, every single expansion story is just a bunch of lore characters that are being puppeteered around to fit the story's needs. Like, why is Jaina here? Why is Thrall here? Well, you know, they're big lore characters who have existed since Warcraft 3, so we gotta puppet them around to remind people that they still exist in our world. That's basically it. Yeah, it does dump you right into the middle of the Legion area. And this is what I mentioned earlier about how basically that quest will open up the pre-patch stuff where you go around and unlock catch-up gear. And in order to actually continue, you need to talk to Quetzaltar, and he teleports you over here. So at some point between the quest that we just did and now, theoretically in the future, there's going to be a scenario where Dalaran gets attacked and then it crashes down and it drops you off here. Alright. You know, one thing that I do kind of miss from the old Windwalker tree is Tiger Palm dashes you to your target. That was actually really nice. I really like that. Okay. I need to free these guys. That's fine. The first time I did this quest, it bugged out, and I didn't get credit for one of the guys that I helped, so we'll see if that happens again. And this is kind of what I mentioned about, generally speaking, while leveling, you just press buttons and things die, especially if you have mythic gear from the previous expansion. So I don't really need anything that does sustained damage in combat. Like, I just press spinning crane kick and it just kills everything. I was wondering if I could click that soul well and it would actually work. That would be pretty cool. Alright, Grief Torch just one-taps that mob. Sure. That's a crafting reagent. Then we have to unpolymorph Bran, and he is the final person that we need to help. Then I need to interact with these Dalaran artifacts. What's the max item level for catch-up gear? It is in, like, the 480 range. It's equivalent to World Quest gear right now in Season 4. It's not very good. So, if you're, like, and they may change it, though, so who knows? It's not terrible, but if you've been playing Season 4, like, remotely at all, you already have better than the catch-up gear for the expansion. So, where... Oh, I guess they're all over here? Okay. Okay, there's some Kirin stuff there. Why did that not kill? I got interrupted. Okay, that's all the ones I need. And a Goblin Glider. It's only going to get me a short distance, but I didn't time that right. Note that I can't fly right now, so I have this debuff. You can't fly. So if you're wondering why I'm not getting on my dragon riding mounts, that's why. Let's go up here. I think... Hold on, I need to adjust my keyboard. No, we're good. Skip the cutscene. Now we can fly. And I think there's, like, something that lets you bypass dragon riding if you want to interact with that mob. Oh, so fun fact, the first time that I tried out these quests, I saw that there was a rare mob over here. So I was like, oh, let me go check out that rare mob, see what it is. This is a max level mob. So there's a level 74 hunter desperately trying to escape from this guy. But for whatever reason, they put like a World Quest rare elite mob right outside the starting zone, which jebaited me the first time I tried this. And that hunter clearly got baited too. So that's a little bit weird. What? How did I not hit that? And just keep in mind, so I, like, out of the corner of my eye, I see chat moving. I'm going to catch up on chat when I get a second, but for the early stuff here, I want to make sure I'm focused. Just gotta hop on this, and then there's like an on-rails shooter thing. There we go.
Well executed, Outlander.
Let me scroll up a little bit.
You and your friends have much to discuss.
Yeah. So on the topic of like how long leveling's gonna take, it really depends. Generally speaking, it's like 4 hours-ish for speedruns, sometimes a little bit faster if you really, really optimize it, and like 6 to 8 hours for a regular player. But I have not done War Within yet. I'm just saying that's how long it was, give or take, for BFA, Shadowlands, and Dragonflight. It's kind of what they've been doing consistently for the last few expansions, so I suspect that that's the leveling time that you can expect. I asked a few days about your opinion on Dornegal, but you said you haven't really looked yet. Has that changed? I still haven't looked. Yeah. So, oh, it's only over here. Yeah, I still have not looked at all at Dornegal. So, yeah. Well, I guess I've looked at it, like, in passing when I flew around, but I did not really interact with it. And when I flew through Dornegal before, it was during this, like, phased version. Oh, lag. There we go. It was like while it was still under attack and stuff, so I didn't really get a good idea of what it looks like. Meet with Pilgrim, okay. Okay, who am I talking to? Prismatic Codex used. What? Oh, that gave me credit. Okay. It must have been like a cutscene or something?
His memory will be preserved. Please deposit his memory gem into the archives repository. Thank you. So, the archive
Alright, where am I going? The mini-maps are also usually broken in early versions of this. So, what is this? Oh, this is the creation catalyst. Okay. Cool. There's a quest over here.
The coreway must be protected.
Glimmering Haste. This gives me 35 haste, which is just worse than what I have right now. Okay, well, I'm not going to do that. You could also see that the gear that you start off with from these quests is like... Oh, I can enchant this, like, generic ring. Okay, then. Sure, and then... Does this give full quest experience?
Interrupted.
How much am I getting from the main story quest? No. I get 10k from a main story quest. This gives me 5k. Not bad, but... I don't know if that's worth it. It'll depend. What's the best DPS and tank right now? It depends. You're asking the wrong question. Set my Hearthstone here. Fuck. There's too much terrain. Okay, servers are really laggy. As long as they don't crash, it's fine, but... I've gotten a few lag spikes at this point. Where am I going? In here? Alright. Speak to Merrick's. Oh, shit. Alright, time to disable quick quest.
To keep the edicts and build the coreway and its fortress, Dornegal. But the Titans left, and the machines stopped. The Unbound.
Then it seems long past time you stood united. We need to find this Edelgone. Rebel.
You are correct.
Okay, I assume this sets up the teleport to, like, Orgrimmar or something.
Directive. Take them to Freywold Village.
I will comply.
Oh! Okay, no, it's just laggy.
I would have never agreed.
Okay,
You do not grasp the magnitude of her betrayal.
I have no idea why TomTom is doing this, so I'm just going to disable it. That's really annoying.
This should be
So far, what's been your favorite speedrun character to do for the channel? It's a tricky question. 'Cause that can mean a few different things. I mean, I really like Demon Hunter and Monk, just in general. I think the way that I'll choose to interpret that question, because I think it's a more interesting answer, is what speedrun did you enjoy the most that like you didn't expect to? Which would be Holy Priest. I did not expect Holy Priest to like become one of my favorite leveling specs, and it just is now. I love Holy Priest for leveling. It's really, really, really good. So that run surprised me a lot. Because, like, obviously I knew that I was going to like Demon Hunter and Monk. So the reason why I figured that's a better way to answer it is because I did the Holy Priest run specifically for testing purposes, right? Like, I didn't do that at all just because I wanted to, whereas, like, I just enjoy playing Monks and Demon Hunters. So I did that purely for testing, and the testing surprised me, and I found a spec that I now really, really like playing. So, yeah, what I'm going to do is I picked up all those side quests. I'm going to go continue the main campaign, and we'll see where the main campaign intersects with any of these quests, because there's quite a few of them. There's a lot of random quests. So I'm just going to grab every side quest that I see, and if there's a chance to do 2 at once, then perfect.
Come on, Ebina. Stay with me. The Unbound welcome.
This is a
Journey... Okay, so I need to do a delve as part of the quest. Alright.
You'll be the first storm rider it's seen for centuries.
Where is this other quest? I see one that where it says it's indoors. Oh, it's probably in this building. Yeah, it's in this building. You remember a time when Holy Priest was one of the worst leveling specs? Yeah. How times change, for sure. Grab that. Ooh. Got a bit of distance on that. Okay, talk to you. I have to click it and then pick up the jar? Isn't there something called an interact keybind or something that, like, Blizzard could do to just right-click it and you, like, pick it up automatically? That seems like a weird thing to code. Dalaran Sewer Turtle. Huh. I see. So you need to bring this thing fish to solve the treasure. Interesting. There's a rare mob over there. I keep thinking I'm playing Brewmaster and I'm trying to hit Keg Smash. Yeah. You have to go fishing for it? Gotcha. Oh, my bindings are fucked. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm obviously not going to do that right now, but it's good to know. Talk to you. And where is the delve? Delve is a little bit east, but I'll do this while I'm here. Where's the next quest? I'm guessing it's in this building.
Communication initiated.
And the innkeeper there is in a weird spot. You asked like 10 minutes ago, but stepped out for a minute. Did you see that your 10 to 60 video hit 1 million views? Yeah, I did see that. And I agree that it's pretty cool. Yeah, it hit 1 million views like a month or two ago. It's definitely very exciting. Especially because there are WoW channels like twice my size where they haven't had a video crack 500k views. And I've had multiple videos past that point, and now I've had a video hit 1 million views, so... Yeah, I'm happy with it. Very happy. I mean, it's a good video, what could I say? I think it was one of the best videos that I've made. It's technically, like, an expansion on one of the best videos that I've ever made. I still think that one is good, but it's the result of a shit ton of research, and I think it shows. So I'm definitely happy to see that. Alright, this is the first delve that I've ever done. I can't increase the tier. This is one thing that I haven't tried at all. I did hear from people that one of the nice things about delves is that it feels very seamless. Like, you just click on the little wind wall, and suddenly, bam, you're in there. No loading screen. And I think that is actually really nice. I'm getting random frame drops, though, which is not ideal. Okay, so I take it the... Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to turn down the graphics. I assume it's just a... Yeah. I'm assuming that it is just a case of... Yeah, my stuff isn't even that high. Because I think I turned it down, but I'll turn down the view distance just in case that's causing problems. But there is absolutely no reason why I should be getting random frame hangs. That interrupts me? That's a little bit annoying. I guess it then wants to force me to use the little grappling hook thing. Oh my god, this is really bad. It's probably going to summon, yep, on Nerubian. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah. It's definitely something to do with the delve, because obviously this wasn't happening until the second I set foot in the delve here. And now the game is just chugging. Yeah, it's definitely server-side, I think, but it's still really weird that that's happening. What add-ons do I have? I mean... Yeah, I could try disabling most add-ons just in case. Disable bigwigs, I don't really need that. Details isn't working anyway. I don't really need... let's try extra quest button, it's been working fine. I obviously need Leatrix Plus. I'll turn off Method Raid Tools. Plumber I don't think is doing anything. I'll just disable Raider IO. I doubt that's what's causing it, but who knows. I don't need RC Loot Council. I don't need that. I'll turn off Weak Auras because I'm not using any. So literally only the basics. If it's still causing problems, I kind of need like all of the things that I'm using here. Yeah, it could be one of the add-ons. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's happening anymore, so it must have been one of those. It's just a crafting reagent? Alright. I'm gonna have to speak with somebody. This guy. And where is that rare mob? Strange disturbance. What's that? Mislaid curiosity.
New directives. You take out the Nerubians ahead, and we'll follow behind.
It's too far away.
That. Yeah, I don't know how to summon that rare. I'm not going to waste time trying to do it. Try to kite them over this way. And just one taps. It's beta. Most add-ons aren't updated yet. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Okay, cool, sure. Web General, whatever, defeated. Okay, do I just, like, run to the end now? So if I do this... Wait, I can just taunt him. Okay! Yep, sure. I do feel like the scaling on some of this earlier stuff is a little bit too easy for people who already have gear. Like, I should not be able to literally one-shot the final boss of an instance, even if I have mythic gear. Like, it should at least take 2 or 3 hits, come on. Now that 15 minutes has passed, oh, let me, hold on, I just saw Dasso on the earlier topic before I move on. You agree even, like, top WoW content creators haven't hit 1 million views on a WoW video in years? Yeah, so I'm definitely very happy with that. Let's hope that I haven't peaked there, but considering I have big plans for, like, the next year, and so... And my overall views have just been consistently going up, so... I don't really think that's where I peak. I certainly hope that's not where I peak. But I'm definitely happy with it. And it's certainly going to feel awkward when I have to unlist that video in War Within. But hey, maybe the new one will do even better. We'll see. They're scaled for people coming from Chromie time. They'll have to scale to that level. Well, what they should be doing is making the starting gear that you get even better. Like, there's no reason why a rare mob at this level should be dropping 415. That's really, really low. The starting item level for this expansion needs to be a lot higher. Should be like 450 at least. 414 is just really, really, really bad. Okay, we finally got hero talents. Oh, nice. I actually wasn't aware of this. I thought you had to spend a point on the first one. Okay. So, 415 is Season 1 of Dragonflight. Exactly. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, so Cody, I'll answer your question in a little bit. That's definitely a good question. If I forget, remind me again. So hero talents, now that we've finally gotten them, you get them at 71. You get a starting ability, so as you can see here, Flurry Strikes. This is the main thing for Shadowpan. It's entirely passive, and it's super lame. Windwalker for Conduit of the Celestials gets... Like, look at this. You radiate 1.9 million damage on a 1.5 minute cooldown, and this is, like... So, for context, I don't know if it's bugged or not, but Flurry charges cap at 10. So... This is, at max charge, a 150,000 hit, and this, on 1.5 minute cooldown, is 1.9 million damage. Can you see why I said Shadowpan is really fucking bad right now? This completely needs to be overhauled. It's so bad. But for leveling, a 1.9 million burst, even though it's over 3.7 seconds, that is crazy. That is really good. And the damage increases per enemy struck. Like, holy shit. You could also move while casting it. Like, this is just a broken ability, and this is dog shit. So, thank you guys for not voting for Shadowpan, because I really hope that they revamp this completely and I get to play the super awesome new Shadowpan, because if this tree makes it to live servers, it's a fucking disaster. Like, there's absolutely no way that this won't get reworked. We hope. So, the neat thing about hero talents is you'll see that you get to pick what order you go through. You're going to get every single one of these nodes by the time you reach level 80. Every level, you get a new one of these talents. And some of them are choice nodes. There are, I think, 4 choice nodes per tree. It actually looks like this one has 4. Shadowpan only has 3. But we have 4 choice nodes here. There's a lot of utility stuff and a lot of damage stuff. So I get to pick one of these first 3 rows. So either 10% more damage on one of my hardest hitting abilities, 2 of my hardest hitting abilities, or whenever I Tiger Palm, I can cause Swen to do a big chunk of damage to a nearby target, and then whenever I invoke Swen, it's guaranteed to happen. Okay, not amazing. And then this is what I mentioned before about when Swen is active, I get Rushing Jade Wind. This is good, but obviously mobs are dying instantly, so it's not very impactful right now. So I would say that the starting option, it's between either Courage the White Tiger, or I should also show this, right? You have a chance to refund teachings in the monastery, and the damage of your Tiger Palm is increased. This is not as good as Temple Training. So if we're picking this choice node, we're going for Temple Training. You would settle for a rename. They did Shadowpan dirty. I would rather they just make a cool tree that fits Shadowpan. But yes, it obviously does suck that such a cool organization gets shafted like this. If you want to look through all this stuff on Wowhead for Shadowpan, you can, but I'm not even going to bother because most of this is just passive, boring nonsense. It's just so lame. As for Conduit, the main thing about this tree is the bottom node for pretty much every single hero talent tree is very powerful. So in this case, I can recast Unity, or I can recast Celestial Conduit, the 1.5 minute cooldown, and it causes all of the Celestials to assist me at bonus effectiveness. And it automatically happens at the end of the cast if I don't re-trigger it. So what it means by it calls the Celestials to assist you is this Swen thing, this Yu'lon thing. So when you consume 45 chi, your next Strike of the Windlord will decrease the cooldown of some of your abilities, and Fist of Fury hits 50% faster, which is good. Strength of the Black Ox causes you to get a Stomp from the Zal, which does a lot of AoE damage. And then Chi-Ji will dash around and damage targets hit. So basically, whenever you use your big ability, all of these passive effects will trigger, all 4 of these, at 200% effectiveness. This is really good. So ideally, I would want to get this as soon as possible, because then I would just be able to get all of this stuff for free whenever I press my big ability. So that is like my top priority. So for the other talents, this is just defensive stuff. You get healing, Fort Brew Shield. This is movement speed stuff. When you're assisted by a Celestial, you get 25% move speed. And this is a passive bonus. Jade Fire Stomp, we're obviously not taking this because I'm not running Jade Fire Stomp, but this just gives me passive stat increases whenever I summon a Celestial. So I would say the point that I really want the most would be Temple Training. But the thing is, the Yu'lon effect, this is nice, but mobs aren't living long enough for me to benefit from this, and this survivability increase is like kind of meh. The Nizal one is actually pretty good AoE damage, and getting a bunch of free damage procs to potentially one-shot mobs before I hit them is really nice. Right now, most mobs are dying within our procs, so we want to play into that. So what I'm going to do is, instead of taking this really powerful one, I'm going to go with Courage the White Tiger, because it's a proc. And I'm going to go all the way down here for Unity Within, because Unity Within is really, really, really nuts. And that way I can beeline down to the bottom, take the shortest path to the most powerful talent. After I take Unity Within, I'm going to take this, because it's really powerful. Then I'm going to take gain Rushing Jade Wind while Swen is active, because that'll give me, by that point, mobs will be living a little bit longer. I'll get a lot more passive AoE damage. Then I'll take Yu'lon, then I'll take Chi-Ji, then I'll take free stats, and the final point I'll pick will be the survivability one, because we just don't care about that. So that's what I'll be doing for now. And I already have a macro here, so I don't need to worry about that. A new PvP talent is available. Don't care about that. For this stuff. Okay, the campaign quests send me down there. I'll do this quest because it's like I've already completed most of it. Numbers don't matter, but the gameplay is bad, does nothing, and is completely passive. That's bad. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm actually kind of glad that Shadowpan numerically is really terrible, because think about it like this. The alternate solution is that Shadowpan is really broken and still really boring, and then you don't get to play around with any of the fun hero talents, and you're stuck with the really shitty one. So this is better than the alternative, for sure. But I wish Shadowpan was just a lot better. Oh, that's the NPC that I need to talk to. Fuck. Can't believe Tiger's Lust works on that character. I'm going to... Goblin Glider down here. Pick this up. There's a chest over there. Is that in this building? That is in this building. Alright. Alright, that doesn't give XP. It gives us... Huh. Okay. I don't really know what that is. What is this? Okay, this is just an achievement thing. Oh, it's a lore object. Alright. I'll do the rest of the campaign quests first, because I assume at some point I'll get sent over to one of those areas. Then they'd not touch it? Yeah, exactly. Right now, it's just a dead hero talent tree, so we can hope that it gets some love. Is Shadowpan going to be good at level 80? No, it's just all-around garbage. It is... Yeah, it's terrible. Nothing about it is good. It is a really, really, really bad hero talent tree. It is one of the worst currently, in my opinion. Like, of all classes. It's the worst one for Monk by far. I would like some changes to Master of Harmony. Honestly, I think, based on what I've seen, Celestial Conduit is, like, pretty fucking good. It's kind of just close to complete. It just works, and most people seem to really enjoy it. Master of Harmony has some weird quirks that I would like sorted out, but it's not like Shadowpan where the entire tree is a complete mess, and is just terrible. Oh, there's a rare mob. Uh, 441. Okay, that's like at least a slightly higher item level piece, so it could be worse. It feels so weird playing right now when, like, everything just dies instantly. Because I'm barely even playing Windwalker right now. I'm just kind of pressing buttons and things are dying. Like, okay, yeah, that was one button. Here comes another button. Oh, that one killed everything. And another button. That one shot. That basically one shot. I assume that it'll feel a little bit more engaging later on, though. I need a bit more glittering ore. I assume I'm going to find that more up at the surface. Oh, come on. I dropped my Transcendence at the entrance so I could teleport back to it, but I'm still out of range, I think. Any second now. Nope, it despawned. Alright, I must have gone too far away. Never mind. Well, so much for thinking ahead. None of the hero talents have Chi Explosion. You mean like Warlords of Draenor Chi Explosion? Where it's like the more Chi you consume, the different, like it has different effects or whatever? No. Chi Explosion is unfortunately still dead. Because I loved Chi Explosion. But, I mean, as much as I loved the gameplay of Chi Explosion, it also just wouldn't really work in the modern design of Monk. It worked back then, obviously, but like their entire... Like, Windwalker still uses Chi, but it just wouldn't really flow with how they played. I always felt that Chi Explosion worked really well on Brewmaster, but obviously Brewmaster doesn't use Chi anymore, so yeah. The other domination makes it look like War Within Remix. That's a good way to describe it. What is this? Yeah. 2 people actually said War Within Remix. Chori and Steven Diddle. Yeah, it definitely is kind of wild. Okay. No idea how long this is going to take. Getting some Shadowlands Covenant flashbacks? Well, so I agree that I, generally speaking, don't like that type of design, because, like Covenants, one is always going to be better. The only exception to, like, the one is always better type design that I've seen so far is Guardian Druids with, Druid of the Claw and Fury of Elune or whatever, where the Druid of the Claw one looks really good for single target, but maybe not so great for AoE, whereas the Moonfire one looks insane for AoE. It'll probably still be good in single target, but, like, Cat Weaving is really, really nice. And if Cat Weaving isn't better on single target, then that's, like, kind of sad. But I don't know where the current tuning is at, but I could very much see that being the case. But yeah, a lot of times that's kind of what happens. One of them is just the better one, and then the other one doesn't get used, which is why I, generally speaking, dislike this type of design from Blizzard. The one upside to it, why I don't think it's as bad as Covenants, is Covenants were very much that, but there were Covenants where, like, one of them was better for AoE and one of them was better for single target, and more importantly, Covenants could not be easily swapped. So if there is the case, right, where I just described, where the Moonfire one is really good AoE and the Druid of the Claw is really good single target, well, that's fine, because then you can just switch hero talents on a whim. There's no downside to picking one or the other. You can freely change it. So that's totally okay. Oh, I don't actually need to kill him. Okay, that's nice, I suppose. But yeah, that's a good change. The main issue with Covenants, more than anything else, was that it locked you into one of them. So on some fights, you were good. On other fights, you were just worse than other people. And that just felt bad. That is not the case for hero talents, so in the absolute worst possible scenario, one hero talent will be best for every single situation, another set of hero talents never gets used, and oh well. It's fine. That's the worst thing that could happen, which it would be a shame if something like Shadowpan just stayed really bad for the entire expansion. Because, like I said, it's really cool, like, from a thematic standpoint. But from a player interaction standpoint, that wouldn't actually be a bad thing. Like, it wouldn't negatively impact our experience. And all I care about is whether the game is fun to play. Sure, it's a shame that, like, you know, one set of hero talents may not be good, but that's a small price to pay for at least the game working properly. And not punishing you for playing it. God, navigating these little houses is a pain. There we go.
But they have no master. Take one of the rams, Baelgrim. It's no Stormrook, but it's faster than going on foot.
Okay.
But how difficult can it? Whoa there!
Covenant ability should have been a talent row. Yep, I completely agree. Used to love that shit. No Chi Explosion was just an AoE pulse from a Chi spender. Yeah. Wait, Chi Explosion was sick with your clones. They would AoE and would overlap with your clones. Wait, are we talking about a different type of Chi Explosion? Because the Chi Explosion that I'm talking about was a Warlords of Draenor Brewmaster ability, or at least the one that I thought you were talking about. There was a Brewmaster ability in WoD where the more Chi that you consumed, the different, like, effects that you got. So 1 Chi was just single target damage, 2 Chi was single target damage and Purifying Brew, 3 chi, it would like... I forget what it did at 3 and 4 chi, but it was like it started doing AoE damage, and then it would apply additional effects. Like, you would gain Shuffle, depending on the amount of targets hit. You would gain, like, Elusive Brew charges, I think. And that was really sick, because there was never a correct, exact number to use Chi Explosion on. It entirely depended on your situation. It was like, however many Chi that you wanted to spend on Chi Explosion depended on how many targets you were fighting. It depended on whether you needed survivability or whether you were, like, off-tanking and you just wanted to do damage. So it was a really flexible talent, and it really made you think about your rotation, and I absolutely loved it. I loved Chi Explosion. Journey to the Proscenium on the Isle of Dorn. Alright, well, I'm going to go here. There's other quests over here. I'm going to just assume that the main quest line isn't going to send me here, and we'll just do this stuff. Wad Chi Explosion for Windwalker, you would do an AoE hit onto your targets and splash. Well, there's a talent like that. That sounds a lot like Jade Ignition. You get a stacking buff, and then when you use Spinning Crane Kick, it just explodes and deals splash damage to 5 targets, so... Obviously, different name, but that sounds exactly like the version of Chi Explosion you're describing. I didn't play Windwalker a lot back in WoD, so I can't say for sure. But, maybe. Hero talents are basically just extra flavor to your spec. Well, yes and no. Some of them are just pure flavor, but a lot of them actually do add some interesting stuff. Like, I think that Master of Harmony, for instance, for Brewmaster, does change the way that you interact with it. Yeah, I am aware that Jade Ignition was a legendary. I'm just saying that the way that he is describing that ability, it sounds like Jade Ignition. But maybe I'm thinking of something different. What's it called? Like, some of them, like, honestly, Conduit of the Celestials, it's mostly just, like, you press a button and, like, here, I can actually finally press it. And, oh, actually, hold on. It ended early. Yeah, I have to take that out. I can't use Digiroon as part of that. It canceled it before he was ready. I didn't realize that that would break it. But yeah, like, this is, you get a new ability that does big damage, and then you get a lot of passive effects that slightly speed up your rotation and make it a lot, like, better. That's cool. But, like, for instance, Moonfire Bear seems really, really interesting. It's going to completely change the, like, talents that you pick, and a lot of the stuff with, like, Lunar Beam is going to fundamentally change, like, the way that you'll play Bear, which I think is really cool. Like, the Cat Weaving one, Druid of the Claw fundamentally changes your single target rotation as a Guardian Druid, which I think looks sick. So, a lot of times it's more than just, like, light flavor. It can actually be something really interesting that fundamentally alters your playstyle. What gear item level did I start with? Yes, 527. Oh, there was another quest there. It just took a second to activate. Let me grab this quest first.
Did you find something?
I'm gonna kill whatever rare mob is out here first. This guy. Okay. Yep. Easy. Yeah, the mobs are very undertuned for high item levels. Because, so for reference, the gear that I'm getting, like, that mob just dropped a 434 item level piece. My staff is almost a full 100 item levels stronger than the gear that these mobs are dropping. So, that's the reason why it seems like the mobs are really weak. And that is kind of weird from a tuning perspective. I don't know. It's fine, I guess, but it does feel like it should be tuned a little bit better. Just in case I need to jump back up, I'll drop Transcend there. Okay. That's 441. The quest turn-in is down this way, I believe. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if it should be dropping like 500 item level gear. Generally speaking, this gear should last you until like the final zone or the second to last zone. But this is a little bit kind of crazy. That it is so far below what I have. How did I get gear that high item level? This is from Mythic Raids in Dragonflight. So I copied over my Dragonflight character. This is what I have, like, in the main version of the game. So if you play Dragonflight right now and you do Mythic Raids, you're able to get up to 428 on most pieces, and certain items like Voice of the Silent Star go up to 535 item level. The highest item levels right now, excluding the Legendary. The Legendaries, I think, can go up slightly higher, but obviously only some classes have access to those. I do not. Can I reach my Transcend spot? No, I think it's gone away. Oh well. Should also at some point... How do you get 500 item level gear? Yeah, Season 4. I mean, I have a gearing guide on my channel, if you want to check it out. I don't have a link on hand, but if you look through my recent videos over the past, like, month or two, one of the more recent videos should be my Season 4 gearing guide. So, any questions that you have on how to get gear, that should hopefully answer it. And that... Let me just get out of this cave. Easy enough. What is that? Earthen Inspired. Okay, I just talked to them, I assume. Okay. What? And, oh, this one... Wait. What happened? That guy was there for a second, and then he disappeared. Alright, that works then. Let me make sure I didn't miss any major messages. Yes, they did make changes. Yeah, so Matt, I missed that message earlier. A lot of the different icons, this is not an add-on. They're doing like an overhaul of icons and stuff in the War Within to apparently improve visual clarity. I'm going to be honest, none of this has been helpful to me. I think that a lot of the new icons they're doing are just like odd. I have no idea what a ... quest is supposed to be, but like, yeah, that's a new icon. I think it's kind of weird. So, in case you haven't played Final Fantasy XIV, this is basically an answer to Final Fantasy XIV's quest system. But the thing about FF14's quests is there are blue quests, which are really intuitive, right? It's a quest with a blue icon. If you see a blue icon, you know that is like a special quest that unlocks a feature. Well, it's really intuitive because it has a special color. Then there are quests that have like a fancy border, really obvious fancy border. You know those are main scenario quests. That's what you need to do to like progress the story. And there's like a few other types of quests that have like slight alterations on the icon. And all of them are very like intuitive to the eye. You look at it, you immediately know, like, once you're familiar with it, oh, that's a blue quest. That's something that unlocks a feature. Right now, like, I don't know what ... is. This is just odd. Because the entire reason why the Final Fantasy thing works is, like, the icons for quests and stuff are all similar. So I know that it's a quest or whatever. It's just like it's different colors or a slightly different shape, but you can tell that it's a quest. But I keep getting thrown off by like the ... because it is so fundamentally different from the classic exclamation mark, question mark symbolism, I guess, to describe it, that it's just confusing for me. Now, maybe once I get used to this, I'll be totally comfortable with it, but I think this is one of those, like, cases of Blizzard over-designing it, and it's like they've been told that they need to make their questing more intuitive, and right now, I'm just confused. And when I started the game, like in beta, nothing told me this is what this quest means, so I couldn't even tell you what that's supposed to indicate. What the difference is between a regular quest and a ... quest. Maybe they'll have, like, a tutorial that explains this stuff. They'll add it to, like, Exile's Reach or whatever. I don't know. But it doesn't make any intuitive sense to me, which is kind of a problem as somebody who is really familiar with WoW concepts and is supposed to be the one making guides on this stuff. What? Oh. See, another thing that Blizzard needs to do, in case it wasn't obvious as to what's happening here, this is a level 80 mob that I've accidentally stumbled onto because for whatever reason, it's flagged as a rare in a leveling zone. Why? Why am I like... Why is this map or thing popping up on my map as like a... There's a rare mob nearby when I'm not supposed to be fighting this because it one-shots me. That's really bad. Now, the crazy thing is, my character is so powerful at this stage that I actually think I will be able to kill this. Fuck, never mind. Yeah, it just hits way too hard. And there goes all my buffs. So, yeah, that sucks. So now, every time I'm leveling, I need to check now. Is that a random level 80 rare that's just been dropped into a questing hub? Or is that one that I can actually fight? Yeah, I think if I had dropped the Ring of Peace faster... Also, if I had realized that I hadn't fucked my opener, because I didn't realize until like a few seconds in that I was actually fighting a level 80, then... You think of Knuckles reading the text messages from... Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. But they need to fix. Why is the only... And see, people always ask, why do you not report bugs in the beta? How am I supposed to report this, right? And for the record, Blizzard also doesn't read this shit, by the way. The only way to actually get Blizzard to notice is by bringing public information, or public, like, display to the problem, which I'm already doing by showing it off in a video, so on the off chance somebody sees this. Or, like, writing a post on the forums where somebody can actually read it, but... Submitting a bug report about AI followers, Blizzard's not going to find a random report about NPCs not scaling because their bug reporter is bugged, unfortunately. What do you do when the bug reporter is not working properly? I don't know. But yeah, that is definitely not ideal. They need to change that. They need to do something with the indicators to make it clear, hey, do not attack this mob because it has the exact same rare mob indicator as everything else. And that's not good. The way to get Blizzard to fix it is to tell them you can farm bronze off it. Yeah. Just turn it into a frog farm. That's good. Yeah, if the player gets an advantage, they'll fix it ASAP. Can't you mouse over it and press F6? Maybe, yeah. But I'm also not. Trust me, I've been in a million betas. They do not listen to that feedback. The amount of times that not only have I reported something with the issue reporter, but then made, like, multiple public forum posts. Case in point, fucking level 61 Chromie time and the Dragonflight dungeon quests. How many times did I talk about that on stream? How many times did I submit PTR bug reports? I made a fucking forum post, and a bunch of you guys went over there and bumped it and tried to get Blizzard to pay attention to it. Literally major features in their patch notes are just not working, and they still haven't fixed it. Like... man. What's the point of beta? Bug reporting doesn't work? Oh yeah, it's... I mean, some stuff in beta they use to test, right? Like, they listen to raid testing feedback for sure. But the reality is, the devs don't really care about the questing experience. If it's playable to an extent, that's fine. But if there is something that is inconveniencing, like people who like leveling alts, they do not give a shit about you. You are not their target audience, unfortunately. They just don't care. But, like, they do this stuff to get, like, basic critical bug testing, right? So, like, stress testing to an extent, and, like, raids and dungeons and stuff so they can tune it. And realistically, a big reason of this is whatchamacallit, advertisements. Like free PR. The more people that are playing their beta, the more free advertisement they get, which, like, you know, is what it is. That's just kind of how life is. The one thing that I was really pissed off about, like, I don't mind them using their beta as, like, you know, an advertisement thing. That's to be expected. The fact that they basically only used Mop Remix's PTR as a way to drum up interest in it, because they, like, made a big deal about, like, oh, it's going to be on the PTR, you can go play it. And they literally did not respond to any of the feedback that anybody gave on Mop Remix, and that's what led to it being a complete shit show. Like, Mop Remix basically didn't have a PTR. They did not test it. They opened up the PTR purely for advertisement purposes, ignored all feedback that people gave them from it, and then just fucking sent it and dealt with all the issues after. Which, I hope that the absolute embarrassment that Mop Remix launched... Oh my god, here's another one. Here's a fucking another one. It's yet another fucking mob, and I can't even hit it because it's high level and it's dodging all my attacks. This is really annoying. Half the fucking rares here are just, like, unattackable. Right, I need to take Expel Harm off my bars. What do I do here? I can parry at least? Okay, I could taunt it. And I get 2,000 experience from that. Fucking hell. This is going to be my biggest issue with leveling so far, isn't it? This is not going to be the last time that I stumble into a level 80 rare. At the very least, once I memorize the locations, it'll be fine. But, like, if they're going to put quests here, they cannot do that. And it should not be flagged. Like, the easiest possible solution that they could do for this is just don't make it show up in the map. Normally, world quest mobs like that, if they are for max level characters, they just don't appear on low level players' maps. They'll exist, they'll be off in the corner of the zone like that as a standard elite. But nothing in the game will encourage you to go attack it, because, duh, why would you do that? They are not wrongly scaled, no. I don't think so, at least. I'm pretty sure they're for endgame world quests, which is fine. Every expansion has them. It's just normally the game doesn't direct you towards them. It doesn't flag them at all. So you're not like... the game doesn't try to encourage you to go fight a mob that's going to punch your teeth in. Frankly, it's a miracle that I'm even able to kill it, but it's how powerful my gear is. Researchers Under Fire still gives 250 item level gear? Really? Jesus Christ, they haven't fixed that? That's embarrassing. How much XP does this give? 21k? That's not bad. Do I use this on their bodies? No. Okay, I have to use this on a different mob, I guess? Okay, I use it on the neutral mobs. So, like, this thing. Can you fuck off? There we go. Oh. Shit. Alright, I will purify this mob. Alright. I guess I'll just run to where the stone wards are, and any mobs that I encounter that I can purify will do that. There's also a delve over here, but I don't really think the delves are going to be worth doing while leveling. I suspect not, at least. I'll test that another time, just to confirm. But generally speaking, that type of content is not super appealing for leveling. Unless it's just grossly overtuned and gives a very obviously large amount of experience, which Blizzard, they usually are pretty good about not overtuning stuff too much in the player's favor. For better or for worse. Alright, one more stone thingy. Great.
I need to get closer.
Okay, there we go. Yes, this is my first run. I don't know exactly how long it's going to take. Based on how long we've been leveling, I suspect 6 to 8 hours, but we'll see. Keep in mind that things are going to slow down a bit as I get to the later levels. But it'll depend. Oh, is that the mob that I CC'd before? That's the one that I need to kill? I love how it says, Rot Bark Purified. Optional. Yeah, I don't think I will. I don't think I will be doing that. Yeah, you can stay dead. No purification for you. Let's try Beacon next. Let's see. They only really care if it has a negative monetary impact, or directly or indirectly. Yeah, exactly. Xinglong Wu, I'm sorry, but I don't know what that is. I do not speak that language. So, apologies.
Another puzzle to solve? Speak your piece.
I'm out of range.
Rare mobs will not show up as rare when they're low level, so you have... Yeah, I think that it's just them flagging it incorrectly, Chori. It's definitely not meant to be flagged, right? Okay, here's another case of, is it a rare or is it a level 80? Like, am I supposed to fight this? That mob? Hey, that's an actual rare mob. So it's definitely not a case of them scaling it improperly, because there are mobs like this that are actual level 72 rares. And they die in one hit. But they exist. So if, like, every single rare was level 80, then we could assume that maybe they just fucked it up. But no, there are some normal ones. Also, holy lag. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold up. What? What? I got an epic upgrade. Okay. So, one of these is the epic upgrade quest reward, the other is the generic quest reward, and the other is the item from the previous expansion. Somebody put the wrong number there, Blizzard. Wrong number for the item level. Alright. Nice epic upgrade. Love to see it when the epic upgrade is most likely objectively worse than the previous one. See, what I think actually happened there is I'm pretty sure the regular item was probably scaled normally, and they probably have, like, default values for old epic upgrades to scale to for each level in the questing process. That's probably what should happen if you get an epic upgrade at, like, level 70 in Dragonflight for, like, a base item as a quest, and they probably just forgot to change that. Epic downgrade. What's my job, IRL? This is my job. I'm doing YouTube full-time. What's the other quest? Power Cell. Where do I pick these things up? I don't see this marked on my map at all. I'm very confused about this quest. Oh, I see. This thing is... Ah, this tells me how far away it is. It's like archaeology, kind of. So... Ah, okay. I am doing well. Thank you for asking, Tom Zoo. And there should be another one over there, based on what I saw. Right here. And then the last one is all the way in the far corner. Alright, cool. Right... Overshot it a little. Oh, it is underwater. Okay. I thought so. Yeah, this would be like the perfect time to reintroduce archaeology. I'm surprised. They should make the minimap icon a skull and crossbones or something. Yeah, that could work too. Alternatively, they should just not advertise it. That's the easiest solution. And like Troy said before, the technology is there for that. Am I gonna main No. So I'm a tank main. I like Windwalker, for sure. But I don't play DPS for, like, endgame content. I only really play tanks. And I actually do have a lot of thoughts on Brewmaster. Earlier, I linked my second channel, or third channel now. Oh, shit. I'm supposed to siphon power from him. Whoops! Let's drop a banner and just kill things while I wait for the respawn. So I've talked a lot in a third channel video about Brewmaster towards the end of raid testing, because it's what I've been doing raid testing on. And right now in Dragonflight, I play Brewmaster. And also, Brewmaster is not bottom feeder in the tank meta. I don't know where you heard that. Like, right now, Brewmaster isn't even the worst tank in Dragonflight for Mythic Plus. And it is significantly worse in Mythic Plus than for raids. In raids, Brewmaster is, like, objectively one of the better tanks. It's not necessarily, like, meta, quote-unquote, because, like, Blood DK is obviously really good and you want one of them. But then, like, honestly, Blood DK plus Brewmaster, Prop Pally, Vengeance Demon Hunter, like, one of those three tanks is the best companion for Blood DK for raids. And Brewmaster works perfectly fine. Brewmaster also does a shit ton of damage right now. It's good. Oh no, I can't kill it again. Crap. I need to remember to, okay. I just need to siphon it, then I kill it. Cool. Yeah, Brewmaster's very good right now. They are not revamping archaeology, no. I was just joking around. I was saying it felt like archaeology, but no, they are not actually touching it at all. But yeah, Brewmaster is perfectly fine right now in Dragonflight. It's only getting better in the War Within. Now, I will admit, personally, I am kind of looking elsewhere for War Within. And that's nothing against Brewmaster, per se. I still think it looks fine. I've even been using it for raid testing, just because it's what I'm comfortable with. But I am personally more excited about some of the other tanks. Oh, that item is 490, okay. But Brewmaster will work perfectly fine. If you want to play Brew, I have been playing it for raid testing. Brewmaster has been doing a shit ton of damage. What is this? This looks cool. Hold up. Receiving fatal damage allows you to have one final drink, granting you a shield that absorbs damage equal to 25% of your max health. While the shield holds, your primary stat is increased. Wait, what the fuck? That's nuts. That's just a 5-minute cheat death out in the world from an item? That's like a free trinket. Holy hell, that's broken. It's infinite uses? What the hell? That's like the most powerful treasure they've ever put in this game. Okay. That is like your first priority upon landing in this zone? Wow, that is good. Delver's Call. Alright, that's probably not worth doing overall, but They are taking lessons from various archaeology spin-offs, but not currently doing any updates. Yeah. Well, that's actually... Okay. I did not expect that item to be really fucking good. That's not making it alive? Yeah, I suspect that'll get nerfed, but, like... Also, that's kind of cool. It obviously, it only works out in the open world, so... I mean, having broken items out in the open world is not unheard of. What surprises me is that it like, doesn't consume a trinket slot. That feels like it should be a trinket. I don't know. Like, even if that was a trinket, 5-minute cooldown, cheat death. I guess if that was all it did and it had no passive effect, that would be kind of bad. But getting that completely for free is, like, actually ludicrously strong. Wow. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, keep in mind, stuff like Falling Flame exists, right? So... it's a cheat death for open world. It's definitely making it alive. Yeah. Yeah, that will... Honestly, like, I don't expect to die at any point during the leveling process, so... I don't know how useful it's going to be, but that is really nice for people who are under geared. Like, if you are entering War Within with relatively low gear, getting that should be the literal first thing you do. Because a cheat death every 5 minutes for some classes is going to be invaluable. Like, getting that as a rogue? Oh my god. No, if I click it, it's soulbound, it's unique. It just sits in my bags and gives this effect, as far as I can tell. So, I'll tell you what. If I find another level 80 rare, because I'm sure I'll find one eventually, I will let myself die to the level 80 rare to test it. I'm not going to, like, go out of my way to find something to die to, especially since we already know of something that will kill me. But yeah. That's, like, the only thing I can think of that would, like, realistically get me killed. We had several Ankh effects with, like, 20 to 50 charges for never used zones. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not impossible that that makes it alive. I agree. It's, like I said, it's not that overpowered, too. Because it doesn't really do anything if you never die. Which, like, unless I stumble into a level 80 rare, I'm not going to just randomly die to stuff.
Tell me, what drives?
Okay, is that a level 80 rare off in the distance? Ooh, you know what? Bunch of mobs here. This is a good spot for a banner. Prime banner real estate. I don't often remember to drop it, but when I do. Yeah, well, no, it works in all of Kaz-Elgar. So this zone is called the Isle of Dorn. Kaz-Elgar refers to the continent, so it will work in all leveling zones, which is quite nice. So, you never know. Makes up for random 80 mobs ready to kill you? Yeah. Okay, let's check this mob. Okay, this is a level 80 mob. Let's see what happens. Alright, Swobolds, beat me up. Okay. It does not work. Well, we tested it for science. Yeah, it seems to just be broken at the moment. That's weird. Maybe it is meant to be a trinket? It's so weird. Think you got overkilled by a crit? Possibly. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really too keen to test it again just for science, if we're being honest. But try popping it before dying, you can't click it. It's not interactable. And obviously, like, I wouldn't be able to click it the instant that I die. Now, I am obligated to get revenge on this guy. Alright. I mean, honestly, like, it's not a lot of experience. If the mob actually gave decent experience, it may be worth killing. But, unfortunately, it doesn't. Oh. I should have waited until whatever quest sent me here to loot that. But, oh well. Try pressing F6 to equip it? F6 just submits an issue. What does this do?
What path brought you here?
Head over here, do these. Am I going to redo the Twink video now that the threads are buffed? Why? Why would I redo the Twink video? I mean, threads are buffed, yeah, but like, what changes? The only thing that changes is now it's even easier to get Twink set up, but like, nothing I said in the video is different. Unless I'm missing something. Hold on, I always get worried that there's like something... No new Wowhead posts that I missed. Okay, yeah. So I'm not behind on any info. I always get paranoid that there was like some big new Wowhead post update while I wasn't looking, and that's what people are talking about. But yeah, oh, lag. Wow. Oh, it really lagged. Okay, that's a full disconnect. What the hell? Alright, game. Sure. I guess it was bound to happen at some point. Talking about Discord being faster to just remake the Twink? Oh, I mean... Yeah, but like, that doesn't have anything to do with the process. I don't think the server crashed. I think it's just a disconnect. Simulating release day. Well, if it was simulating release day, then I wouldn't be able to log in for like another 12 hours at this point. Let's hope that like there's no bug that prevents me from logging back in. That would be the only problem. It is a long loading screen though, which is spooky. Previously, in early versions of the beta, whenever you got disconnected and tried to log in, it would give you, like, world servers down errors for, like, 30 minutes. Ah. Definitely a long loading screen. That's, a really long loading screen. Did the loading screen crash? Okay, yep, that's still broken. I'm gonna pause the timer. I always pause for extenuating circumstances like this. Sometimes, if I log into a different character and log back in, it'll fix. Yeah. I usually don't like to pause on disconnects, but on really bad disconnects that literally prevent me from playing for a while, that's... Yeah, that's not accurate. Okay. Let's try logging out. Oh. Fun stuff. Okay, so what was the question that I've been waiting to get around to now that I have time to just talk? It's my overall opinion on Remix. Are they hoping I do it again with other expansions? Do Delves give good XP? Not that I noticed. I'll probably test them in more detail another time, but I do not suspect they're going to be that good for leveling, no. Okay, is it working now? Jesus fucking Christ, man. This is annoying. Yeah, I was hoping they had fixed this bug from the beta, where after you get one disconnect, like, the game fucks itself, and you have to wait, like, 5 minutes to even be able to log back in. So... in the meantime, let me show you a fun bug that I discovered, where I accidentally soft-blocked myself one time. The game is really laggy right now. It's obviously hard to tell, but I'm, like, pressing flap, and it's just not working, and activating, like, seconds later. So, see this cool little cave? It's a neat place. There's actually, there's treasures inside this cave that you can pick up. Earthen coffer. Gives pretty standard stuff. I can hop up here. I can't actually dragon ride, though. A little bit unfortunate. And there's, like, another treasure over there, but... let's head back out of this cave. And... up this way. But did they finally fix this? Okay, they did actually fix this. There used to be a gigantic one-way invisible wall blocking this cave. And the very first time that I was on beta... like, right after finishing the intro quests, I was like, oh, that cave looks cool. I walked through, and then I got locked inside that cave, because there was a big barrier blocking me from exiting. Which was fun. But it does seem like they fixed that, thankfully. Okay. Now I'm going to try my character again, because I don't want to just literally sit here and do nothing for like 15 minutes. Let's hope that that's, like, the only disconnect of the run, because if the game repeatedly DCs me and I have to wait, like, 10 minutes every time, that's going to be really tough. Alright. In the meantime, I'm not just gonna aimlessly fly around. Let's take a look at some endgame stuff. You like my streams? Awesome. Glad to hear that. Not much I can really do right now if the game's bricked. Unfortunately, this could take up to 15-20 minutes to fix based on previous times I've had this happen to me in the beta. So, we'll just try again later. I'm gonna disable all my add-ons because I don't know what's causing that big pop-up. So, this is the character that I've been using for raid testing. I'm not going to talk extensively about Brewmaster and stuff. Obviously, I am Brewmaster here. But for raid testing, I've been using, obviously, my tier set bonus and a lot of crit verse stuff, because that's still really good. The new special gems give you, like, bonus effects. So I have this gem that gives me plus 1% crit effect per unique Algari gem color. So I should probably mix around my gem colors to, like, fully benefit from this. I haven't really looked into that much. Generally, for testing, I just throw on whatever. I tried using this weapon, which drops off the Void Princess. It's like a very rare potential drop. But the damage from this honestly seems pretty bad. And initially I was trying the set bonus with Void Reaper's... it's weird. The set bonus says Void Reaper's Contract, but then the bonus text says Void Reaper's Chime. I don't know if it's bugged or not, but it didn't really seem like it was doing anything, and the trinket itself that it buffs, this thing, it was doing, like, barely any damage, so I just stopped using it. I didn't find it to be super duper helpful. Oh. Apparently, I looted this during raid testing. I didn't even realize. I must have won the roll. Wait, that's interesting. Oh, it requires level 80. So initially, I was like, I wonder if I could use this while leveling, but no, it doesn't look like it. The other trinkets that I've been using, there's like a ring that gives you a special effect. And this trinket, this drops off the final boss. This thing hits like a truck. Does a shit ton of damage, gives you a ton of free healing. If you kill the target, you get a cooldown reduction, but that's like fairly situational. I don't really know how often you're going to do it. And I've also been running this trinket, Cinderbrew Stein, or Stein or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce that exactly. And the shielding from this has actually been quite nice. I've really liked this. And it also gives your allies some benefits, so it's like a nice utility trinket. I don't know if this will end up being good, but that's what I've been running for raid testing, and it's felt nice. For talent, this is what I've been going with. So, one of my biggest issues with... the run is not over, Dylan. My character's bugged, and I can't log in, so I'm... In the meantime, I'm just showing stuff on the max level server, because I don't want to sit around and do nothing while I wait for the game to unfuck itself. But unfortunately, yeah, that's where we're at. Game disconnected, now I can't play. But yeah, for Brewmaster, there's very little choice in a lot of these nodes. I, generally speaking, like a lot of the new talents that they've added, or like rebalancing. But for instance, all of this stuff, there's this whole new mechanic called Ox Stance, and you can't take it. You just can't. It's an interesting defensive mechanic that is completely dead on arrival because it competes with Weapons of Order, which Weapons of Order has already been a staple ability for Brewmaster. It does a ton of damage because it gets you free keg smashes, and our tier bonus is built around keg smash. So we need to take Weapons of Order, and it also gives us survivability because getting more keg smashes gives you more brews. So these three talents are just pure survivability stuff. They give you no damage whatsoever, and they're competing with something that gives a ton of damage and good survivability. They are 100% dead on arrival talents, which is a shame. And I suspect that this will get changed a little bit because it feels so weird for this to be the case. For like 3 new complete talents to just be in such a weird spot. But Brewmaster's tree is a little bit awkward. It's awkward in a weird way because it's good. Basically, I'm like 1 talent point short of being able to take everything that I wanted. If I had 1 more talent point to take Guy Plin's Imperial Brew, I'd be happy. I'd have literally every single talent point that I really, really want. And there's other talents that you can move around to take that. You have a little bit of flexibility. Personally, I wish that Guy Plin's was here because it's a bit more mandatory than August Blessings, which is like a lot more niche. So if I could say drop 1 with the Wind and take Guy Plin's instead, I would gladly take that trade. But 1 with the Wind is required to path into Invoke Nizao, so I gotta take this. But this is really good, and there are going to be some fights where you take Guy Plin's instead of something else on here. But a lot of this is kind of set in stone. There's very, very, very little flexibility here. But it does feel good to play. So, at the very least, the optimal talent build is the one that feels nice. The game is at war within itself, yes. You were going to say 1 hour, 21 minutes is really good. I mean, so far, I feel like I'm making really good time. I'm like, we're a little past level 73 in just an hour, 21 minutes, which 3 levels in just over an hour, I feel is really good. It's just a shame that we were making such good progress and then game crashed. So, and now I can't log into my character. It usually fixes itself after a little bit, though. Do I know when the next raid test will take place? Yeah, if you just Google Narubar Palace raid testing, you should be able to find the forum post with the schedule. I posted it at some point in my Discord. The next one is, off the top of my head, I believe it is on the 27th. I think. There's no raid testing this week, but, this next week, I mean. But it's this week. I forget if it's the 26th or 27th, but it's around then. Yeah, I'll get back to the remix topic. The thing is, I was going to talk about remix right after I got back into my character, and then the game crashed again, so... it's poor timing for the remix conversation. Right now, I'm obviously going to talk about this stuff because, You made 2 characters to level and would swap to the other one when one crashed? Yeah. I mean, it was really, really bad the first day or two, which is why I did not stream Remix, or I did not stream War Within last weekend, because it was basically unplayable. You would crash all the time, and then, like you see here, it just wouldn't be able to get back into the game. And that made it effectively unplayable. Hello, Asil. Good to see you. So, I guess I'll stick around, I'll stick around on here for just a little bit more. One thing, like, if we get another crash, I could show, like, the raid trinkets and stuff, which are kind of neat. There's some cool stuff down there. But because somebody asked earlier, and because it might as well, nothing else to do, I'll quickly talk about Master of Harmony. So, this is the tree for Brewmaster and Mistweaver, and I quite like the design of it. Because what you'll notice right out of the gate is that Aspect of Harmony is a passive effect. And you might have heard me complain earlier about Shadowpan and say, well, if this is also a passive effect, then why do you think this is so much better than Shadowpan? Partially, it's tuning. And obviously, Shadowpan is just so grossly undertuned, it's hard to take it seriously. This is actually tuned to be quite strong. During raid testing, this was my top damage ability, the Vitality from Celestial Brew. It does a lot of damage. So that obviously feels pretty good. Now, tuning is, of course, subject to change, so I'm not basing it entirely off that. But the way that Aspect of Harmony works is your damage and healing, and you actually have a lot of healing that contributes to this. Even if it doesn't feel like Brewmaster is a healing tank, Brewmaster has a lot of random self-healing effects. A big one is Celestial Fortune, which is just passive healing procs that you get from having high crit. And you don't really notice that because it doesn't feel like you're doing the healing, but that counts as your healing. So you funnel a lot of stuff into Aspect of Harmony. And while this is technically a passive effect, you control when this happens. It's whenever you press Celestial Brew. So if you want to build up a really big Vitality thing, I don't know exactly what it's called, a Vitality surge or whatever, then you can wait to use Celestial Brew until you built it up really powerful, and then you press Celestial Brew and trigger that. Now, it's a little bit weird because obviously Celestial Brew is the defensive button, and you have to use it at certain points. But one of the nice things about the design of this mechanic is that you were actually encouraged to use Celestial Brew as often as possible. So I'm taking talents like Black Ox Brew to reset the cooldown on it. Now, one thing that unfortunately does not work is you can't do double Celestial Brew and then reset both charges. If you Black Ox Brew, it only gives you back one charge, which is still really good. And that with Light Brewing gives you insane uptime on Celestial Brew. You'll have so many of these things. And of course, this is also affected by Brew CDR. You have a ton of charges of Purifying Brew too. So you'll be purifying a ton of Stagger. Really, really, really nice. The defensive side of this feels fantastic. Oxara, if you sent... I see Oxara Luna said also hello. So if you sent a message before that, which is kind of implied by also, it did not send correctly. So I don't know if YouTube ate it or something like that. I'm taking a guess here. Maybe you're just saying hi. In which case, hello. But yeah, so the main thing about this is when you press Celestial Brew, it does damage. But the nice thing is you don't need to worry about like pressing it at the wrong time because there's this talent where after your Aspect of Harmony expires, any remaining Vitality that you didn't spend gets shot out across all nearby targets. So you're never going to waste any of the Vitality. It always feels like you're getting the full value out of this. This just gives you a bit of extra damage and healing from Chi Wave. Nothing crazy. It's a passive effect. It's kind of lame, but there's a lot of generic filler lame nodes. This one is actually kind of interesting, balanced stratagem. So your physical spells will boost your nature spells, or fire and nature spells, and your fire and nature spells will boost your physical spells. Now, there's two ways to look at this. You could look at this as like a passive, your spells sometimes hit slightly harder. Now, the nice thing about this is Exploding Keg, which is a really hard-hitting fire spell, consumes the fire damage amp. And you can get up to 25% increased damage. So, if you sequence your burst window correctly, it's possible to end with Exploding Keg after reaching 5 stacks of Balanced Stratagem, having Exploding Keg hit 25% harder, and then just going about with the rest of your rotation. Like, Breath of Fire and Expel Harm are the only 2 other abilities that consume the fire nature component, so it's not really that big of a deal, but getting that big buff on Exploding Keg is really nice. And you don't really have enough fire nature abilities to reliably target a boost on one of the other stuff, so it's not worth playing around. But it is worth boosting specifically Exploding Keg, so that's like a little bit of an interesting interaction with Balanced Stratagem. It's kind of cool. I like these things. Tiger's Lust reduces roll. This will make it so Tiger's Lust can grant more speed to nearby allies. Small utility option, but it's cool. This is the best part about Master of Harmony by far. This gives Celestial Brew a second charge. This is really nice because not only is this really nice survivability, a lot of times you're going to go like entire minutes in a fight where you don't need to press Celestial Brew. And it feels really bad just leaving it sitting there, but if you're taking no damage, it doesn't matter. So having a second charge for like situational defensive abilities like that is really good. This also makes Black Ox Brew way easier to use because now you can use it for the energy regen without having to worry about like wasting a charge of Celestial Brew. So this, just from a general quality of life perspective, is the single best hero talent for Brewmaster, period. Out of like all of the other main ones, this is so good. This is just flat stagger increase and stagger absorption. Really nice. Flat damage, not very interesting, but it does okay AoE damage. This just makes your vitality thing hit harder. This means that Purifying Brew will store additional vitality, and because you're going to get 1 million Purifying Brew charges, you're going to get a lot of extra vitality. So like all of this feeds into Master of Harmony doing a shit ton of damage, but this one's really important. This makes Master of Harmony have a chance to spread to multiple targets, so it makes it viable on like low target cleave. And most importantly, when you damage a target with Master of Harmony or Aspect of Harmony, they take 10% increased damage from you specifically. So what this means is that firing off as many Celestial Brews as possible, like keeping Celestial Brew rolling as often as you possibly can, to get the almost full uptime on this 10% damage increase is really good. So not only is the vitality thing doing a ton of damage, but you're also getting a flat 10% damage to everything. So this is really nice. It has a lot of really good passive survivability bonuses. It does a shitload of damage just from the vitality store, and it just gives you 10% flat damage. So I am loving Master of Harmony for Brewmaster. It doesn't help that Shadowpan right now feels just really terrible. Like, none of this stuff really does anything. This does shit damage. Wow, 15% chance to critical strike on terrible damage. If you hit a mob that's about to die, then it explodes for like less damage than a Keg Smash. Wow. You get haste, which haste as a Brewmaster is terrible. Armor Pen, lame. This is the most laughable talent. So my Chi Wave will heal me for 20% of the damage it deals. I checked my overall healing from raid testing on how much this did. I got 0.2% of my overall healing across an entire boss fight was lead from the front. This talent says, I have never played Brewmaster in my entire life, and I am designing the hero talents for it. What the fuck is this? None of these abilities do a significant amount of damage. They are healing spells. They are not meant to do a lot of damage. Healing you for a portion of the damage they deal is just actually ludicrous. It does nothing. This just makes it so Keg Smash does bonus... This is a really weird one. This may seem really cool. Like, your Keg Smash and stuff generates more credit towards getting Flurry Strikes. But the problem is, you cannot manually activate Flurry Strikes. You can generate charges, and then once you hit the charge cap, which you always will really early, you have to wait to spend 400 energy to actually get them to activate. So what ends up happening in practice is you cap out on Flurry Strikes charges a minute before it actually goes off, so like the double generation does nothing. This just makes you hit the cap faster, which is pointless because it does not help you whatsoever. And then it gives you a slight damage bonus. Like, that's nice, I guess. A passive damage bonus to some of your abilities. Cool. This is a 10% flat DR for Brewmasters, effectively. This node, notably, is pretty bad for Windwalkers. This gives you stacking agility. the irony of this talent, this is how poorly designed Shadowpan is. Right now, Flurry Strikes has a maximum stack count of 10. And this makes it so Flurry Strikes will give you up to 20 stacks of agility. But the buff caps at 10. So whoever designed this made a stacking buff that scales up to 20 stacks for an ability that scales up to 10 stacks. And trust me, I looked at logs. It does exactly what you think it does. It caps out at 10 stacks, and it doesn't go past that because it's based on the stack count of this, which is capped at 10 stacks. Who the fuck made this tree? None of this actually works. Your spenders deal slightly more damage. When you spend 50 energy, you get 1 second CDR on weapons of order. Wow. You get slightly more damage of Blacko Kick, and it increases the next damage of your super low hitting Flurry Strikes that does nothing. After you cast Flurry Strikes, which this is misleading, it's basically what this should read is whenever your Flurry Strikes procs, then you get one of these bonuses at random, which the Shadow one is terrible. The dodge and crit one is pretty good. Crit damage is pretty good. Mastery is like, eh. And sometimes if you just keep getting the shitty one, that's just bad RNG. It's a completely random bonus. It's so bad. Shadowpan's so bad. It's just so fucking bad. Like, the easiest way to at least temporarily fix this is make this an activatable ability. When you reach 10 charges of Flurry Strikes, you press a button, and it unleashes the attack on nearby enemies. For 2 reasons. 1, being at charge cap and not being able to actually use it because you haven't spent enough energy fucking sucks. That feels terrible. It also just feels weird being passive. But more importantly, having a mechanic activation tied to spending energy, like, that's just not how these specs play. Energy is not a resource that you're trying to, like, spend as much as possible. No. You're like, you tend to generate energy at like a fairly fixed rate. So effectively, in practice, this is just a timer. It ends up being every 1 minute or so, your Flurry Strikes activates. Because you only get enough energy to spend in a certain amount of time to activate this. It's just so weird tying this to energy. Nothing in this tree makes sense. The person who made this does not play Monk. Because nothing about this says I have ever played a Monk in my entire life. And some stuff like this is just like, did you even read the talent that you wrote? 20 stack count on a 10 stack count ability? Huh? So, I really don't know what's going on with Shadowpan. But it is one of the most nonsensical talent or hero talent trees I've seen so far. Which is a shame, because like Master of Harmony, like I said, this is why I like this. Despite being passive, it's completely passive, but like all of this stuff flows together. It's like, yeah, this is passive that Purifying Brew gives you more vitality, but it makes sense because Purifying Brew is something that you're going to be pressing a lot more with the way that you're building Brewmaster to work around Master of Harmony. So like, this makes sense. There was some thought put into this. Like, a lot of these are simple, but they work. Would I love some of this stuff in Master of Harmony? Like, I do think that this should probably be more interesting. I think, Overwhelming Force could probably be a little bit more interesting. Like, some of these nodes are a little bit boring. Like, I think this is fine. I like this other node. Chi Wave increases your vitality. I think that the fact that it only lasts a few seconds is weird. If it was something where it would, like, magnify your percentage, I like the idea of you could choose between building up a gigantic Celestial Brew that does a ton of damage, so, like, getting percentage increases on the amount you have stored, versus what I described earlier of just slamming it as often as possible to get that 10% damage buff. There's like an interesting trade-off that could happen here. Right now, you just kind of run this and it generates a shit ton of vitality. But I like the idea. There was clearly thought put into the synergy behind the stuff here. I like it. Not so much for Shadowpan. This is just, they took a bunch of random fucking passives and threw them in a tree. And then slapped a famous lore organization on it that has absolutely nothing to do with all these generic passive effects. It's a fucking shame. Anyways, that's the Shadowpan rant. I assume that my character is probably fixed by now. Realms. Before I log in and start the timer, You were annoyed? Oh, I read that already. Jason Brown. I'm trying to get ready for War Within and you're brand new in WoW. Would it be better to level and gear characters in MoP Remix or just go the retail route? Very much depends. Clip that rant and send it to Blizzard. Basically, that is an abbreviated version of the 1-hour rant that I went on. Like, I said how in the third channel recording, I went on a long tangent. Basically, I said a lot of the same stuff, except I broke down the hero talent tree point by point and showed logs on screen to explain why this makes no sense. This does no damage, right? That is like an abbreviated version of that. Okay, let's hope this is working now. It should be. It's been like 15 minutes. Usually it's fixed by then. Hopefully I'm not dead. There we go.
Looks like there's treasure nearby. And that means treasure hunters. Watch your back.
Alright, you know what? I like that voice line a lot better than, looks like you can all use some resources. There's a saying for this. Survival of the fittest. Which, yeah, that... I don't know, it just didn't really work for me. I think that's a much more preferable PvP thing. Oh. Interesting, that's a warband item. Is Fist of Fury bugged to only do 10 stacks, or can it not multi-stack in AoE? You assumed you get a stack for each enemy hit, and 5 enemies would cap you for 20% agi fast? Okay, so to be clear, this is not Fist of Fury, this is Flurry Strikes. So, this is Flurry Strikes. It is the passive that you get from Shadowpan. So, Flurry Strikes is the stacking thing that you get whenever you, on this, deal damage equal to 350% of your attack power. So, effectively, this buff is giving you a stacking agi thing, which, like, it also, like, I don't really know why it's worded like that, because it also, it only activates when you activate Flurry Strikes, but again, you can only use 10 of them. So, I don't know. Shadowpan just feels like they just literally did not test it. They wrote it down, somebody coded the version that was written down, and then they just didn't actually test to see if it worked at all. I also got 2 new points. I already explained where I'm going to spend them and why. It's just really weird. MoP Remix is like a crash course for learning and leveling your characters. It's not realistic like the rest of the game, but at least you get enough time to learn a class, unlike buying a boost. Yeah, well, definitely don't buy a boost. That one is, I can very safely say, the worst thing you could do compared to all other options. But yeah, on the topic of, like, should you level in MoP Remix or in retail? It's an interesting question because on one hand, MoP Remix is going to be faster. But I would argue that, like, I'm not saying ignore MoP Remix because, like, it can be fun, especially if you're new to the game and you haven't, like, played all the classes and stuff, and you're just looking to, like, mindlessly kill stuff in an MMO for fun. Like, MoP Remix is probably something that you will get joy out of. The main issue for new players with MoP Remix is it will not set you up at all to actually learn your class. Like, I'll give you an example. I was doing Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar, and I was fucking thrashing people. I was the top damage doing like double the number 2's damage. And the number 2 was also a Havoc Demon Hunter. Because the character that I had been playing in MoP Remix is Havoc DH, because it's really good. But the thing is, I actually know how to play Havoc Demon Hunter. So I am able to play Havoc Demon Hunter in MoP Remix and just basically play the regular rotation, do a shit ton of damage, and then because of the Tinkers, I do even more damage. But the Havoc Demon Hunter who was... What the hell? What is happening here? He clipped through the floor. Okay, hold on. There we go. Alright, we got there eventually. The Havoc Demon Hunter who was, like, below me in damage, he kept asking me, like, you know, what to change, and I was trying to give him advice and stuff. Like, he swapped to the same Tinkers that I was doing, he switched talents to run exactly what I was running, because like I was running a slightly different talent build because I basically tailor-made a talent build for Remix because the regular Havoc tree has a lot of stuff where it's like increases your critical strike chance, which is normally really good, but if you already are critting 100% of the time, what is 10% extra crit going to do for you? Not much. So a lot of the traditional Havoc talents, I'll give you another good example. I-Beam has guaranteed crits. Normally a good talent. But guess what? When you have 100% crit chance, I-Beam already is doing guaranteed crits. So if you're just blindly copying the way that Havoc plays on retail, it's just not going to work well in Remix. And this guy copied all my settings, and I posted the... Still one of the funniest interactions I've had. I posted a screenshot of this in my Discord, but when we got to Malkarok, after he had tried to like run the exact same stuff, he messaged me and he said, "I've copied all of your stuff. I don't know what to do. I think you're just better." And I replied, I mean, I don't want to say yes, but like, kinda? At the same time, it's like, I did try to give him some actual advice. Like, basically, I opened up details, I looked at the damage breakdown, and I'm like, you know, in all seriousness, I have like twice your number of Blade Dance casts. It looks like you're prioritizing Chaos Strike a little bit too much. You should be using Blade Dance on cooldown. Make sure you're using I-Beam the moment it's up, right? Because the entire idea of this build is that you're like, everything kind of feeds into each other, and you're getting more CDR on your I-Beam, which gives you, you know, more uptime on Metamorphosis through Demonic. And I tried to explain that, and he got it. And honestly, credit to him. By the time we got to Garrosh, he was doing like 2/3 of my damage. So he was close. His cloak wasn't that far behind mine also. So that wasn't like making a huge difference. But that's the thing, right? Remix, even still, this guy was able to do Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar, right? He was able to clear the hardest content in Remix. So while, yes, skill does matter a little bit in Remix, like if you want to really min-max your damage, at the end of the day, you can kind of just roll your face in the keyboard and clear the hardest content just fine. So that's kind of why, like, the question about which is better for learning and like getting into the game, it really depends on your priorities. If you're just trying to like get established in the game, get a feel for it, figure out like level a bunch of classes, right? Remix is definitely right now a better option for leveling. Because even if, like, the early Remix leveling experience is a little bit slower, as you level more Remix characters and you get familiar with it, and, like, hey, if you boost to level 20 Twink or something like that, and use that to get more characters leveled up, you'll be able to very quickly try out a bunch of different characters without having to use, like, whatever the free trial thing is that lets you try out characters for a limited time. I forget. So that's, like, a really good use case for Remix. Get a bunch of characters leveled up, get a general feel for, like, how does Windwalker play? And while you won't be able to get a one-to-one feel on exactly what Windwalker plays like, because it'll be kind of weird in Remix, you can at least play around with the buttons, get a general sense of, is this playstyle for me? Because that's easy enough to just get by pressing random buttons and seeing how the rotation flows. So that is probably the main selling point. But I would definitely say, if you're approaching World of Warcraft from a perspective of, I want to play War Within, and I'm looking forward to the next expansion, and I want to get set up as much as possible for that, definitely don't ignore Remix, but I think once you've played a few different classes, like maybe level up like one of every class or something in Remix, or at least level up classes until you've found the thing that you want to play. And then once you've found the thing that you want to play, make that same character in Dragonflight, level it up to 70, and then start doing endgame content in Dragonflight right now. Do Awakened Raids, do Mythic Plus dungeons, get a feel for how that class actually plays, and see if you actually like that playstyle. And, more importantly, start getting gear, because I think somebody just pinged me in my Discord earlier to let me know that the item level on catch-up gear, at least for weapons, is actually 493. Which is definitely better than I initially made it sound. I do think the weapons are higher item level than the regular gear. That's not bad, but you're going to get way better gear by just doing random activities in Season 4 in Dragonflight. And that way, like, you see how quickly I'm able to kill mobs. Well, if you want to be able to kill mobs this fast, you need to do gearing right now in Dragonflight too. And keep in mind, if you don't do that right now, so let's say, how do I put this? If somebody is watching this video like a month or two from now, and they're looking into War Within, and they hear me say, if you want to be ready for the new expansion, you better start gearing right now, and then they look at the time and they're like, so I'm already a month late. I do want to quickly make it clear that if you don't have gear from Dragonflight and stuff, it's not like it's the end of the world for you and you'll never get caught up or whatever. All that means is that you will have a slightly longer time leveling your very first character. And it'll take you a little bit longer to kill mobs. It's okay. But I will say, for me personally, one of the reasons why I like trying to optimize my gear while leveling is it's very fun doing this, especially on launch day with all my optimized stuff. Blasting through mobs as fast as I possibly can, switching between really cool trinkets, and while I obviously don't have that set up for this run, something that I usually try to build before a new expansion comes out is a speed set. So you can bet your ass that when I'm doing re-clears with my guild, if an item with speed drops that I can use, like if a leather item from a mythic boss drops, I'm going to put on the loot council note, speed, please, gimme, because, like, you know, I'm the speedrunner, right? And as long as nobody really needs the item, if it's like some generic leather piece, I could probably just be like, hey, can I have dibs? Because, like, you know, I actually do speedrunning stuff, and I doubt anybody will really care. Unless if it's a Bish trinket for people and it happens to have speed and somebody doesn't have it yet, then yeah, they should probably get it. But if it's like a generic speed item, I'm pretty sure that I could, like, convince the loot council to get me that, because, like, I doubt anybody else really cares about building a speed set. Are there any other mobs that I need to kill? No. I don't think so. Sit over there. Do I multi-stream or am I just a YouTube streamer? So, I don't multi-stream, but I do stream on Twitch as well. Basically, multi-streaming is kind of weird. Like, I've looked into it. I know that it's possible to get it set up, but I don't plan on ever really multi-streaming. For starters, I don't really like the idea of having to stream on two platforms at once and, like, manage both of them. I know it's possible. I watch some streamers who do that, so I know it's, like, not an insurmountable task. But also, the way that I have things set up right now is for all of the big streams, like the first War Within leveling stream, or probably all of the really important War Within leveling streams, those will be on YouTube, right? Because my main audience is on YouTube. I primarily make YouTube videos first, and streaming is like a secondary thing. I do this more for fun, and because obviously I know a lot of people like to watch this stuff, but there are plenty of times where I do testing runs like this completely off stream, and I'll, like, record it and post the footage or something like that, just because a lot of times it's easier. And a lot of times I don't even, like, really do or post, like, the recordings of my testing runs. A lot of times I'll just do testing runs on my own while watching Netflix and just record the data, and all of that goes into, like, making my leveling guides, which that's the main point of this stuff, right? The main reason I'm doing this isn't to stream it, per se. It's so that I could eventually get information so that I can make a really, really, really good level 70 to 80 War Within leveling guide. Because, like we said earlier, I mean, my Dragonflight leveling guide hit 1 million views, right? So people like my leveling guides. That is not really a controversial thing to say. That's the main thing that I'm doing on YouTube. The streaming part of it is just kind of a bonus. But if it is a important stream like this, I would want it to be on YouTube. And I've streamed on Twitch a bit. Twitch is for, like, kind of bonus streams. So a recent example is... Oh, I have to go inside for this. What is that? Recent example is I did part 1 of my Cataclysm 1 to 80 speedrun on YouTube, because, like, that was the very first part of it. I figured it was important to include that. But I've been streaming the... Oh, it's one of these quests. You have to toss the correct ingredient. Step into the vat and jump to squish the mixture around. Charged core. Only Legion veterans will understand that reference. It's kind of crazy how, like, Legion has actually kind of been a while ago at this point. We're actually probably closer to getting Legion Classic than we are to original Legion at this stage, which is wild to think about. The only issue with these quests is I need to actually focus on what the mob's telling me to do, so it's hard for me to, like, think about responding to chat. Because I can't click in the wrong one. But yeah, okay, so an example about that one that I was talking about, Cataclysm 1 to 80. So I streamed part 1 on YouTube up to level 40, and then I actually recently streamed 40 to 53 on Twitch. And on that note, I still need to post the recording, but my plan is I'm gonna record 53 to 58 on my own free time, and then I'm going to, like, edit it together into a video and post it on YouTube on the second channel. Unfortunately, I just haven't had time to get around to doing 53 to 58 yet, so whenever I get free time, which will hopefully be, like, Monday, maybe? I'm not sure. But whenever I do get a chance, I'm going to record that bit, and then we'll post that on YouTube. But streams like that, or if it's just like a generic testing stream where it's like a chill thing, because the Twitch streams tend to have, like, significantly less viewers, which is kind of nice if I just want it to be like a nice, chill, for fun thing. What the hell is wrong with this mob? I think this quest is bugged, unfortunately. This mob seems to be broken. Maybe the fact that I ran away earlier broke it? We'll have to see. WoD and Legion is when WoW peaked for you? I would say Mop and WoD. But, yeah. Legion was really good, too. I loved Legion. I just personally liked Mop and WoD more. Less so WoD. WoD had better class design, for sure. But obviously there were issues with the content. But in terms of the overall, like, enjoyment of the game, WoD was definitely up there. Okay, did this fix it? No, this quest is just broken. Unlucky. Alright. Okay, let's actually continue with the campaign quests. Because I've been focusing on, like, a lot of side quests and not so much campaign stuff. I'll do this stuff while I'm here, though. Oh, that was just the end of it. Alright, level 74. So before even leaving the first zone, I've already managed to get to 74, which is kind of nice. I've now gotten Unity Within, the capstone of the hero talents, which is really good.
Glad you're back, Adelgon. The council is needed here in Dornagol more than ever. It is time we stand as one.
Group effort.
Strike back against the Nerubians.
I'll do this, and then I want to check out that other quest up north and see what that's all about. Okay. Does that give me... Yeah, 3 out of 10. Perfect. Oh, shit. Surely there's, like, more groups of 3. That's at least a group of 2. So long since Legion, we still haven't gone to a city that topped Suramar? True. Yeah. What was I saying before? Oh, yeah, I was talking about remix and stuff. Never played in a guild. Any advice how to choose a guild since that will be cross-realm? I believe, yes, it is still planned for it to be cross-realm. I don't know if they've canceled it or not. I don't know if it's working just yet, but presumably it'll work by the expansion launch. It's very difficult to say, like, what is a good way to choose a guild, because there's a lot of different ways that you can do that. It really also depends on what you're looking for. Oh. Wait. Oh, no. I don't want to... I want to queue as damage. Presumably, I think this puts me in a group with NPCs. Yeah. This puts me in with followers. It's like follower dungeons and stuff. Tyrion, are you trolling me? I hope you're trolling me. Do I have a leveling path nailed down?
Across stands the Storm Perch, Outlander. It is the command center and rookery for all Storm Riders. This is highly irregular. Why are these Storm Rooks tethered here?
Forgot to put, I just realized I didn't have my
Titans, you are here.
thing.
The Storm Perch has been breached.
Okay, maybe I can actually use abilities now.
Hurry. If we free
Because now this is a dungeon, so...
stop this. Outlander.
Oh, I should also drop a banner. Forgot to drop the banner before killing the first few mobs, but... oh well. You got 77 from the main campaign? Yeah, I heard the experience was a bit off, which is the main reason why I'm messing around with side quests, just to see which ones feel good.
Go to the roosts. I will distract them here. We can link up later.
You didn't like the story of Mop? Yeah, I mean, to each their own. I actually thought Mop was when WoW's writing peaked, but not everybody's gonna like it. It cannot be for everybody. I don't really think they necessarily pushed philosophy on us. Like, calling the Miss Pandaria stuff philosophy is a little bit of a stretch. I mean, unless we're saying that pacifism is a philosophy, which, like, I guess, but I don't think that... I'm pretty sure if your takeaway from, like, Miss Pandaria is that it's advocating for pacifism, like, the expansion ends with you killing a dictator, which, like, obviously dictator's bad, but I don't think the philosophy of dictator bad, hopefully, should be one that is very controversial. I viewed Miss Pandaria more as, like, the culture clash of, like, a society that is, like, deeply entrenched in war. That's, like, all they've ever really known. Interacting with a society that has lived in relative peace for years and has very different philosophies on life. And, like, I don't necessarily know if they're advocating for the Pandaren philosophy. I think it's more so that, you know, the Pandaren have a different philosophy from the rest of us. And we're, like, looking at the clash between that, which I think is interesting. But again, to each their own, right? Like, if you say you don't like it, that's totally okay.
Finally, I thought I'd have to fight Gorin on my own.
I'm trying to pull them around here so that I can benefit from my banner. I'm still in range of my banner.
By some dark influence.
I wonder if this is how the actual normal dungeon feels like, or if this is just like the instance scenario tuning. Because, I mean, these mobs are just kind of getting shredded. If this is how actual normal dungeons feel, then, like, at least at low levels, maybe doing normal dungeons is not bad. Because these mobs are just falling over. They could very well buff this, though. Hard to say. Let's use this. Then let's get Beacon. Do you get a Scotland vibe from War Within Zones? Not really. I wouldn't say Scotland per se. Maybe, like, the first zone? A little? Kind of. But that's just more like dwarves than War Within. Who needs story when Panda? In a sense. Alright. Okay. Beacon just fucking one-tap that guy. Yeesh. Where do I go now? Oh, I just continue, and I guess the quest thing is just up ahead. Is there an elevator? Oh, I have to go down here?
Magic that was emanating from
Ooh.
the Stormriders is more powerful here. I do not like that it. What is that? What did Gorin bring me here?
Far away.
Can I get a bunch of mobs rounded up and then LOS them? Is this an LOS spot? I think this is an LOS spot. Then we just do Dathia. Nice. Alright, let's swap to Grief Torch the moment I'm out of combat. Why am I stuck in combat? There we go. Why do people remove their rings and trinkets in Remix? Good question. So, there was... recently, like a week or two ago, Blizzard made a change that caused it so your item level would increase the scaling of the bosses. So the higher item level you were, the harder the bosses actually hit, and the more health they had. Which made it so removing your item level, or removing your rings and stuff to lower your item level, actually made the bosses weaker. And the reason for that is most of your power in your remix gear comes from your, like, regular gear, not your accessories. Because your accessories have barely any stats on them. They have none of the special gems, nothing like that. So you don't really care whether you have those things or not. They're pretty weak. So overall, it was actually a damage loss to have them equipped. Now, here's where things are interesting. What Blizzard did is they, in response to backlash from people saying that it was stupid that people were deleting their rings and stuff, and that the raids got harder the higher item level you got, Blizzard's solution was to remove the 20% health increase that mobs got at high item level. Sounds good, right? I mean, the entire complaint was that mobs were harder the more item level you had. But here's the problem. That's all they did. They removed specifically the increase that mobs got at a higher item level. What they didn't fix was that at lower item levels, the mobs still got weaker. And effectively, it's all a matter of perspective, right? Is there any difference between a mob getting weaker when you're lower item level and a mob getting stronger if you're higher item level? No. It just means that the more item level you gain, the harder the mob is hitting you. But effectively, the way that they marketed these changes is they said, we fixed the thing that punishes you for being too high item level, but we've still kept the thing that makes the bosses weaker at lower item levels. So everybody went, yay, I'm no longer punished for being high item level. And then completely overlooked the fact that, wait, if you remove your item level, you're still 20% stronger. So that still means you're getting punished for being higher item level. So it's a really weird way that they went about the changes, where they removed the 20% penalty, kept the 20% buff, but the 20% buff is still a 20% penalty. It's just now, instead of a 40% penalty, you're only getting a 20% penalty, but that it's still very significant. It's really weird, but because of that, so many people don't understand that the thing still works and that the item level scaling still causes the mobs to be weaker. So yeah, it's still worth it to unequip your jewelry. It still makes the mobs weaker. Which is weird. Very counterintuitive. You got 77 in 6 hours? Oh, on a rogue, though. Nice. Yeah, that does not sound fun. I love how you called Garrosh a dictator as if Varian Rin won an election. Did I ever... whoa, 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 whoa! We are making some bold statements here. So you think Garrosh is a dictator? You must think that Varian Rin was fairly elected. When did I say that? Holy, putting words in my mouth. When did I say that I think Varian Rin had the divine right of kings and was qualified to rule? I mean, I completely agree that, generally speaking, the approach to monarchy in fantasy stories is weird, but that's a whole different concept, and I didn't say anything about that. It's kind of weird. I mean, like, but Garrosh is objectively a dictator. You know, you could say that you dislike the representation of, like, Varian too, which, like, I would agree with. But, like, is Garrosh being a dictator wrong? Like, we could agree that they both suck, right? It's not one or the other. And like, I think, if anything, the main issue about WoW writing, you could argue, which would be fair, mind you, is that they don't really explore this stuff. And that they just kind of say dictatorship bad and, you know, democratic panda's good, right? Like, I guess Pandaria is not really a democracy, right? I don't really even know what the fuck Pandaria's system of government is. But like you could very much make the argument that it's a very surface level exploration, and I would agree with that. I am not saying that Pandaria was a masterclass of writing. I enjoyed Pandaria's writing, but like, would I ever say that Pandaria had better writing than, say, anything in Final Fantasy XIV? No. Mop was my favorite writing out of World of Warcraft. But there are certainly way better stories out there that have more deep, more deep observations of political systems. I think the entire, like, all the stuff surrounding, like, the Garlean Empire and, like, some of the more interesting arcs to me in Final Fantasy XIV, how do I say this without, spoiling anything? It's like Stormblood and stuff where the entire premise is like rebellion and stuff like that. And it goes into how, like, you know, just because you've defeated the evil empire, or like not necessarily defeated them, but like liberated yourself from the evil empire, doesn't mean that everything is happy sunshine and rainbows, right? Like, you don't just suddenly be like, yay, we're no longer oppressed. Life is good now, right? It's like, well, now you need to build a government yourself. And just because you no longer have a separate, you know, government oppressing you doesn't mean, you know, everybody that you represent is magically going to be completely happy with the new leadership, right? And dealing with, like, the ramifications of that and actually dealing with it and stuff is some of the more interesting stuff that Final Fantasy tackled to me. I really like how it's not just like, yay, generic fantasy tropes of we beat the bad guys. It's basically, Eorzea feels like an actual living, breathing world where, like, the characters make real choices, and I've always loved the Final Fantasy story for that. I've always really, really, really enjoyed the writing. World of Warcraft has always been very surface level, and it's always been more about, like, you know, big, broad stroke stuff instead of, like, really good individual characters telling. Actually... they're very hit or miss. Honestly, a lot of their recent broad stroke stuff has been really bad. I think WoW's strength was always its big world building stuff. Like, you look at classic WoW, what makes classic WoW interesting? To me, the stuff that makes classic WoW interesting is, like, you go into Desolace. Where's Desolace? Like, this is an example recently that, despite the fact that I've already played this game for years, playing Classic, I went into, like, the bone area, and you see the two big colossal skeletons, like, crashed into the mountains, dominating the landscape, and you're like, whoa. What the fuck is that gigantic serpent skeleton holding a spear? Where is that from? Why is this just sitting in a random canyon? Like, that... just environmental storytelling and the world building and stuff surrounding it is what made classic WoW and the old WoW world building really, really, really interesting and compelling. Unfortunately, they were really never able to follow through on that effectively, but I think that the sense of, like, wonder that you got from original WoW was always its strongest element. Past that, they've always been a little bit... yeah. if you won't upgrade equipment in Remix, will you be stronger than those who do? No. So that's another thing that I've seen people be a little bit confused by. It's not that your item level will always be stronger at lower points. And the other thing is, it's not that being at a lower item level universally makes you stronger. So, two things. One is that the lowest item level that you can reach that still boosts your power or like lowers the enemy's health is 369. At 369, you have reached your maximum power. And important to note, this is only for heroic raids. So if you're doing heroic raids, this matters. If you're not doing heroic raids, like literally use jewelry, it doesn't matter. So for heroic raids, that's where it caps out. But the reason why this works is because when you lower your item level, the enemies are getting just a flat percentage modifier applied to them. They are getting up to 20% weaker. But you are not getting 20% more powerful by equipping your jewelry. Your jewelry gives you like 1 to 2% power at most, if that. Probably even lower. It is completely negligible. So, effectively, you are taking off items that give you pretty much no character power whatsoever, and you are gaining a flat 20% increase to your damage dealt. Effectively, that is why the item level thing works. It's because whenever item level scaling is working like that, it's just a flat percentage modifier that doesn't take anything else into account, and you're able to peel off item level pieces that don't really pull their weight for how much item level they contribute, then whenever item level scaling is present, it'll always be better to do that. It's a pretty big difference in Mythic SOO to delete your jewelry. That's what we're talking about. I don't know if you just joined near, but it was mentioned earlier, so I was explaining how the item level scaling works and how it's like it gives you more damage because of the scaling in... I guess, yeah, if you're saying... Sorry. When I said heroic raids, I meant heroic raids and then obviously Mythic SOO. Obviously, I was including Mythic SOO in the heroic raids, if that's what you meant, but good clarification, yeah. But it basically, normal raids, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, I realized what you meant. I appreciate the clarification, yeah. Oh, what's it called? Delete everything except pandas equals WoW saved, yeah. I think it would be neat if Alliance and Horde were democratic. Yeah, but at the same time, one of the things that I do absolutely hate is the idea that, like, democracy is just good, right? And it's, like, obviously we I was about to say we live in a society, which, like, we do, but, like, in our general society, right? You know, we generally consider democracy to be the ideal form of government, because in our world, it is. And... you know, fantasy worlds are sometimes kind of weird. And I'm not saying that, you know, kings in fantasy worlds make more sense, but it is like a little bit more ambiguous than just like democracy is always good 100% of the time, right? And I hate when instead of analyzing like the strengths and weaknesses and pitfalls of democracy, right? And the stuff that could make it fail if people abuse it, instead of doing that, a lot of fantasy stories will just blindly say, democracy good, you now have the better system of government, congratulations, your world is saved. Worst example of that is fucking Game of Thrones. God. Game of Thrones at the end, like, let's just implement a democracy. Yay! Fucking... I mean, there's so much wrong with the ending to Game of Thrones that, like, it's low-hanging fruit to say that, but it's the most iconic example that I can think of just magically implement democracy and suddenly the universe is saved, yay. And, yeah, it's bad. But a lot of games do that, fantasy games, and I hate it. That's why I said I really liked how Final Fantasy did it, where, you know, it kind of explores the characters are like, why wouldn't you want democracy? Isn't this a good thing? And then it, you know, some of the people that you talk to are like, no, my life was better in the old system, and I would rather be in the old system. It worked for me. And, like, I don't care if everybody deserves a right to vote, blah, blah, blah. And then dealing with, like, the implications of that and then trying to basically navigate that political landscape in a fantasy setting is cool. It doesn't get explored enough, right? So it's more interesting when stuff like that happens. Because how do I say this? Without pissing off a lot of people? Actually, do I really care? Nah. Because, like, if you look at the United States, there's, like, an alarming portion of our population that would gladly vote someone who clearly wants to be a dictator into power and are blindly supporting this one dude's cult of personality, despite the fact that he's a convicted fucking criminal. So there is real-world precedent for this stuff. And by exploring it in a fantasy setting, we can distance ourselves from the fact that it's happening to us right now in reality. Yay. Yay, politics. Yay. I briefly touched upon this subject on one of my other MOP remix runs, and I got a lot of colorful comments from people who, in very polite and nice ways, and totally not extremely offensive ways, told me, "Fuck you, Orange Man, good." And I had to read those comments and then delete them, which was fun. So I don't like to dwell on this subject too much because it brings out the crazy Orange Man supporters, and we don't like the crazy Orange Man supporters. I'll be honest, yeah, that's probably a fair thing to say. If you support Orange Man, I don't like you. I'm not going to dwell on the subject, but yeah. WoW story used to be a flimsy excuse for cool stuff to happen. It's still... Yeah, see, Celis Fraz, I really like what you just said, because that's basically exactly what I've been saying for a while. WoW's story has operated by rule of cool for a while, and that's, like, fine when all you want are slightly disconnected cool moments, and the story takes a backseat. Like, if that's all you care about, having, like, you know, interesting, like, big, cool lore moments, then it's okay if the story is, like, not really that engaging and is more rule of cool. The main issue with the WoW writing recently, in my opinion, has been that they try to take themselves too seriously. And they are just telling a rule of cool story with, like, really big flashy moments, but a lot of times there's, like, all this dialogue in the middle that says absolutely nothing because the WoW writers think they're telling some amazing epic narrative when it's just not that at all. You're a really good soccer bro, thank you. I love the Lorax. I don't know why you're hating on the Lorax like that. Guy speaks for the trees. Oh man. That's good. Oh no, it's a level 80 mob! That's one of the bad ones. We don't want that one. Whew. Arlden hates the environment, confirmed. Yeah. Oh wait, all of these mobs are level 80. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm a Onceler supporter. Down with the Lorax. Orange Man has done whatever he set out to do, or damn well tried his best, and no other president came close to it. That's actually... That is definitely one way to look at it. For better or for worse. For better or for worse, yeah. I mean, I definitely... I wouldn't necessarily say I respect his commitment to set out what he wanted to do. I think it's okay to not respect somebody's commitment when the thing they set out to do is a shitty thing to do. I think that's okay to not respect that, but you are definitely correct that, unfortunately, he has accomplished a lot of his goals. Still haven't gotten that wall, though. This area reminds you of Legion? Yeah, it does kind of have Stormheim vibes. You do not, in fact, have to hand it to him. Yeah. I think it's okay to maybe not respect the fact that somebody set out to achieve their goals. We can appreciate, like, human determination and drive in the right context. You know, it's admirable qualities in a person when it's applied to the right goal. Not in this case. It's definitely not in this case. From what you've experienced so far, would you say this expansion is going to be better than Dragonflight? I haven't experienced enough so far to really make strong comments on that. I haven't disliked anything that I've seen so far. The only thing that I can really comment on, because I have tested it, is the raids. Nurubar Palace, so far, this raid looks better than anything we got in Dragonflight. Unless the other bosses that we haven't tested are massive stinkers, and unless they somehow change all of the stuff that already has been added and make it, like, really bad, every single boss I've tested in Nurubar Palace so far is a fucking banger. It looks like a really fun raid. So that's the only thing I can confidently say right now. And as somebody who mostly cares about raiding, that has me very excited. This zone looks very boring. Well, this is the most boring zone in the War Within. I really like a lot of the other zones. Regardless of the support, both options are garbage on both sides of the aisle. It's choosing between the lesser of two evils. They both suck. One might be worse than the other. Well, while I don't disagree... I don't really want to talk about politics too much. I don't disagree that we don't have great options at the moment, unfortunately. But the main reason I do want to say something like that is because I have heard a lot of people say, well, both options suck, so who cares? I don't really know if it's fair to say the lesser of two evils. I think one is pretty clearly just evil. One is not an appealing option, and the other one is just evil. Yeah. It's like, lesser of two evils makes it sound like they're both on similar sides of the fence. They're not. They're definitely not. That was the thing you wanted to do this expansion? Nice, yeah. I didn't hate raiding in Dragonflight. It wasn't bad, but admittedly, raiding in Dragonflight I thought was like, okay, this quest line just seems bad. It's one quest at a time, and now I'm expected to fish up eels. Like, yeah, I'll pass. My character hasn't replaced any gear. My character is the same item level that I started with. The Dragonflight raids were mid. Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it. Dragonflight had a few really good bosses mixed in with, like, a lot of really generic, like, forgettable bleh stuff. I think, though, the main issue with Dragonflight is there were very few, like, really standout bosses. It didn't help that Azj-Kahet was one of the worst end bosses we've ever had. At least on Mythic. I always have to clarify that. On Heroic, I know a lot of people think it was fine, and I will acknowledge that a lot of the stuff that made Azj-Kahet really bad was the Mythic-only mechanics, so take it with a grain of salt. But Sarkareth was a good end boss. Farok, I think, was a pretty good end boss. A lot of people have mixed opinions on Tindral. I think it was shit. A lot of people really like it, so, you know, up to you. But, like, Shadowlands had some really bad bosses, but Shadowlands actually had a lot of fantastic raid bosses, so I actually kind of liked raiding in Shadowlands. Like, Halandris is just one of the most... Halandris might just be my favorite fight of all time. I loved Halandris. I was always happy to do Halandris reclears because it was just such a fun fight. I know that some people who are like bomb carriers didn't love it, but my job as a tank on Halandris, I fucking love that fight. That was like one of my favorite fights to tank ever. It was so good. And Halandris just alone made Sepulchre a really fun raid for me, just because of how good that boss was. But a lot of the other bosses were also really good. I also, as much as I hate the Jailer as a character, the Jailer was, like, not a bad raid boss. The only issue with the Jailer is how they handled the tuning. Because they rushed the season so much, a lot of people had to fight, like, a really janky version of the Jailer, and, like, the strategy for him was constantly changing, so that was kind of bad. But as an overall raid boss, the Jailer was just a cool fight. You couldn't even tell you my favorite boss from the expansion, all pretty mid? Yeah. What was my favorite fight in this expansion? Probably Farok. Actually, that's kind of an easy question. I think Farok was the best fight in Dragonflight. And more so because there's just really not a lot to pick from. But, like, I would put multiple boss fights from Shadowlands above Farok. So, yeah. I don't really think it says a whole lot. And, like, I would struggle to say what my second favorite boss fight is. There's really not a lot that probably Sarkareth, actually. First two bosses are easy. After that, it gets a little bit harder. I would almost say, like, my third favorite boss is maybe just Taros, because it wasn't bad. There's nothing about Taros that I dislike. It was just a very inoffensive boss. Okay, that's a level 80. But I definitely wouldn't put Taros even remotely close to my favorite bosses of all time. Are all these mobs level 80? Yeah, they're all level 80. Alright. So I guess I just go over here. Crab boss was super fun as a DPS? Yeah. Meteor chips are in the War Within. These aren't meteor chips, this is Falling Flame. This is what meteor chips were based off of, assuming that's what you mean. So meteor chip as an item is based on the Falling Flame item. What the hell? What the hell is this quest? This is so weird. Do I have to then right-click the barrel? That's odd. Yeah, this quest just looks janky. Can I jump off here? Yeah. I guess if I go too far away, the rope snaps. So I just got to be very careful about where I drop down. Can you Dragonfly in Draenor? You should be able to. Yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. They were fun because WoW raids are good, but in terms of WoW raids, they can do better. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I think that's kind of one of the reasons why I haven't been a huge fan of Dragonflight. I really, like, I didn't dislike the raids. Like, I didn't hate them. And it helped that the class design was better. It's kind of like you said, WoW was just fun in general, right? But I can't believe I'm saying this. I actually, like, overall, I liked BFA raids more. And I really didn't like BFA class design, but I had, like, more fun in Nyalotha and, like, Battle of Dazar'alor. Battle of Dazar'alor was just a really good raid, period. So, you know, there's that. But, pick my next hero talent. This one is easy. Take that. Like, Battle of Dazar'alor is definitely, like, one of my favorite raids, so that's not a hard one. I do think that I probably enjoyed most of the Dragonflight raids more than Uldir. I really did not like Uldir. Ashar's Eternal Palace was a very mixed raid. I also didn't really love that one. But, yeah, I'd say I probably liked most Dragonflight raids more than Ashara's. The thing is, I liked a few fights in Ashar's Eternal Palace a lot. So, but then it also had, like, Blackwater Behemoth and Radiance of Ashara. One of the biggest selling points to me about, what do I do? Do I just, like, place generic defenses?
In their path. The honey will slow them down, and the mead and pollen will help us tear through. We are out of time. Come, let us get
All right.
Stormrook.
Now, I think my defenses are a little bit one-sided, but, I've set up a choke point. So if they try to come through here, they're fucked. But if they walk around, well, then maybe I'm a little bit screwed. Aha! They walked right into my trap. All according to plan. Yes. I knew that they would, like, they're just going to not attack from the side that I left open. I've never done this quest before. I had no idea that they were just all going to walk straight into the gigantic mountain of traps that I placed down. All right. My foresight is incredible. Oh no, they're all breaking now.
No, they severed all of the fuses. Stay focused. These monsters cannot leave here.
Cahoon was awful? Yeah. Yeah, Uldir was really not a good raid. I did not like it. I thought Talok was an interesting first boss, and Mother was an okay boss, but, like, Mother just got cheesed to hell, so it was kind of lame. It's just, it's unfortunate. I don't know. It's like the same thing with Ashara's Eternal Palace, where I really like some of the fights in Ashara's Eternal Palace. Like, I think Abyssal Commander Savara is maybe one of the best first bosses we've ever gotten. I think Savara is just a fantastic first boss. But the other issue with Ashara's Eternal Palace is Savara is, like, really fucking hard, and then basically all of the other bosses after her up to Ashfane are piss easy. And then you get to Ashfane and it's a brick wall. So the difficulty curve of that raid was, like, really hard first boss, piss easy Blackwater Behemoth and Radiance of Ashara, and then fuck you Ashfane. Like, okay, sure, yeah, that's one hell of a curve. So it's just very weird. Let's see.
I see you return alone, Outlander. I presume not all went well.
I speak for
Do I have to listen to the roleplay? Oh, there's no skip. Okay. Let's see. Ringing Deeps is the worst zone? Well, I guess we're about to find out. Because I think this is the end of Isle of Dorn, right?
Later.
Yep, okay, literally the last quest in Isle of Dorn. So, I guess we're about to find out whether Ringing Deeps is bad or not. Now, I have done a lot of quests in Into the Deeps. Oh, I have to go to the bottom of the Coreway? Why does it say it's up above? I do think visually, though, this is sick. Like, having to go into this gigantic tunnel and, like, look at this shit. It just keeps winding down. This gigantic tunnel. Keeps going. Keeps going. A little bit of a loading screen as we transition. And there we go. That zone transition is really cool. The gigantic winding tunnel is, like, kind of sick. What are the zones in here? Dark Flame Cleft. That's the Kobold dungeon. One thing that I love is, Dark Flame Cleft, the final boss is the darkness. So, when I saw this, I screenshotted it and sent it to one of my friends who hasn't played WoW in years, but he used to play Hearthstone, and the only deck that he would play for, like, months was Grawl Darkness Rogue. He refused to play any other deck when pushing ladder in Hearthstone. He would only play Grawl Darkness Rogue. And he loved the darkness, because he was, like, he was obsessed with trying to make the darkness into a viable card. So the moment I saw that they actually made the darkness into an actual World of Warcraft character, I sent him a screenshot. I'm like, oh my god, it's finally here. So I was kind of pleased to see that it's now actually in the game. What do I need to do for this quest? Okay, the only actual thing I need to do is overturn the minecart. Everything else is just fill the bar. But, like, look at this zone. Say what you will about the quests or whatever, I can't speak to that yet. Visually, this zone looks sick. I get, like, major Warhammer Dwarf vibes from this, and it's cool. So, I really, really like it. Hey, this rare mob is not, in fact, level 80, so I can kill it. It's dropping 518 gear, okay. So we're close to actually replacing my gear. Obviously, it's going to take me a while to replace my tier set, but we'll get there eventually. Where's some mobs that I can kill? Go. Switch to that.
A garden here. Does the high spirit
That is not your concern.
Alright, I guess I go here. We've got an arachnophobia filter. Where's the claustrophobia filter? That would be a weird one. I don't know how they'd implement that. That's a delve quest. And I have to go in here.
You have my focus.
Oh, fuck. Ah.
Is that Bryn? Speaker acknowledged. Thank the Titans you're here. We lose Speaker Bryn. You've returned. Unlike the missing shipments from Talok. And
Let's head over here and do this. The descent is dope, but the zone is the worst one. Huh. What about this zone did you not like? I'm sure, like, if it is bad, I'll probably figure it out before long, but I'm curious what part of it. Is it, like, the quest density, the general, like, quest design? Like, what about it were you not a fan of?
Moira, please continue speaking to the citizens here. Outlander.
I should also note that while I've been doing a ton of side quests up until this point, I'm going to primarily just follow the campaign from here on out, because I basically did like 2 full levels of bonus side quests, so I feel at this stage, that's a level 80. I feel at this stage it's probably okay for me to just like power through the campaign, and I'll do like more side quests when I get to the final zone. So I think from here on out, I'll pick up whatever I see, and if it's like, hey, this directly overlaps with the main campaign, then I'll do that. Otherwise, I'll wait until I get to the end, and then I'll find what missing experience I need to get.
I suppose we're engineers and crafters.
You liked Nimue, but that's about the only thing you distinctly remember liking. Well, funny thing about Nimue is I spoke to the dev who created Nimue, because they are friends with people in my former guild. Nice person. I was nowhere near as big of a fan of Nimue as you were. I did not like the boss. And I made sure to politely let her know that I did not like her boss fight. But yeah, it was not something that I enjoyed. I think a lot of the issues with Nimue were more on Mythic, though. The thing is, I like the idea of Nimue, it's just that, like, it didn't really flow. The entire thing felt a little bit janky. And also the visual design of Nimue, like the art and the like green on green just didn't really work for me. I don't really know how much of that she played a part in. I didn't really ask, but yeah. Okay, there's another rare over there. I do think that, like, one of the unfortunate things about Nimue and the other boss that they designed, which is Assault of the Sakali, is both of them are, like, conceptually very cool fights. Like, the idea of Assault of the Sakali is a really, really cool boss fight, and I understand what she was going for. The problem is that fight ends up being cheesed by literally everybody. Like, just this past week on Awakened Aberrus, my guild ran a 19 DPS, 1 tank comp for Zakali, and we killed it in like 30 seconds. So, yeah. And then I got to meme on my co-tank because I was the tank who was in for Zakali. So everybody kept joking that like I was the new main tank and my co-tank is the off tank now. So whenever he would like say something or start talking shit to somebody, they would be like, "Wait, what's that? Off tank speaking? Sorry, I don't care about your opinion." So now we like jokingly call him the off tank because he was sat for that one boss. Which, yeah, that's fun. But why? Like, it's a random mob in a quest hub. Why is that mob level 80? I don't understand. You like the design of the Farrak Arena, so you liked it more than any other raid, which is probably not a normal take. I mean, I didn't really hate the Farrak Arena. Or like or hate it, really. It wasn't my favorite, though. I think visually it was, like, kind of bland, but, like, I didn't dislike it, I guess. But I do think Farrak was a cool fight. I think the way that Farrak actually played was interesting, regardless of my thoughts on his boss arena or whatever. Which is really the only thing I care about. Is that? Yeah, that's Dark Flame Cleft. I think some of the quests in this zone have a high likelihood to bottleneck people on launch day. Yeah. That's another thing that's kind of weird, where I did a bunch of quests in Isle of Dorn just now, because I wanted to test them out. But on launch day, you're pretty much never going to do that. On launch day, you're going to want to beeline through the campaign as quickly as possible, do the bare minimum that you can do to get to Ringing Deeps, and then basically get out of Isle of Dorn as fast as you possibly can, because you want to avoid the bottleneck. And generally speaking, that's why in my leveling routes, I try to condense a lot of the side quests towards the later zones, especially for launch. It tends to work out quite well like that, though. Like, in Shadowlands, a lot of the best side quest chains were in Ardenweald, which was the third zone. So, like, by the time you got to Ardenweald, you didn't feel bad doing all those side quests. What item level is that? 515? Alright, mine's still better. There's the storage depot over here. And in Dragonflight, I think we all know that a lot of the best side quest chains were in Azur Span. So that worked out really well, where you would pretty much want to fit all of your side quests into the later part, and you would want to do the minimal number of side quests possible early on, just to get through it as early as possible. Now, I can't really speak to how it felt in Dragonflight, because by the time that I was actually able to play the game, everything was fucked on launch day. I was like 3 hours late. But in Shadowlands, I did very minimal side quests in Bastion, the bare minimum that I needed to actually pass like the required experience check. And then by the time that I was in Ardenweald and I got to do those side quests, I was like cruising on my own. And I had nobody to compete with for tags, so that's always really nice. Nice. Good time for a Dance of Chi-Chi proc. That was actually like perfectly timed. The quest sucks and the zone is the most cramped. Okay. It definitely does feel very cramped, yeah. It feels the most like an underground type zone, so I could totally see that. This should one-shot? Love me a good beacon. I think I just exit, right? Yeah, and I turn in is over there. Green on green didn't work at all for anybody? Yeah, true. Yeah, absolutely. Fortunately. Yeah, it's a shame because, like, as I said, I really like what they were going for with the design of Nimue. of like, hey, there's like these floor lines and you have to be mindful of the lines and stuff like that. But I think the main thing that just needed to change, my biggest issue with Nimue is the stun line. The stun line was just not fun at all. It was so hard to see. It came at the worst times. If somebody else like dropped a bouncy thing in the wrong spot, the overlap would completely fuck you over. It was rough. Do I have to do the dungeon? I recognize that voice. Do I just have to wait for this RP? Oh, I have to... Okay. And then I'm guessing it wants me to do the dungeon? Maybe? Scout safe area. I do kind of like that kobolds are actually part of the story. It's just fun to see kobolds. I just, you know, I'm really disappointed that Togwaggle isn't in the story. They have the darkness, but they don't have Togwaggle. Like, what the hell? There's all of these really cool characters from Hearthstone that they're just doing nothing with. They, like, tease them, barely bring them into the story, and then just, like, don't actually use them for anything interesting, which is just a real shame. So I need to get the Cinderroot Barrel. Let's see. I could do a big pull here, and then Celestial Conduit. And now I have my Celestials helping me out. I want to try to stay within range of my banner. I'm still within range of it. This has a really far range. That's kind of nice. And... why am I stuck in combat? Can I land? Ah, I missed it. That would have been sick. But yeah, play around the banner while it's up. This... Alright, nice. What else can I kill? There's more mobs this way. And these guys drop some stuff. Could do... that. I finally feel like I'm actually able to play Windwalker and things don't just like fall over to a stiff breeze though, which is cool because I'm getting to press my buttons for real. Do cool shit like that. What's that? Okay, so the little boxes give more stuff. Though it doesn't seem like these guys actually drop much, so I'm probably better off just looting the containers. Pile of refuse. Yeah, that didn't give a whole lot. Swap to that. Alright, I'm now out of range of my banner. What I could do? Yeah! I spent so long killing mobs over there, I can drop a new banner. This is actually like a really dense area for mobs. It's kind of nice. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that felt pretty good. Alright. Now we need the Cinderbrew keg. Am I going to make a 70 to 80 leveling guide? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. What character am I playing? Just joined the stream a few minutes ago. I'm playing a Windwalker Monk, and we're using the Conduit of the Celestials hero talent tree. Before I leave this area, there was a rare mob over here that I didn't kill. Let's hope that this is not a level 80. It is not. Bonk. That's 518. Still worse than my current belt.
And Reed swapped his beard polish for Cinderbrew. Lit up like a magma vent he did, contemplating mayhem. Mixing the...
Let's see. Your melee officer is colorblind, so you had to have someone else call out the mythic melee soak. Oh, yeah, that is rough. That is definitely not fun. Can I drop a third banner? What's the cooldown on my banners? 1 second. Oh, perfect.
If you've got the metal, there are valuables waiting to be won.
Okay. And I'm getting, like, really heavily dazed here, but it's worth it to round up all these mobs. And then we use the Celestial. Nice. That felt pretty good. Is this an 8-ish hour stream as well? To be determined. So far, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I'm going to be streaming as long as it takes me to hit level 80. Now, I'll be honest, this is going a lot faster than I thought. The fact that I'm already effectively halfway through, it's technically not, like, completely halfway through, because the last few levels tend to be slower. This is my first run, so I don't know exactly, but, like, historically speaking. But the fact that I'm already at 3 hours, this is on, like, the very, very, very fast end of what I projected this to take. So, like, yeah. Pretty happy with it so far. What do you think the War Within so far? I like it, but I mean, I haven't really played enough to give a definitive opinion. What I can say is, based on everything that I have seen, like, I'm happy with it. The main thing for me is there's no bullshit in the expansion. Right? I've always said for a while that Blizzard has a tendency to go out of their way to make their games worse. Like, they add bullshit things like covenants, etc., where they're investing developer resources into making the game feel worse to play. There is nothing like that in the War Within, and really, that's all we can ask for. That's not the button I meant to press, but... Alright. Guess I get to kill these mobs for free. Let's swap to Grief Torch. I meant to press Shift 4. And I guess I have to wait out the cast until he dies. Your first character, you leveled 70 to 80 in 5-ish hours and only did quests in the first 3 zones and maybe 15 quests in Hallowfall? Oh, damn. Yeah, definitely seems like it's pretty fast right now, then. Which is not a bad thing at all.
Candlekin Rick, Buller's Rick, just one thing left to do. My knife, not very sharp.
What? Oh, is this the dungeon? This is the dungeon, okay.
I'm out of
Says disguise yourself as a kobold, but I don't really want to. Rather just kill the mobs for experience. But I guess I need to do that?
Sneak in. Take back crown.
It's not ready yet.
Rather just pull the entire room. This is probably the wrong trinket to have for this scenario, but that's fine. I can just save my trinket. That would have been like a juicy beacon, for instance, but it's fine. Yeah. Technically, I don't have full BIS, but I have, like, close to BIS. Yes, you can look at my gear and see. The only thing that I have that isn't mythic is I still have one heroic raid trinket. Actually, I think, or ring, I mean. This might be normal. I have a pretty bad ring. So, I am close to BIS. This is all my raiding gear. But it's not like, it's not true BIS, basically.
Just dark.
There's still optimizations that I can make in future runs.
Light inside. Not too big to be scared of dark, was he? What is that?
That's the first boss, I think.
The candle's melting.
Was that a boss?
Go deeper.
No, okay. I was about to say. Okay. If that was a boss, that would be depressing. Ooh. You see.
Just ahead. Almost there.
That's her normal, yeah. Yeah, I've had really bad luck with jewelry. I had to craft a necklace just because, for the life of me, I could not get a good necklace from Raid. Or Vault, or anything. It's been dire. I have really good pieces in every other slot, just jewelry has eluded me. Is it just in one of these chests randomly or something? There we go.
Full of hope. Now we escape. Let's go.
Okay, so it's not the actual dungeon. It's just an instanced version of the dungeon. It's interesting that the level 75 rares still don't drop upgrades. Yeah, I mean, that much is normal. I think the item level curve needs to be smoothed out, though.
I am sorry for what has happened.
It starts off way too low in the Isle of Dorn. It needs to start off a bit higher. Like, the gear being around 515 at this point, I think is good. But it should not start off so low. Can I, like, kill this mob reasonably fast now? I still miss a decent amount, but it shouldn't one-shot me. No, I don't have Touch of Death up. Stun it. Yeah. I can't use that till level 80, so doesn't really matter. Yeah, I don't think rares are worth killing. The experience that you get from them is, like, pretty trivial. They gave a lot more in Dragonflight. It's unfortunate. They might tune it, though. What did it start off as? What do you mean? Oh, the item level. It was, like, 406. It was really low. I mean, I might still have an item in my bags. Yeah. Yeah, like, low 400s. 408, 406. Really bad. That's just way too low, I feel.
Many hands make light work.
I see, Speaker Brid.
The number of work
looking machinists is in.
Are we preparing for more Nerubian attacks?
Why haven't we heard more? Earth and above us have fought that battle. We're currently investigating.
Is this the Dark Flame?
Wise to avoid that
No.
destination.
I'll speak with the council and Dorn. They need to hear about this.
In the meantime, I want to investigate Taylor.
Alright, I guess I'll go wherever that is.
I'm coming with you.
There's a bunch of side quests here. If there's any wanted quests, then I'll just do that because those are always good. Or anything that is like a wanted quest. Every day I'm snuffling. Oh my god. Here's... that reminds me. Back when that song, what was that? Was that Party Rock Anthem? I'm trying to remember. That was years ago. Where it was like the song that goes, "Every day I'm shuffling." I remember my mom found a meme of Snuffleupagus that said, "Every day I'm snuffling," and she sent it to me, and like, she couldn't stop laughing at it. She thought it was the funniest thing ever. So I don't know why. Well, I know exactly why I remembered that. It's because that's what the fucking quest is named, but I don't know. There's just like random... My mom used to like randomly send me memes that she would find on like, I don't know, Facebook or something. That's even lower than your remix characters? Yeah, exactly. It's bad. It is not good. Okay, what are these side quests? There is a quest to kill a single mob. That's usually pretty good. There's a quest to get a bunch of stuff. Something Brax's Brax Knuckles. I don't know where that is from. Unless it's here? Am I blind? What the hell? Where am I? How do I leave? I did not expect that to just randomly teleport me. Can I leave? It doesn't let me leave. Okay, that is bad quest design. Maybe if I just like walk out of the area. Because if it's a quest, okay, thank God that kicks you out. I did not realize it was going to put me in an instance. Venus Wrench. The Ringing Death. Alright. Well, that's basically a wanted quest. So... that's fine. Like, that is definitely worth doing. Anything where you just one-tap a mob and bam. XP.
Do you intend to either?
Doesn't give much experience, though. This is a world quest. I mean, I guess I could do this. If anything, just so I could do a big pull and kill the mobs under the banner. Am I missing something? Unstable dynamite. I must be missing something. Where's this rare? Is that the rare? Yeah, that's another level 80 rare. Another level 80 rare. All the fucking rares are level 80. What is this? Let me think this over. I don't, like... There's definitely not bad quest density here. I'm obviously not going to do it because I've already done like a billion quests, but it's not terrible. I see. So there's a quest to repair the lever so that I could use it to complete the other quest. Alright. Yeah, I think I'm going to ignore all of that for now. The wanted quest, I guess, is probably just worth doing because you just pop the mob and you're done. That is not a level 80, at least. So... Sure. I mean, if I could just touch of death it for experience, it's maybe worth it, but...
Intruders, the beasts inside.
Hey.
Why are all these creatures here? What happened?
This isn't one of your books, lad. Watch your step.
Hey, Ugmo, good to see you. What did I miss in chat? I just want to say I'm a big fan. I really enjoy your content. It's on most of the time in the background when you're playing WoW. I hope you enjoy it too and you're not killing yourself grinding out content. No. It's, I mean, it can get a little bit exhausting, but I feel like I'm doing a good job pacing myself. If I feel like something is not realistically possible, I'm not going to, like, kill myself to do it. But I'm definitely usually working on a video of some kind, so it is a lot of work. Like, I've mentioned this a few times, but I am currently working on a very big remix video. And it's probably going to be the last video I really make on remix. Well, yes and no. How do I put this? I'm working on a topic for remix that will probably cover multiple videos. So what I'm probably going to do is once I've finished the video or finish the thing that I need, I'm going to make like a main channel video showcasing the entire thing. And basically the thing that I'm going to do in remix is going to showcase a lot of really broken stuff that a lot of other people will be able to benefit from.
Someone there? I doubt it. The entrance is boarded up.
And then I'm going to basically make, at the very least, 2 different second channel videos that will explain what I'm doing in a bit more detail. One second.
That's a lot of names. Everywhere we go.
Sorry, I got pinged, so I was reading the ping. But yeah, that's kind of the main thing that I'm working on. And the unfortunate thing about that is whenever I work on bigger projects like that, it can be a little bit tricky. And it's why I try to mix in speedruns like this. So, like, last night and then this morning, I was working on, like, the remix thing, which obviously that video won't be out for, like, another week or 2, the earliest. And then, like, the past 2 days, I've been doing raid testing. And the thing about raid testing is, like, obviously it's something that I need to do. Because eventually I'm going to make raid guides, so...
It came from that building.
Looks like there's
I need to click on the wrong, right, the different one. But yeah, it can be a little bit tricky, right? Because right now, I'm working on raid testing, which, like, it is critical for me to make a really good Narubar Palace raid guide in, like, 3 months or something. And all of the stuff that I'm doing for Remix is critical for me to make a really good, interesting set of videos on Remix across the main and second channel in, like, 2-3 weeks. And, like, all of this is stuff that I'm spending a shit ton of time working on, and the hope is obviously that if I do it all correctly, that those videos will be really good, people will find them really helpful, and it'll be, you know, worth the time spent. But it can definitely be a little bit tricky in the meantime when I'm sitting here, like, not posting any videos, and I feel bad that I'm not posting any videos, but I know it's the inevitable issue of getting out, like, low effort, rushed content, or really dedicating the time to, like, do something cool and interesting. And I think that's why I don't want to, like, knock other YouTubers, and I'm also not, like, naming any people specifically, but there's a lot of people who just regurgitate out, like, the same generic videos over and over and over and over, and have made, like, 0 attempts to expand the type of content they do or improve it whatsoever after years, and I never want to do that. But it's easy to do because it's safe. You know that this works, and it's easy to just repeat the same thing over and over and be like, yeah, I know that this will get views, right? And I could just keep doing speedrun after speedrun after speedrun, and they would keep getting views. But I have cooler ideas that I want to work on that I think people will still really like, but it's more of an experiment and more of a risk. And taking risks can be hard. But we'll see. Looking forward to the leveling, to a leveling guide from you as a collab with the community. Been using both the retail Dragonflight and your remix boost guides a lot. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Yeah, definitely for War Within, I'll be doing that as usual. Where is Earthen Slate? On the topic of, like, community stuff, one of the things about that really cool remix video that I'm working on is it actually requires help from other people. So I've already had a bunch of people reach out and offer to help out, and I've given them, like, assignments for what we're going to be doing, and it requires, like, a lot of people. Right now I have, like, around 10 people volunteering to help out. And that's great, but I still need, like, a handful of people, so if you are potentially interested in helping with, like, a cool idea for Remix, send me a message on Discord and I can get back to you after the stream. That applies to everybody watching, by the way. Even if you watch this in, like, a day or two, if you notice that, and you're like, oh, hey, that sounds like something I might be interested in helping with, let me know. I could definitely use some more help with that. I can't promise that I'll have room for literally every single person, but right now there are at least a handful of things that I still could use some help with, and a lot of them aren't super involved roles. I mean that in a good way, and, like, it won't take you super long to get set up if you did want to help, but we'll see. I am on North American servers, yes. Unfortunately. So this is definitely something that European people wouldn't be able to help with. If you are European, I appreciate you. It's just unfortunate that, you know. You haven't gotten into Remix yet? Is it endgame stuff for geared tunes? Not necessarily. There are certain jobs that require, like, a geared tune, but obviously we'll have people assigned to that. There's other stuff that doesn't require people to be geared at all, so a lot of people have been doing that. I would say if you haven't gotten into Remix at all yet, maybe not. Like, that's, you know, totally fine, right? But obviously, it would be people who are at least have played it a little bit more. But how do I put this? You don't need to have played Remix, like, a ton to help out with this. It's a relatively easy thing.
The ringing. The ringing. I'm out of return. The music is
Okay, there's one more slate.
I can taste the sounds. Revelation awaits.
Okay, that's definitely not an upgrade.
The ringing. The ringing. We'll lock away. Deepest cavern. For
And...
darkest memory. Don't. Speaker.
What is going on?
Ringing.
What is this dialogue? I normally haven't, like, paid super close attention to it, but it is, like, very, very, very noticeable here. Oh yeah, so earlier people were asking about, do you think they'll do remix for other expansions? What am I doing? What do you mean, like, right now, or are you talking about the remix thing? But yeah, I mean, the easy question to answer is, do I think they'll do remix for other expansions? Yes. What format do I think it'll take? I don't know. I do hope there's a lot of basic changes that, like, I hope they do, but the general format and what expansion they'll do next, I don't know. It's anybody's guess. Mop was your most played, but you heard about the capes or something being broken, exploited, so you didn't bother. So they, it's okay. So here's the thing about the capes. So Tyrionth, by the way, all I'll say right now is the stuff that I've said already publicly. I'm doing, it involves a speedrun. So part of the thing that I need people's help with involves a speedrun. But basically, I'm going to do, like, the two of the videos that I'll do is the main channel video will be the speedrun and, like, some narration to go along with it. A little bit. I'm going to do a breakdown, like a speedrun explained video on my second channel. That'll be one of the videos. Basically just walking through the run step by step and explaining everything that I'm doing, because unlike a lot of my other speedruns, this one is going to be very hard to follow. That's all I'll say for now. So I'm going to have an entirely separate video explaining what the fuck is going on. Like, what is everybody doing? Because it's, you know, there's going to be a bunch of people, you know, participating, and I'm going to need to carefully break down every person's job. And because there's going to be so many people, there's going to be a lot of times where people are doing things off camera to, like, prepare for other parts, right? And I want to make sure that those people get their recognition, and that I clearly say, hey, while I'm, you know, doing this in the run itself, so-and-so is off here doing this thing. And we have, like, multiple teams working in tandem. I mean, for whether I need your help, that is entirely a DM me and we can find out. And, like, I can try to go into a little bit more detail on relevant stuff. But it's another level 80. Yeah, it depends. One of the other things is I still don't know exactly how the timing and stuff is going to work out, so I'm basically trying to get more people than I may actually need, because if, like, when we finally set the time, one person isn't able to be there, I don't want, like, you know, the entire thing to fall apart. I want to make sure that, like, we have enough people to do the entire run as planned. Lots of mobs here. This is nice. But yeah, we'll see, basically, for whether I need help for it. Sorry, I got distracted there for a second. It's tricky. And obviously, I don't want to say a lot here, because the other part of it that is kind of interesting, and why I'll probably make multiple videos, is there's going to be multiple things within that run that are like... Effectively, the run is like two parts. That's kind of why I said it's kind of a big deal. It's going to be a really cool speedrun, and I'm also going to show off a few things that are going to like break the community in half. And that's going to be kind of interesting. So basically I'm going to like have the run, explain everything, and then I will probably have yet another video like deep diving into specific things that we did in the run and explaining how you can do it yourself. Because there are basically certain strategies that have remained undiscovered in Mop Remix that I will be using in that speedrun, and I highly expect that when we finally do the run, everybody is going to lose their fucking minds. And partly, I'm kind of curious to see what the community reaction is to that. I'm also curious to see whether Blizzard will do anything. They've been relatively hands-off lately on Remix, but who knows? It's entirely possible that they step in and do something, but some of the stuff that I have planned is very, very cool. Have I found any uses for Falling Flame? Not really. Yeah. I mean, I brought it along just cuz, but no. That mob is also level 80. All these fucking rares are level 80, man.
Bryn, I don't know what to believe anymore. My efficiency is...
Blizzard's reaction banned them. Yeah, I hope it doesn't come to that. But who fucking knows with Blizzard. Can I replicate that start solo? What do you mean, Frozoxo? However the fuck you say your name, sorry. What do you mean by that? Do you think Yakfur will be helpful still? Maybe. Maybe. Where the fuck is this quest? Is this broken? I think the quest giver is supposed to be following me, and I think it broke. Here's a use case for Falling Flame. I'm out of vigor. My quest giver's broken. I'm going... Fuck. Alright, never mind. Falling Flame sucks. I need to escape. I need to escape. Oh my god, why can I not find the right angle? Oh, this is rough. This is pain. Nice way to showcase Falling Flame. Oh, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. I need to rebuff. Forgot to do that. Let that fall off. Hopefully the quest giver will be fixed when I run back in. I think Yakfur could be slightly useful, but dragon riding kind of solves most of our problems, if we're being honest. But yeah, basically all that to say, I've been spending a lot of my time preparing for that. For that Mop Remix stuff, and it'll likely take some time. There we go. Finally, it's fixed.
High Speaker must be stopped. Regroup with Moira. I'll head for the Hall of Awakening.
The Alliance has need of our sorcery, as well as our strength.
What do I do? Speak with Moira.
Challenge the will of the High Speaker. Suffer for your hubris.
Let's see how brave you are when your protective shield is gone.
Slag and rust. This isn't over. The High Speaker will hear of this.
So I guess this dude is the High Speaker, and he's like void corrupted or something. Right now, it just shows Magni. Huh.
Well,
I mean, like, visually, I do like this zone, though. It may be a little bit claustrophobic, but the whole, like, industrial stuff, this section, it gives me very big Chaos Dwarf vibes. And just a few months ago, I finished a Chaos Dwarf campaign, and I really enjoyed it, so I do like this visually. I think it's pretty sick.
Rouse yourself, champion. The enemy advances. Looks like Varric's machine is still used.
Okay, so that's a
Use that mechanical
frontal cone.
blast them to scrap.
That I shoot there. Bit of a janky aiming thing. You hate dragon riding, you prefer the old way? Eh. I mean, it's no secret that dragon riding is more efficient. Personally, I'm kind of indifferent to it. A lot of people love dragon riding. I don't really care either way. I think it's good that dragon riding exists, but like, dragon riding has also devalued a lot of the really cool movement tech in WoW that we've historically used, and I don't know. Like, I don't dislike it, but there is something to be said about not getting to use all the cool, fun tricks that I've learned all these years. At the very least, I'll be able to use them in Classic whenever we get back to those expansions, and I can speedrun that.
Is already inside the Hall of Awakening. Let's move.
Oh, the original dwarf loading screen. What do I think of delves in the leveling process? They're fine, I guess. I mean, have we really had too many delves? Is this a delve? Hall of Awakening?
Dates back to the time of the Titans.
Time for that later, Dagrin. With a fight in our hands.
I'm out of range.
I like that the original, like the first delve is shown to you during the leveling process. I think that's good. That way you get like a nice little preview of it. That's kind of nice. What do I do? Why am I stunned? Okay.
Champion, those bombs have enough firepower to destroy the turrets.
Alright, so it wants me to pick this up, and then... Chuck. Alright, easy enough. And let's grab this one. There's like 3 to 4 in every zone, and they all have quests. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd have to check the experience on them, but I don't expect that it would actually be efficient for leveling. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. And yeah, so I started saying this earlier. So Jordan Winkleman, as for like what you said about, you heard that the capes are broken and exploited. People found ways to like exploit the threads on the cloak and stuff and got a really early head start. The thing about Remix is like, it's really easy to get to a point where you're already one-shotting everything. So, like, I saw a lot of people when I made my recent second channel video about, like, you know, how to efficiently farm Chores of the Thunder King. They were like, oh, wow, you have, like, your cloak has so many threads, blah, 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 blah. And it's, like, not really. And the thing is, I've already been in a position on my Demon Hunter for, like, over a week now, where I can just one-shot everything, before my gear was even fully upgraded. So it's like, yes, I do have relatively good gear on my Demon Hunter, and I can kill everything very quickly. But it doesn't really matter. And it's kind of like the same thing before with, like, oh, there's a mob. Can this mob attack me? There we go. That does, like...
Almost done here.
Hold on. This is like a little bit chaotic. Can't do that in combat. Lame. But yeah, so the thing about Remix basically is that while yes, a lot of people found a way to like get an early head start, and like for instance, I have almost 300,000 threads on my cloak, on my main, which is a lot. And yet there are people who have like 800,000 threads because they've just been doing the most degenerate grinds nonstop every day, and they like abused a lot of stuff early, and they have even more than I do. And it's like, wow, they got like such a head start. But like, do I care? No. I can already carry Mythic SOO. Now, if I went Brewmaster, I might even be able to solo Mythic SOO, or not Brewmaster, Vengeance. I might be able to solo Mythic SOO, maybe, potentially. But I can already blast it in like seconds each boss with a geared group, and I can top damage on my DH. Which, like, that's all I really care about. I can do all of the content, I can get all the rewards, so it's like, does it matter? And it didn't really take me that long to get to this point, and, like, just recently, they made it so you get way more threads and way more bronze. And a lot of it is from the really big ticket sources that you want to be doing every day anyway, so they basically just did a massive buff to, like, how quickly you're able to get caught up. So I think a lot of people are too focused on... Oh, this one is not immune. A lot of people are too focused on how far everybody else is, when the reality is, like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, if somebody wants to go and grind their face off to get slightly more stamina, it does not matter at all. It doesn't impact your ability to clear the content. Now, is it still a shame that Blizzard botched the launch of Remix so much and the original, like, few days were really scuffed with people abusing the cloak? Yeah, that kind of sucks. But does it really matter in the end? Not really. Doesn't make a whole lot of a difference. So I wouldn't really worry about it too much. The other thing I saw you mention is the scaling. So the scaling is a little bit weird. What happened here? Oh. Oh, man. This is bricked. It didn't give me kill credit for a mob. That is required for progress. Well, assuming this mob doesn't respawn, which it probably doesn't, then I just can't complete this, right? So, what do? I'm just fucked. And this, shit. And this was a really, really, really long time-wasty thing. You have to let the immune one completely channel? Wow, that's fucking lovely. Zen Pilgrimage. I can't use... Fuck you, game. You can't use that here. Fuck off. Yeah, I know. Generally speaking, mobs like that don't respawn. It's just a broken scenario. I'm just fucked. I have to restart that entire thing. And it's like the longest fucking force scenario as part of the campaign. Lovely. That's awesome. Abandon the quests. I mean, yeah, obviously I need to. Duh. Blizzard certified get fucked polish. Yep, basically. Now that really took the wind out of my sails, I'll be honest. Bugs like that are fucking devastating. Where it just bricks a scenario and you have to completely restart and you lose like 5 to 10 minutes. That is just really rough. Okay, well, that's good to know, I guess. Obviously, hindsight's 20/20. But, yeah. Where's the quest?
You address the Queen of Region. Brinth is already inside the Hall of Awakening. Let's move.
What's my favorite boss so far? Oh, easy, Void Princess.
I can hardly believe it.
Our Nexus Princess Kaiveza is really, 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 really good.
Of the Titans.
Time for that later, Dagrin. With a fight.
Speaker will prevail.
I'll get the door.
You did the scenario 4 times before you figured the bug out? Yeah. I'm just not going to touch anything. I'm going to wait until everything does its fancy cast. Oh, that's so annoying.
Activate the defenses.
You almost flip your table? Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that is frustrating. I mean, that's beta. Obviously, like, I get it.
To destroy the turrets.
But it is still obviously super deflating when stuff like that happens. And if this was, like, not a campaign quest, at least I could skip it. The fact it's campaign, like, I need to do it again. What ability is 6? This is Whirling Dragon Punch. You saw stuff about people in raids and basically soloing it? Yeah, I mean, people can still, like, solo raids, but, like, I can already solo raids with that, like, very little investment. It's not too hard. You don't want to get to endgame for people to only prioritize the threat of users? Nah, you're good. I mean, to give you an idea of how easy Remix is these days, whenever I solo raids every day, I put up a group in Group Finder, and also, I mean, if you're in my Discord, I give free carries to anybody who's, like, around when I'm doing it. But every single day when I do my raids, because I can literally solo them, I just put up carrying anybody who wants, and anybody who applies, regardless of item level, I just take them, because, like, doesn't matter. I can carry. And I guess if you are getting into Remix, now, I will give you a fair warning, I run my raids at, like, really, really, really degen times, usually very early in the morning before reset. So if you happen to be awake right then, on North America, I always post to my Discord when I'm about to start. And anybody's welcome to join, but quite often nobody's around, because, yeah. That's just when I have time, right? Like, I haven't done my dailies yet today on Remix, and I will have to do that. So, basically, when I'm done with this stream, I'll probably take a quick nap, and then when I wake up, I'll do Remix dailies. And that'll probably be at, like, 6 in the morning. So, yeah. But I always post. Am I out of combat? Yes. I can switch to that. Colton said, enjoyed finding your channel. Hope you have a good night. You too. I appreciate you stopping by. Might give a shot. You live in Oz? What is Oz? Aside from the Wizard of Oz, but I don't know what that means in terms of, like, real locations. Oh, Australia. Okay. I think it's the same servers. So, yeah, that should be fine.
Almost done here.
Aussie, yeah. I mean, I've heard people say, like, Oz, but I've never heard it spelled like Oz, like Wizard of Oz. Unless, was that, like, your phone auto-correcting you or something? Or is that something that people actually say? I've just never seen that before. You wonder if Falling Flame would be useful from the starting beach? Not really. Nah. I mean, like, there's nothing really in the starting beach that would force you to move around. It's all contained in one spot, and then you have to dragon ride through, like, specific rings So, unless there was some sort of angle where Falling Flame would perfectly shoot you through all of the rings, which I don't think it could, then it wouldn't be useful. Oh, actually, people do actually say it? Interesting, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I've never heard that. Those rings are optional? Are they? Interesting. I actually didn't know that. I thought I tried to skip them and it forced me to run through them. Maybe I just didn't look correctly. Just look back earlier to your video? Huh. I must have missed that. Okay, well, I'm guessing I need to tag them at least once, or do I just run further?
I'm out of range.
Okay, so help me out here. What is it that I need to do? Do I need to wait for this entire cast to finish before I kill the Earthen Ward Sentinel? Like, what exactly am I waiting for to make sure that it doesn't get broken? Do I like War Within? I mean, it's my first leveling run. I played the expansion for like a week. I don't like to make absolute statements based on limited playtime. Ask me in like a month. Some classes struggle on heroic raids and remix. You, as a 400k thread, still struggle to fully solo raids as a Fury Warrior. Yeah, I mean, it really depends, I would say, on your spec and whether you have reliable self-healing. Wait for the entire channel, yeah, pretty much. Or yeah, I see what you mean. That's kind of what I was thinking. So, okay, I waited for that whole channel. Now, do I kill the Iron Ruined Protector? So, am I safe? Am I safe to kill the Iron Ruined Protector now? This is just a quest scenario. It's like part of the story. I mean, I don't think I have an option. I'm pretty sure Magni is literally killing the Iron Ruined Protector for me. So, like... Well, I got credit, so... And... I'm gonna, like... They're attacking it, so... well, it worked. Okay. There we go.
I'll be damned if I let Bryn's people be turned into monsters.
You think delves are going to be like for leveling after you get Bran the goat stuff? Possibly, yeah. We'll have to test all that stuff. Is it account-wide? Like, if you get like a really beefy Bran on your main character, can you use that for leveling?
It is time to step down, High Speaker.
How does that work?
Everyone knows what you've done.
What I've done saved us all. I have found a path to our salvation.
You would have us all live as stars.
It is War Bandit. Interesting. I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, I don't know if Bran being very strong is going to make it significantly faster, unless it allows you to, like, really speed up the delves. I haven't looked into Bran's upgrades, but unless it's like, you can skip half the objectives and complete delves really quickly, and if the experience is good enough where just spamming them is worth it. We'd have to see. It's not beyond the realm of possibility, but hard to say. It's a trinket. Okay.
May the black anvil watch over you. Best mind your manners in the presence of a queen. Well, go on. I have work to do.
Operation or orientation. Okay, it's the rep quest. Fuck, which one is... Okay, that's the Renowned Quartermaster. Alright, so... There's a helmet that is 584, and then a belt that is 597. I have no idea if that's going to be useful for raiding. We'll have to see. But that's interesting, at least. If you get his best curios, he's actually a pretty beast. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to test it more. I haven't really looked into delves. I haven't looked into much at all. And admittedly, I'm probably not going to have a lot of time to test this stuff. Like, the hollowed path. Oh, it's down here.
Stormwind honors your service to the
Oh, it's the... Now it sends us into Hallowfall.
And helping another culture was outside the Oathsworn's edicts.
Perhaps they need our help as well. Thank you for your help, Adelgon.
So that's where you get into Hallowfall. Wait. Oh, so there's an entrance to...
That means treasure
Huh.
hunters. Watch your back.
You can enter Azj-Kahet from 3 different angles, it looks like. Interesting. Do you think we'll need side quests? Well, it's too early to say. Right now, yes. It's not even a matter of think. People have already checked. Yes, you do. But it's like, we're going to see so much tuning on the experience values that it's pointless to really speculate now. Historically speaking, though, you usually need at least a handful of side quests if you really want to reach max level, like, as quickly as possible. Or, like, you do a few dungeons or something. But generally speaking, the campaign isn't enough to get you all the way. You need to supplement it with something.
Let's get down to business then.
You don't look busy enough.
Is this a rare that I can actually kill? Yes, oh, this is a rare I can actually kill. What do you know? Go.
I'm out of range.
You get 77 right now from the main story. Gotcha. Yeah, it definitely seems like you need to supplement it with side quests in certain cases. Let's do that. And Lashroom Dust is these things. Okay. So that's... One second. Just checking messages real quick. New Wowhead post, but it's not anything interesting. Okay. Sorry, I had to double check that.
I'm out of range.
Let's round up a bunch of these guys. And did I time this perfectly? Not quite. Like water from the second pool. Any helpful speed leveling toys and symbols from Dragonflight that you're aware of? Hard to say right now. None that I can, like, say definitively are worth getting, no. We'll see, though. I'm obviously going to test some more stuff. We'll figure it out. Is that... Okay. There are some more of these. There's one over here. That was probably overkill. I don't think I needed to Todd that one. But, whatever. And then I just need one more of those. Oh, there's a group of 3 right here. Perfect. I think I haven't... Yeah, there's a few talent points that I've forgotten to spend. How did I pull those mobs all the way out there? What the hell? That was a lot. I'm stuck in combat. Did I finish the warrior speedrun? No. No, we're still doing that. Yeah, that one it's complicated. Basically, within the next 2 days, I'm going to try and post the second part of that on my second channel, which will be levels 40 to 58. But it's just really difficult right now. Basically, in between raid testing, the main thing that has kind of fucked me over is raid testing. Because last week, I had my schedule all planned out, and Blizzard sprung raid testing on us out of nowhere. Nobody expected it to be this early, and we had, like, absolutely no notice for it. It was just like, hey, by the way, this starts in 3 days. Go fuck yourselves. That really, 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 really screwed me. Now, I did manage to kind of figure everything out. Thankfully, it wasn't like a disaster. I was missing a lot of the usual people that I do raid testing with, but I got a lot of people to help out, and we were able to get it done, so it worked out in the end. But, I mean, the only way that I was able to get my raid testing done is I had to spend a lot of time messaging people, figuring out, like, who is available right now to do leveling, like, who can I get for running it on this day? And I had to, of course, like, make a sign-up sheet and, like, put together, like, the Discord. I went and, like, researched the bosses. I didn't even have time to research the later bosses. But I researched, like, most of them. That way, of course, when we're actually in the raid, there's like, no downtime, and I already know the mechanics, and I can just explain it, and we can get to testing. It's a lot of work setting up raid testing, especially if you're, like, the organizer, which I am. If you're just showing up and blasting bosses, it's not too bad, but the entire point is that I need to get footage for my raid guides, so if I don't know how the boss works, then I don't really know what to test. Because there could be, like, a really cool mechanic that I'm just not aware of, and if I don't know about it, then I don't know to, like, test it out. It's, yeah. What is that? Handholds. Oh, is that, like, the researcher's climbing quest? Or something? Huh.
You address the Queen Regents of the Dark Iron Clan.
Agitated creatures. Oh, I'm out of vigor. Okay. But yeah, so all that to say, I basically have been scrambling the past week or two to get everything set up. Not to mention, another thing is, I've also had, like, a lot of stuff to do in Cataclysm. So, like, I played Cataclysm launch a lot. I'm still raiding in Cataclysm, and there's been a bunch of things that I needed to get set up that I just didn't have time to do. So, basically, whenever I had a little bit of free time, I was trying to hop on to, like, my endgame Blood DK and, like, farm Valor or finish my professions and stuff like that. It's just been a lot. And at the very least, I am mostly done with everything that I need for Cataclysm. I've gotten, like, all the really, really important stuff. I still need to farm a bit of Valor, but that shouldn't be too difficult. And whenever I have time, my plan is basically, I'm going to, I guess, for people who didn't watch the the run on Twitch. So basically the way that we did the warrior run is I did levels 40 to 53, and we figured out the fastest way to get to 58. So there is something that you can do in the group finder where... What do I do for this? It looks like, oh, it's roleplay. I just need to wait. So there's like this weird thing that happens with the random dungeon finder where if you have characters, like one character at a really low level and another character at a really high level for Blackrock Depth's detention block, then you can basically infinitely spam detention block over and over because it's the only eligible dungeon. And that is really, really, really good. It is just extremely efficient for experience. So it's basically the only realistic way to level from 47 to 58. Like, there are other ways that you could level from 47 to 58, but like the moment that I realized how that worked and how the leveling scaling affected it, I'm like, why would I even bother doing anything else? This is just objectively speaking the best way to level. And what that effectively means is that the fastest way to level from 47 to 58 in Cataclysm is you just queue for the dungeon finder. If you get detention block with like people in a level range that allows you to spam requeue it, you do that, and you get like 2 levels in the span of like 30 minutes or something. It's crazy. And if you don't, you just leave the group and you log off. And you try again when the 30-minute penalty expires. It's just the best way to level, by far. So when it became clear that that's what it was, like the stream was already kind of long because 40 to 53 ended up taking a lot longer than I thought. And it was like relatively late. So I was like, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the stream here at like 53 and a half. And I'm going to record 53 to 58 on my own time. And I'm going to put it at 2 times speed. And we're just going to blast through that. And I'm going to attach it to the end of the Twitch VOD. And whenever that's done, I'll post it on my second channel. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to do that. So I keep meaning to do that. And what I will probably do, like I was saying, is I'm going to queue up for dungeons. If I get that thing, I'm going to spam it and we'll record it. And I'll record that continued part of that speedrun. And if I don't get the dungeon, I leave. I swap to my Blood Decay and I run Heroics for Valor. Because I got to do that at some point. The only issue is, until we finish that big remix thing that I was talking about, a lot of my free time has been consumed by that. I've been doing my own preparation for it in general, but also now that there's a lot of other people involved, like every day or two I check in, like see how everybody else's preparation is coming along. If they need help, like I'll help them out. And I want to make sure that everything is running on time because I want to get that video done. And I want to make sure that we can like do everything needed for it. And I think it would be really cool. And my like goal for that video is to have it done within 2 weeks. But for the next 2 weeks, so like, you know, this entire block of time, I'm going to be spending a lot of time doing stuff in Mop Remix. The nice thing is after that, I don't really have a lot of other stuff that I need to do. It'll just be War Within and Cataclysm 1 to 80 testing, which will be nice. And also because there's no raid testing next week, so this week, 17th through 21st, I won't need to worry about that. It's also a little bit easier now because, like, as I mentioned, getting the raid testing set up, of course, took a lot of time. Like, having to message everybody and figure out schedules and whatnot, that was very involved. Now that we've already done that, like, I have a big group of people. You know, a bunch of people are in the Discord now. They're aware of it. Another thing is I'm going to have like 5 to 6 more people showing up on the next raid test because they just weren't able to make it in time for the first one. It was just unfortunate that like the timing didn't really work. That being said, I still need to figure out what's it called? I need to figure out Mythic raid testing because I have enough now to fill like 10 to 15 spots. Now I'll have 5-ish more people on the next raid test, but who knows? A few people may not be able to make it, so it's not like we're not completely out of the woods yet. I'm still going to have to make sure that we have a consistent 20 for Mythic raid testing, and then if we don't, I'm going to have to double check, and I'm going to have to go and be like, all right, you know, I'm going to pug a few slots. Does anybody have any friends? And blah, 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 blah. And, you know. It's a lot of work organizing Mythic raid testing. That's just how it goes. But, well, that's what I have effectively signed up to do. I've volunteered to be the person who organizes it for my group of players. And better that way, especially because then I can get all the testing done that I want to get done. Bruh, he's still going? Yes, I am. I'm still going. I mean, I'm going until I hit level 80, so... Because it's late, I probably won't, like, continue the entire campaign. So if I finish before the end of the campaign, I'm not just gonna, like, keep going in this run. And I'll probably do another speedrun at some point that is just the campaign from 70 to 80. And obviously people have already told me that it only gets you to level 77. I'm aware that you need to do side quests, but that way we would have, like, demonstrable proof of that. Of, like, hey, here, it only gets you to this exact level. And that way we would get to see the entire campaign from start to finish. So I will do that at some point. Here we're just going to do like a nice mix between the two. And the most important thing is that it gets us to 80. But this is proving to be relatively fast, right? 77 and we're already below 4 hours. Like this should be around 5 hours, give or take. Which is pretty good for a first run. So I'm quite happy with that. Do I have any favorite quest hubs yet? Non-main campaign quests? It's hard to say. These quests feel pretty good, which is why I'm doing them. Overall, it's not too bad. Where's the nest that I need to interact with? It's up above. Were there any ones that really stuck out to me as like, this is really good? This is a really weird layout for the map. Huh. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think there were, like, individual quests within Isle of Dorn that I think were good. Like, there were a lot of really good wanted quests, but that wasn't necessarily, like, a hub. It was just that there were some nice wanted quests that I think were worth doing. We'll have to narrow it down. But honestly, out of all, like, the individual sets of quests that I've done, this maybe feels the best in terms of, like, complete quests. But who knows? This is, like, decent density. The objectives aren't too involved. Did I miss a quest? Gotta love Shrimp Islands, yeah. You found the first zone northern hub is really efficient for experience. Yeah, that one... Like, this one? Yeah, that felt pretty good. I like the quests over there. There were a few that were just, like, kill one mob. I don't know, it's hard for me to say exactly, like, whether I felt that was, like, the most efficient. That definitely was one of the better ones that I've tested so far, yeah. So I could see that. It's really hard to, like, get a sense for what's fast and what isn't, because the other thing is, like, everything is relative, right? So, until I see how fast all of the other quest hubs are, I don't really know which one is good, which one is bad. Because nothing, basically nothing in Dragonflight or War Within or whatever, or really any recent expansion, can compare to, like, Terran Mill. The amount of quests that you get in one spot for, like, Terran Mill in Hillsbred Foothills, nothing competes with that. That's, like, that is insane quest density. That is what you would love to see. So if I saw something that was that good, where it's like it's a million quests and they all line up really well together, that would be like, oh boy, this is like good shit right here. So far, there's been good hubs, but until I know what the average hub is like, So far, the only set of quests outside of, like, I didn't do the ones in here because I already did all the side quests for the most part in Isle of Dorn. But the only side quest in Isle of Dorn that I just completely skipped is this one up here. That one I could just immediately tell this is dog shit. That is, like, really, 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 really slow. The, like, go fish for something. Nah. I'll pass. And it's, like, way off in the corner. There's nothing nearby. Yeah. The leveling scaling wrecks you halfway through Hallowfall? Oh, really? I guess maybe it's better that I'm staying in the earlier zones then. That's one of the nice things. Like, I'm still getting relatively good experience at this point, so if I can still kill things really quickly, then I may as well just stay here. Roger said, time for bed. See you later. No problem. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Sleep well. Raid testing screwed a bunch of people. Running the MDI2 tournament realms opened up just before raid testing started. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know. Blizzard, they really need to get better at communication. It's like, I get it that they have their own schedule for raid testing, but would it kill them to basically just give a heads up and say, like, hey, within the next week or two, we are going to be opening up raid testing? There's absolutely no way that they just, like, on a whim said, hey, we're starting testing this week. Get everything set up, and then post the announcement. There is no fucking way that they could not have given players at least a bit more of a heads up. And I think it's really inconsiderate of everybody's schedules that are helping you raid test to just not let anybody know until the last second. Because it's like, we all have lives. We have shit that we got to do, too. I just got done describing how in order to get raid testing set up, I had to shelf a bunch of stuff that I was working on. Not like shelf, but like push it back. All the Cataclysm speedrun stuff. That's all like shit that I need to do. Those are all videos that I need to put out. And when I base my plans around, like, you know, I think that I'm going to have time to do one thing, and Blizzard at the last second with no heads up just says, nope, fuck you. That really sucks. That really fucks me over. So I really don't appreciate that. And I mean, at the very least, I was able to, what am I doing? I think I'm in the wrong cave. Yeah, at the very least, I was able to, like, shift my schedule around and get testing done. But I know a lot of people who really, really wanted to do raid testing and just weren't able to. Because they just couldn't clear their schedule in time. They had work or something like that. And that really sucks. And if Blizzard had given them any notice so that they could have, like, shifted around their priorities or whatnot, I just don't see why that wouldn't have been a thing that Blizzard could do. So yeah, I don't know. It kind of irks me. What is this quest? How many things do I need to beat? I just need to place a few more objects and beat 2 mobs. Doesn't seem too bad. Where am I going now? The level of the mobs don't scale with you in the X-Pack? Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant earlier. About, like, if scaling isn't affecting me right now, because I'm still getting perfectly fine experience from the lower level quests, then I may as well stick around here. Okay. Can I just, like, Todd the mob? Oh. Okay, interesting. What did I miss earlier? Hold on. Oh, I missed a few messages earlier. What am I waiting on this guy for? There we go. I thought I'd like the idea of speedrunning raids, but it got boring super fast. Do you think you would have liked it better if they were tuned to be a proper challenge, but not a pug killer challenge? Yeah, for remix. Want to know something stupid? Remix while leveling, going under the Skyfire will teleport you to the center deck even though you're on the ground or flying away from it. Yeah, it does the same thing for Horde, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, there's a lot of weird things like that that are just kind of janky in Remix in general. I don't even think it's a Remix problem. I think it's just a Miss Pandaria problem in general. Like, oh my god, move. This Bob, just fucking keep standing still. Yeah. And I guess, on that note, since earlier people kept asking about, like, you know, what are my general thoughts on Remix, and it's something I've talked about before, but I guess it probably is worth giving like a general overview on. There's another quest here. That one definitely felt really slow, but maybe this one is a little bit faster. Interesting. Well, there's another world quest that overlaps this. So if I just kill a bunch of mobs, this could be good value for, like, kill XP. Getting a little bit of lag here. Yeah, so general thoughts on Remix, where do I start? I think my biggest issue with Remix... Well, I guess I'll start with, like, overall opinions, right? And not think about, like, whether I like or dislike it. I guess to give a quick summary on it, I am generally of the opinion that I am not a big fan of Remix. I am playing it a lot because, like, there's a lot of people who are interested in it, and because there are individual parts of it that I think are mildly entertaining. Like the whole speedrun idea that I mentioned I have. I'm doing it more because I think it would make a really cool video. Alright, I'm more excited about, like, pulling off the run itself than I am excited to be playing Remix. Like, I am logging in every single day to do my daily chores and stuff like that in Remix. Not because I really feel any need to do it, it's because I know that it would theoretically help with the speedrun. And there's like one or two other miscellaneous Remix videos, one which I might post tomorrow depending on how much time I have, that I think are kind of fun to make, and once I make them, I'm gonna just kind of abandon the mode. Once I, well, make them and finish getting all the cosmetics I want, because obviously that's important too. But I think the cool part about Remix is that it's like, you know, you kill a bunch of stuff, you get bronze, you buy cosmetics. That's kind of what the main core idea should be. But instead of it being like a fun mode that people can play in addition to the main game, I think Blizzard went massively overboard with making it so it is something that they want to drain your time so you feel forced to grind as much as possible to get like all the really powerful upgrades so that you can farm bronze and get all the cosmetics in time before the event ends, because it is ultimately FOMO bullshit. And I'm not a huge fan of that aspect of it. I don't really love the idea of it just being this, I get the bonus objective? I did. Okay. Yeah. I don't really love the idea of stuff being very clearly intentionally time-gated out to make players want to spend more time. And, like, it's almost comical how we all knew that... God, there's another quest? Okay.
You don't look busy enough.
Where's this mob? I'm getting, like, some moderately annoying frame hangs here. I assume I turned it in back there? Yeah. It's a little bit comical that we all expected Blizzard to buff the rate at which you acquire rewards and get like a big bronze and thread buff, and like clockwork, midway through the event, hey, here's a big buff to bronze and stuff like that, and like, okay, yep, we all knew this was coming. Absolutely nobody is surprised, and like, obviously I'm glad that we have the buff compared to nothing at all, but it just further reinforces the constant idea behind this that they always do, where playing World of Warcraft when it, like, something first comes out, you just end up feeling like an idiot. Blizzard is really good at making you feel like an idiot. And now, mind you, I already knew that it was coming. I called it early on, and I was playing it because I needed to make videos on it. So, to me, it's like, I don't really care. The only thing that stung a little bit is the one day when I decided to do my dailies early on in the day, they made the thread and bronze buff like midway through the day at like 5 p.m. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? The one day when I decided to do my stuff early? Okay. It's not really a big deal because it's like, sure, I just lose basically 1 day's worth of buffed threads. But there have been times when Blizzard has done dumb shit like that, and the people at Blizzard desperately need to fucking learn how to put out fixes on the daily reset. Like, Jesus Christ. It's just, how many times have we had a very, very, very impactful change that gets pushed out midway through the day, too late for a lot of people to benefit from it? And it's, like, for stuff like that, just fucking put it out on the daily reset. Why? Why put it out midway through the day? It's one of those things where it doesn't really matter here, but there are so many times in the past where they've done shit like that and it's fucked over people. Like, you have a reset time for a reason. If you're doing something that affects daily rewards, do it on the fucking daily reset. Come on. Why? It's just weird. Wait, I have to escort the mob? Oh, fuck. That's an annoying quest. Why do WoW players love to complain about WoW? First off, I'm banning you just because you're a fucking dick, but I will answer your question. So, why do WoW players love to complain about WoW? Gee, I wonder. So this is the game that I spend most of my time playing, right? So why would I benefit at all from sitting here just lobbing unwarranted praise onto the game and just blindly saying everything is perfectly fine, everything is lovely? Why would I want to do that and just completely not address any of the problems? If this is the game that I spend most of my time playing and the game that I enjoy playing, wouldn't I want to point out the flaws so that it could get better? Because that's the only way it's going to get better. Now, if this game was run by people who genuinely cared and genuinely wanted the player base to enjoy the game, then they may notice this stuff and make changes for themselves. But they don't. This is run by a AAA company that literally only gives a shit about money, and this has been proven time and time and time again. Blizzard are not your friends. They're not. They don't give a fuck about you, me, anybody. They only give a fuck about money. So if you want to get them to change things, you need to complain. Because guess what? When there's bad publicity, Blizzard listens. It's the only way to get them to fix anything. If something is broken in their game that disadvantages the player, they do not give a fuck. If something is broken in their game that makes the player's life easier, they will fix it in a fucking heartbeat. So why do I complain about Blizzard? Because Blizzard are fucking greedy shitheads. And if they're doing something stupid, I want it fixed, right? Duh. I want the game that I play to be fucking better. Dumb fuck. Hate when people just literally say dumb shit like that. Like, I don't know, maybe use your fucking brain, think for yourself. Don't blindly heap praise onto a game. I give WoW praise whenever it's warranted, but I'm not going to sit here and just pretend like everything is fine. Like, before I ever started doing YouTube, because, here's the thing, right? I never set out to be a YouTuber. I made some YouTube videos, they did well, and I kept doing it, and here we are. But, like everybody else who's watching this stream or this video later on right now, guess what? I've seen other YouTubers. I don't live in a bubble. I don't live under a rock. I know how other people handle their channels. And you want to know what has always pissed me off more than anything? Even before I started doing YouTube. So it was never a case of like, oh, I would never want to be like that. But the types of content creators that I watch and the types of content creators that I avoid is the ones that I watch are the ones that don't fucking bullshit around. So one of my favorite content creators, Legend of Total War, not a WoW content creator. Quite frankly, I don't really watch that many WoW content creators. Not to say that I don't like a lot of them. There are a few that I don't really like. But really, the thing about WoW content is a lot of times there's considerable overlap with the stuff that I'm making. I don't really need to watch videos about the stuff that I'm actively doing research on and making my own videos covering. So, generally speaking, it is very rare that there is like an interesting video on a WoW-related topic that I am not already familiar with. Like, any sort of people that you may watch for like PTR or beta coverage, I've probably already tested that on my own. So, that's not a video that I'm going to watch for myself, basically. So I don't end up watching too many WoW YouTubers, but like Legend of Total War, a Total War content creator, because I do like playing Total War Warhammer when I have free time. One of the things that I like about him is he doesn't do bullshit, right? When Creative Assembly, the company who runs Total War, is doing stupid, greedy bullshit and fucking over the players, he calls them out for it. If the game is in a good spot, he doesn't sit there and just blindly say, oh, yeah, I love the game. Oh, my God, it's so great. He'll be like, yeah, this, it's good. But here are all the things that are bad and need to be fixed. And he will make videos pointing out, like, blatant bugs, blatant oversights and stuff that Creative Assembly needs to fix. Because, like Blizzard, Creative Assembly recently has proven that they are greedy fucking shitheads. And their company is like teetering on the fucking brink. Well, not necessarily their company per se, because they are owned by, I think it's, what is it, EA? They're owned by like a much bigger game studio, but their studio is like dangerously close to being shuttered because they fucked around and found out. And instead of like giving actual attention to their main game, Total War Warhammer, or really their main franchise at all, Total War, they spent a shit ton of time and money on some cash grab like looter shooter thing that absolutely nobody asked for and nobody wanted. And then like a few weeks before it was set to release, they had to scrap the entire game. It didn't even release. That's how bad it was. And a shit ton of people got fired for that, including a lot of people that worked on Total War. And Total War Warhammer 3 originally was set to be a really, really big game based on everything that we saw from like plans from the company. And because they took a massive loss making completely unrelated shit that nobody asked for, now they're probably going to have to lower the scope of Total War Warhammer 3. So basically, because a bunch of greedy executives decided to spend money on stuff nobody wanted, the games that people actually wanted are going to get shafted, which sucks. That always sucks. And I say all that to mention that one of the things that I always respected about Legend of Total War, I like, his videos in general for like unrelated reasons that, if you don't play Total War, you wouldn't understand. If you do play Total War, I really like disaster battles and stuff like that. I really like watching him do stuff like that. This is a Windwalker Monk, yes. Windwalker Monk. So I like videos like that, but I also always respected that he didn't let the company fuck around. And he literally torched his, what's it called? He torched his, insider connections in Creative Assembly and no longer gets early access to the game. It's as if, I were to basically directly tell a Blizzard executive to their face, fuck you, and lose my beta access or something like that, just because he kept reporting issues with the game and nobody was listening. And he basically said they were also like preventing him from saying stuff. It's one of the reasons why I have no interest in being in like the WoW partner program, because the WoW partner program, like there's certain things that you're like not allowed to say. Like you can't really badmouth the game. They like police the shit that you say. So like, fuck that. I don't really care about it.
Is it coming from that crystal?
Hold on, let me figure out where I'm supposed to go. Okay, it's sending me down here. So yeah, like I would never want to do that. But basically, he literally can't even get early access to the Total War expansions anymore because he was openly like against their direction and made it very well known. So that is something that I respect. And in addition to just liking his videos in general, I respect the fact that he's willing to stand up for what he thinks, and he's not going to be silenced by people going, "Ow, this guy's so negative," right? If he thinks that something's bullshit, he'll call it bullshit. And that's always been how I've thought, even before I started doing YouTube. What's it called? The types of creators that I can't fucking stand, something that, well, honestly, not even a type of content creator, but like a type of person in general, because you will meet these people in life. Like, it's the false/toxic positivity creators. With content creation, it's more like false positivity. In real life, it's more the toxic positivity. Like, the type of people who are always like pretending that, yeah, everything's good, and like if you're ever negative, they're like, you know, oh, why are you so negative about everything? Why can't you just be like relaxed and chill or whatever? Like those people who like try to police everybody else's emotions, that I can't stand. But the types of people, the types of video makers that I can't stand, or where it's like, hey guys, what's up? Today I'm going to tell you my thoughts on the War Within. I got exclusive access into the beta, and I've been checking out the new zones in Kaz-Elgar, and I've been exploring Isle of Dorn, and man, these new delves, I really see the vision from Blizzard here. Single player scenarios are something that I've always felt were missing. Ever since I saw the Mage Tower back in Legion, I was like, oh, this is the bomb. We need more of this. And, you know, like with everybody, I wasn't a fan of that Shadowlands nonsense. But these delves, they're gonna save WoW. This is amazing. Oh, you even get an NPC companion. He can play any role that you want. Oh, who needs other party members? This is great. I love this stuff. If you've ever been looking for a new solo scenario to scratch that itch and you don't like grouping up with other people, War Within is going to be the best thing ever. Shit like that. And like, I know that some people are going to be like, wow, that sounds like XYZ content creator. And like, guess what? There's tons of them. There's so many fucking people like that, where the only way that they know how to interact with other people, like in a public setting, is to be fake. And like, look, I'm not here to tell people how they should and shouldn't behave. Like, I'm not going to say that that's, like, necessarily a terrible thing to do. All I can tell you is that I can't fucking stand it. And I literally cannot stomach watching people like that. Whenever I can tell that somebody is just being fake to me and just basically talking like they're trying to fucking sell me something, it turns this instinct on deep down inside of me of, like, yuck, gross, get the fuck out of my face. No. Like, I want somebody to tell me their genuine, actual thoughts on the content. It's why, like, people keep asking me, what do you think about the War Within? Like, brother, I've been playing it for 4 hours. What do you mean? Like, the fact that you could possibly think that anybody could form a real nuanced opinion on something in 4 hours, it's like, there are two things that I could say when somebody asks me, what do you think about the War Within? It's good, which, like, I mean, I don't dislike anything I've seen so far, but can I really say, like, it's good, it's bad? Like, who knows? I mean, a lot of the really glaring issues in, like, Shadowlands and stuff, you know, I didn't really notice until later on. Maybe Shadowlands, that's a bit of a lie. I saw the problems with Shadowlands coming a mile away. BFA, BFA, I kind of like coming off Legion, I went in not necessarily with my blinders up. I was obviously still like thinking for myself and being like, I don't know about this stuff. But it wasn't until I really sunk my teeth into the like the Azrite armor system when I realized, wait, this is bad. This is like really, really bad. What the fuck? And that's when I started telling all my friends, this is kind of shit. I don't know about this expansion. And then I had to deal with a lot of skeptics and stuff like that. And the thing is, when Shadowlands was in beta, like, I know that most people here weren't around for, like, when I first started making YouTube videos, which was Shadowlands beta, Shadowlands pre-patch, and then I did some streams in beta and stuff like that. But, like, we went through the same old song and dance, right? With Shadowlands. And admittedly, I do tentatively think that War Within looks like a solid expansion. I'm not going to go out and sing its praises just yet, and if I notice an issue with it, that's the fucking point of beta. If I see that there's a problem, I'm going to talk about the problem. And like the whole thing with Mop Remix, you say that, but you had strong feelings about disliking Mop Remix at the beginning? Yeah, and was anything that I said wrong? Like, what did I say about Mop Remix that was wrong? Please tell me. I did have strong feelings about disliking it, and my feelings really haven't changed. I've like enjoyed it slightly more, but I've more so enjoyed the types of videos that I can make from it and the fun things that I can do surrounding the mode, not necessarily engaging with the way that the mode is meant to be played. Like, the super duper fast speedruns that we're trying to do with like 10 people, is that the point of Mop Remix? Not really. Like, are any of my major complaints in Mop Remix somehow different now? Like, did Blizzard still drip feed us all of the bronze and thread acquisition and buff it at the last second after going around playing whack-a-mole with every efficient farming spot? Yeah. Yeah, that still happens. That was a major complaint I had. Did Blizzard change anything to do with the way that the Tinker Gems work, where they replace all of your damage and the actual, like, gameplay is really boring? No, it still works exactly the same. That was, like, pretty much the main complaint that I always had. So, like, please tell me what it is about my initial impressions of Mop Remix that has somehow magically changed that I was completely off base about. The only thing that you could maybe say that I was wrong about is that Mop Remix leveling was slow. Which, obviously, when we discovered things like level 20 twinking, sure, but I think it's pretty clear that that was not the intended leveling method. If you level in Mop Remix as intended, it's honestly still pretty slow. In order to make Mop Remix fast, you have to do things like not looting the experience, letting it go to your mailbox, getting a level 20 twink, and boosting yourself with it, which, I mean, is that really the way the game is meant to be played? And like, am I having some fun with that element of it? Yes. But again, does that have anything to do with any of my main complaints about the mode? And any of the things that I hope that they change in the future? No. Absolutely not. Whack-a-Frog. Yeah, Whack-a-Frog. You love the aesthetics of the War Within so far? Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that I can definitely say. First impressions, visually, the zones are fantastic. So, that's fair. But that's obviously my personal opinion, so, you know, I don't put too much weight in that. I figure most people will judge that based on their own. But I guess, like, that's the entire thing, right? When somebody asks me, you know, what do you think about the War Within? Like it or not, this is something that, like, you as a person making videos need to think about, like, what weight your words have. And if I tell somebody, yeah, the War Within is awesome, you should get it, and it ends up being awesome, cool. You know, nice. I sold them on a good expansion. But if you're one of the people back in Shadowlands, blindly shilling Shadowlands and saying and only the good things about it, and whenever somebody brings up something bad, you're like, you're just a hater, you're just a hater. And then you basically end up, as a video maker, selling a lot of people on Shadowlands and then getting them into an objectively terrible expansion and effectively wasting their money. That's bad. That's not good. I mean, like, everybody has different, like, ethical standards and stuff, but to me, I consider that bad, right? It's like, to give the example earlier about the whole thing that I mentioned with Legend of Total War, there was a pretty big drama thing in the Total War community where they had their own Shadowlands-esque fiasco, which is one of the things that nearly led to the studio being shut down. It was bad. They fucked up big time. But they released a DLC for Total War Warhammer called Shadows and Change. Or Shadows of Change, something like that. And basically, they upped the price of standard DLC by a ton and offered, like, really dog shit content and, like, nowhere near the content that people were expecting. It was, like, really bare bones. So you were basically paying more to get less. And it was, like, it's one of those things where the response to, like, community figures was really interesting. And in a lot of cases, I don't even necessarily think it was fair. Because there were a few Total War YouTubers who I don't watch a lot, but I generally respect, who made, like, videos at least showcasing the new units. They would talk about, like, what the new units do, you know, how they perform in battles and stuff like that, etc., etc. And they would just kind of skirt around the topic of the price and the fact that the overall content that you're getting is dog shit for how much you have to pay for it. And they would just not really address that. And a lot of them got massive backlash when it became clear that the thing was overpriced garbage. And a lot of people were like, basically, you misled us, right? You made all these videos saying, oh, XYZ thing was good. And those YouTubers all knew that the content was garbage, but they were contractually obligated by their, like, partnership program to not comment on it. They literally couldn't. They would lose their access if they talked about it. And it puts them in a really tough situation. And that is why, like I said, I have a lot of respect for Legend of Total War, because what did he do? He refused to be put into that situation. And he said, if I'm going to be forced to not speak openly about, you know, customers getting shafted, I would rather leave the partnership program and openly trash the company instead of being forced to stay silent when everybody knows that this is trash. And yeah, this zone is really visually awesome. I love Hallowfall. And I think it's important to not be a sheep, to not just stay silent and blindly just spew positivity. Like, be positive when you think something deserves to be positive. Like, great example, Hallowfall. This zone is fucking sick. Like I said, I love the visual design of this zone. I have no problem saying that. It looks absolutely fucking gorgeous. I love the aesthetic. But, like, if I notice an issue with, like, Mop Remix, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit that Hallowfall is cool. I'm not going to, like, only talk about the good things and ignore the bad. I want World of Warcraft to be as best as it can possibly be. Duh. So, long rant there, but unfortunately you get those people a lot of times who, like, they would be more suited watching those YouTubers who just blindly spew shit into their echo chamber and tell them only exactly what they want to hear and everything is fine and there are no problems. And, you know, go back to just, I don't know, doing whatever it is the fuck they do in their own little cave. And, like, if that's you, if that's what you want and you don't want to hear anything that conflicts with your perfect worldview, awesome. I'm going to say what I think is true. I'm going to tell my opinion completely unfiltered, and if you don't like that, you don't have to watch my fucking channel. You don't. And, like, on that note, right, like, something that annoyed me a little bit earlier, I don't really want to comment on it. If you're still watching, you know, this is my response to what you messaged. I'm going to talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about on my stream. I don't, generally speaking, like to talk about politics, but I have very strong opinions on politics. And if I feel like talking about politics at one point, I'm going to fucking talk about politics. And I'm going to be completely honest, if somebody on the opposite side of things doesn't like that, there are millions of other YouTubers out there that they can watch. I am not going to try and do the thing where I try to turn myself into, like, the most marketable fucking YouTuber ever who appeals to, like, the largest common denominator or whatever, or lowest common, whatever, and make it so I say nothing controversial whatsoever. I am going to be myself, and if you like that, you can keep watching me. If not, that's fine. That's fine. I am more than happy. Because having to, like, fucking mask your emotions and pretend to, like, feel a different way than you actually feel is, like, the most fucking insufferable thing in life ever. And, like, I don't want to make a habit out of talking about politics. Like, definitely not something that I want to be doing a lot. But if I feel like saying Orange Man bad every now and then, I'm going to say Orange Man bad every now and then. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. So, to the person that messaged me about, like, you probably shouldn't talk about politics because it, like, creates a toxic environment. Like, no. No. If the environment is toxic for the person who disagrees with me, I don't respect their opinion. I don't. There are certain things that I feel are pretty black and white, and I'm going to say it. So, yeah. It's, what's the Michael Scott quote of, like, this is a place of welcoming and you should just get the fuck out of here? Like, yeah. That's basically how I feel about politics. My stance in politics is everybody is equal and everybody should be treated equal. And if you disagree with that, then fuck you. Like, get the fuck out. It's a shame that that is a political stance for a lot of people right now, but I have no problem saying that I do not respect people on that side of the aisle. I am intolerant of intolerant people, and I am not ashamed to say that. But like I said, I don't really want to get into politics. It's just because it kind of fits the similar topic about, like, monitoring what you say, and somebody messaged me that, and I'm going to be honest, it really fucking pissed me off. Yeah. Wanted to at least comment on that. Toxic, you don't agree? Yeah, exactly.
Monsters of when night falls, the army enacts the shadow curfew. Get inside, get to
You should try acting? I don't know.
incoming. Use the lances on those enemies.
I have, like, I mean, I don't want to, like, toot my own horn because I know that, like, voice acting is not easy, right? So I'm not saying, like, oh, yeah, I think I could just get into voice acting. But I have thought that voice acting is fun. I've always liked doing fun voices every now and then. I think it could be interesting. I honestly have no idea how difficult it would be to get into voice acting. It's something I've never really looked into, but it's always something that I thought could be kind of fun to try. Because I do enjoy doing, like, little fun voices and stuff like that. But we have to see. I'm glad that people liked that impression of false positivity YouTubers, though.
Can take out a warship. We must hold to our faith in the sacred flame.
I also, is this leveling process? Yes, Matthew Riley, that's a good question. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, this is my first character, so I do not have any bonus experience on this character. I think. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So I don't have any of the bonuses.
Kobis are raiding Sinna's yearning. The army went ahead, but
Say no more. Our new allies in our
Oh, he lived! I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
It was my mistake.
It was just too perfect. The opportunity presented itself. How do I like the story so far? It's garbage. But I don't care.
halt, Ferrin. We secure the village, then rescue the captives.
Yeah, I am the wrong person to ask about story. I do not like WoW story. What can I do here? I think this is a drop a banner and pull a bunch of stuff angle. You enjoy my leveling vids? Keep up the good work. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. How much time did I expect to take? 6 hours? Ballpark, yeah. This is definitely faster than I expected, for sure. I thought I thought like the average time would be roughly 6 hours. I honestly expected this to take 8 hours. I was prepared to be here until like 5 in the morning if need be. It's 3 in the morning right now. But potentially even later. I was going to get to 80 no matter what. So I'm pleasantly surprised that it seems to be pretty fast, but I would have kept going. Let me scroll up and read, because I ranted for a little while there. Love it when incompetent people abuse bureaucracy. Yeah. Yep. Yep. You should not have hyped Delve so much tonight. Maybe we should clip it as promotion. Oh, man. Glazing the game 100% of the time is crazy. There's no way there's nothing wrong with the game. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. It's like... I can understand... I just hate it when people act like it's a bad thing to do. When they're like, oh... Like, why do WoW players always criticize? Because, like, the thing that spawned that entire rant is somebody saying, why do WoW players always criticize the game 100% of the time? Like... First off, that's just such a generalization, right? But that makes it sound like, you know, oh, you should just blindly be happy with what you have. And I just hate that mentality in general. So I can and the thing is, I understand that there are people who would just prefer to be like positive, right? I know that I am definitely a much more pessimistic person. I'm well aware of that, right? It's just who I am, right? I tend to look for the bad, just naturally. It's not really something that I go out of my way to do, but like when something bothers me, it just really bothers me. It's, oh. Okay. Whoa, we're back? Okay, I thought that was a crash. Yeah, like a lot of other people I think are better at like seeing something and giving it a pass and being like, oh, it's not that bad. And I think another thing is something else that's really important, at least in the context of WoW, that we need to keep in mind is that there is history here. I think it all honestly all boils down to history. And this is why I love history so much. Just in general, like not even talking World of Warcraft's history, just I love history. It kind of reminds me of, there was like this really stupid girl in one of my high school classes, and this thing has stuck with me for years, and I think about it all the time. And I remember like one time in history class, she was like, oh, I don't know why we even need to take history. It's like all we're learning about is stuff that already happened. Like, who cares? And it just... The fact that there are people who think that way, and I get it, it's, you know, stupid girl in high school, right? But there are actual people who genuinely think that, and they don't understand why it's important to understand what already happened. And it's like, to me, duh, it's so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. That's the entire point. Like, the entire reason that we care about history at all, like, it's not just nostalgia. Like, we aren't learning about George Washington crossing the Delaware in school because, like, you know, just because it's like we want to learn our country's history. I guess a little bit, stuff like that, maybe. But there are lessons to be learned from history, from any history, from World of Warcraft's history, the things that Blizzard has done in the past, from, like, actual real-world history. That's the whole fucking point. And if you look at everything in a vacuum without any of the context surrounding it and seeing what has happened before, then, yeah, it's very easy to give something a pass and be like, yeah, maybe it's not that bad. But the problem is so many people look at things like Covenants, right, in Shadowlands, and think, well, maybe it won't be that bad, and just ignore all of the times before, like WoD, like the issues with the legendary system in Legion, despite all the good things about Legion, and Azerite armor and Azerite essences in BFA, and then they look at Covenants, and like it blew my mind that going into Shadowlands there were people who were like defending Covenants and saying, well, we need to wait and see. Let's not criticize it just yet. Let's wait and see what Blizzard has planned for it. Like, no. We've heard this before. We've seen this entire story play out. We already know where this ends, and it ended exactly where anybody with a brain thought it would, because we already knew how it happened before. And stuff like that really bothers me when people are just completely ignorant to stuff that has happened in the past, and they treat everything as if, like, you're being so unfair to Blizzard, give them time to, like, see it out. And it's like, but, like, you weren't here years ago when I gave Blizzard the benefit of the doubt and got burned for it. And I think that's the problem with so many people who are new to WoW, or new to anything in general. They can't see the forest from the trees, right? They haven't seen all the times when Blizzard has done similar shitty systems and stuff like that. Like, the whole remix thing, a lot of people may jump to me being as pessimistic as possible about remix, and I always jump to the worst possible conclusion, but we've seen Blizzard do FOMO time-gating bullshit before. And, like, you don't even need to have a long understanding of WoW history. They literally just did it with Plunderstorm. It's like they just fucked everybody over with Plunderstorm with, like, FOMO time-gated bullshit. And I say that as somebody who liked Plunderstorm. In fact, I'm mad because I had a lot of fun with Plunderstorm, and now I can't play it anymore. Because Blizzard, instead of making it into a permanent game mode, would rather do garbage fucking FOMO crap. So now, instead of being able to, like, play Plunderstorm for fun when I want to, I have to wait until the next time they drag it out of the fucking closet to have, like, another FOMO event to get people to sub for, like, that fucking month. It's stupid. It's annoying. And I hate that. And we just got out of it, and then people are like, oh, give them time with Mop Remix. Like, hello? We already see why they're doing this. So that's the stuff that bothers me. It's the people who just can't think critically whatsoever. It's the people who, like, when I was criticizing Mop Remix on day one, right? And the other thing about Remix is, like, day one, I was the only person critiquing it at all, and then literally, like, 48 hours later, there were a shit ton of people complaining on all forms of social media about all the issues with it, which, surprise, I had already spotted on beta, or PTR, none of it got fixed, and then I was bringing it up again on live servers, and people were calling me a doomer. And it's like, it's exhausting. And the thing is, it's a lot easier to just shut up and blindly slop praise, right? It's harder to do this, right? Because you have to deal with fucking idiots saying dumb shit all the time. And you have to deal with them, right? But I'd rather do that. Rather do that than just, like, not state my opinions. Why Blizzard? But so, yeah, it. Unfortunately, you are kind of joining towards the tail end of a long discussion. So, basically, a lot of the entire summary is, I was talking about how some people were like, WoW players always complain. Why do WoW players complain about the game that they play all the time? And my entire point is, we complain because we wanted to get better. And we complain because Blizzard does not have your best interests in mind. If you think Blizzard does not have, or has your best interests in mind, you are wrong, right? So, whenever the AAA company that wants to suck out your money does something stupid, call them on it. Don't let them get away with it. Fucking call them on it. Make the game better. That's the entire point. It's passion and we love the game? Exactly. Precisely. You're playing it because of the game, because of the gameplay? Yeah. That's why I'm playing WoW. So let's see. You go story mode quests. You'll like the story again when Illidan comes back and blows up another demigod. Yeah, pretty much. There we go. Touch of Death. Why am I stuck in combat? What am I stuck in combat with? I Touch of Death to single mob. Hello? Okay.
I'm glad you're all right, Farron. Now stop and take a breath for once.
What the hell?
Oh,
Ooh.
Shadow. What just happened?
That's sick.
We cannot hide from evil. Those shadows came from the Dawn Tower. Farron, wait! We must withdraw to Merildar.
Damn. Is Windwalker the fastest spec to level with? You thought something with stealth would be? No. Rogue is like the fucking worst. Think about it this way. Imagine a scenario. There's a quest objective on the other side of 500 mobs. And you need to reach that quest objective and then get back to turn in the quest. What is the most efficient way to reach that quest objective? Is it A, run around all of the mobs without stealth, reach it, and then run back around? Is it B, stealth past the mobs, get it, come back? Or is it C, kill all 500 of those mobs, get mob kill experience from all 500 of those mobs, loot the quest objective, and then walk right back to the quest giver? It is option C. Now, stealth may be kind of nice, but if you have a spec that can just fucking delete 500 mobs, you play the spec that can delete 500 mobs, because, you know, it's just as fast, except you're murdering things, so you get mob kill XP. So, no, stealth in modern versions of WoW is not really helpful at all, because you can just pull everything and kill it.
Choose yours.
No! The sacred flame! What has Alric and his cults done?
He's currently doing a mix of campaign and normal if they overlap, but also mentioned he's going to make a just campaign video at some point. Yeah.
But they claim allegiance to Xalatath, and so their lives.
Any quest knowledge before I started today? No, not really. Outside of the first, like, 5 quests, no. And I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm leveling casually, because, like, you always have to do a first run, right? There's always going to be the one run that starts before the others. So I'm trying to be fast about this. Now, I took, like, 1 or 2 slight pauses,
Anduin, help her. Call upon the
I took 1 or 2 slight pauses to, like, explain things, right? Which lost a little bit of time. So, I guess I'm not really too concerned about the time of the speedrun.
I can't. There must be another way.
Yeah, good example of, like, Anduin is a little bitch and he can't use the light because, PTSD, and it, like, makes absolutely no sense. Like, I don't know. There's just, the character writing is just terrible. The story is not good. It is middling at best. But yeah, what's it called? I'm, like, trying to be generally efficient. Like, I'm not just taking my time and, you know, if it was a casual run, I would be really going slow and, like, watching Netflix or something. I am, generally speaking, trying to be efficient with my movement, efficient with, like, killing mobs and stuff like that. But obviously, this is the first time I've done all these quests, so I don't know which quests are good. I don't know which quests are inefficient. I don't know, what's it called? I don't know, like, where all the objectives are, so there's gonna be times where I, like, get a little bit lost, because I'm like, where am I supposed to be going here, huh? We'll see.
What are those things?
Where do I go?
a trick of the shadow.
Order of Night Cultists.
You all go ahead.
Oh, they're in this cave down here. You think 2.5 to 2 hours 40 minutes is possible right now? Probably. Honestly, I could definitely see that. Considering how fast I'm already leveling just by, like, kind of YOLOing the quests for the first time. And I'm probably going to get, like, around 5 hours, 5 hours and a half or so. Yeah, I could definitely see that being doable. If you, like, really optimized it, had an efficient route, if you had, like, the 25% bonus from, like, leveling up multiple characters, stuff like that. Oh, that evoker's gonna steal my tags. Oh, wait, this is... Wow, there's a lot of mobs in here. Oh, this is fucking... This is free real estate, yeah. I think that time is possible, for sure. Oh my god! Okay. I got cranked there for a second. I was not prepared for how much damage just went out. I lived, but... Woo. This is the first time I have ever felt mortal during the questing process.
Quickly, friend. Alric is nowhere to be found. If we stop that ritual, I should be able to cleanse the flame.
I'm also not able to just like auto one-shot things anymore, which is kind of nice. It's gonna make this a little bit more interesting.
Stand strong. The darkness won't take us to
Let's just do this. All right.
shadow falls, lamplight is rise.
There's something broken in the game right now with XP. You've been playing this rogue since you started, and you're still 78, and you started at 77. What do you mean? I mean, I'm almost level 79, so there's definitely not something that broken.
Do this if we stick together.
I'm not sure if I understand properly. But yeah, I should note that I mentioned this earlier in the run, but I'll just reiterate because I know not everybody was around for that. I'm not really going to try and optimize the time right now. You started at 77 when I started the run entirely?
But what if it goes out?
I'm
What
confused.
if you failed your people?
So you've been doing 2 levels in 4.5 hours? Have I tried completing quests and killing mobs? They give tons of XP. Are you talking to Tyrion?
Used to be in Hallowfall.
I assume that's what you mean. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you mean, Tyrion.
As a failure. Was it a mistake?
Like, what are you doing to level up?
An arm for it.
Are you trying a particular leveling method? You're getting no XP. Like, no XP at all? Is your XP bar not there? Like, if you kill a mob, does it just not show XP? I'm confused.
I keep fighting because in the darkness,
But, so what I was saying earlier, just real quick. Basically, I'm not going to try to optimize the time right now because a lot of this could get changed. Because one of the main issues right now that I've heard is 2 things. One, the,
enjoyed hurting people.
what was I saying?
Being able to rise over every
The
assault and
overall leveling time, it feels relatively fast. Like, it should probably be taking me a much longer time to level up on my first run than like 5.5 hours. That probably means that like it's generally a little bit undertuned. And you might be like, what? That sounds like a perfectly fine time. But like, yeah, that's a perfectly fine time when you're already really, really comfortable with it and you know it well. I've gotten this with like relatively inefficient questing. You could definitely get this even faster right now. And I think it's maybe a little bit too fast, especially because I am not going to even reach the end of the campaign.
thank you,
But the other problem is, if all you do is the campaign right now, you won't be able to reach max level. It gets you to 77. So, that's just a little bit awkward. Oh my god, look at that. That is fucking sick. It like... You know... Okay, hear me out. I actually think that one of the raids should be that crystal. I don't know how much about the crystal we find out, but if one of the raids was like, that crystal is actually like this secret, I don't know, shard of a fucking Naru or something that crashed into the planet and it's being like corrupted by the void or something and we have to like enter it and defend it from the void or something like that. I think turning that gigantic crystal into a raid environment could be absolutely sick. And it's actually, it's hollow, which would, you know, kind of fit the name. It's actually a hollow crystal, and it's like a mini fucking light spaceship. I think something like that as a raid could be really fucking sick. I hope they do more with that in general. That's definitely one of my favorite things about this zone so far.
we need to return to Merodon.
You think something broke when you finished the campaign in the last zone? Interesting. That is odd.
Is no mere cult.
It's Azeroth?
They speak of
Is it?
She won't stop. Your people need to be ready.
Is that actually, like, Azeroth? Do they confirm that in, like, the story or something? I don't know, maybe is that a spoiler or something? I could definitely see that as being the case, but I don't know. I feel like Azeroth wouldn't just be like a generic crystal dangling on the ceiling. Unless it has literally been confirmed, in which case, you know, fuck me, I guess, but...
Corrupted the Dawn Tower's flame? Ashes take them, man. And this harbinger.
Either way, it's interesting. It is very pretty. Where am I going? The Bastion of Hallowfall. Oh, I need to wait for roleplay, I guess?
We must prepare for Belladar.
Oh, never mind. It was just grayed out.
We should grab some food at the inn while we can.
Weird.
One of the general's rules I happily follow.
Perhaps a moment's rest is warranted.
Oh, there's a war supply crate. I wonder how much XP this gives. I don't usually test these, because, like, there's no point, for the most part. Uh, 3,000, and not really worth it. It has been confirmed that the crystal started turning void when Sargeras stabbed the planet. It's interesting. The crystal being Azeroth would be the worst story writing they've ever pulled. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not thrilled about the idea if it is Azeroth. Like, I feel like that would just be a little bit underwhelming. I don't know. Personally, I like it's a light spaceship idea. Like, basically, Zenithar 2.0 that crashed into Azeroth. And maybe it's like, you know, all of its inhabitants are dormant, and it's not like Army of the Light stuff. It's like real, like, eldritch light beings or something like that. And then the raid would be, like, split in half of, you know, eldritch light enemies. Kind of like the shit that you see in, like, Final Fantasy Shadowbringers. And then the other half would be, like, the Void assaulting them, and you'd have to fight off, like, Void monsters or something.
May the light of the flame brighten your day.
That's just me.
The long nights can be hard.
The cats are trained as well as the soldiers are. When one bonds to you, you have a friend for life.
Do you have a lynx?
People are saying that it's a Naru.
Oh,
I could see that.
no. I am not a cat person.
Yeah. That, like, I think that would work too. Like, it's basically just a gigantic Naru encased in a shell or something like that.
Greetings.
Either way, I think it should be a raid. Because obviously that crystal itself is not a Naru, but honestly, I could see that as, like, what if that is, like, the Naru spaceship, and they traveled in it, and then they crash landed, and there is a Naru inside that, which is why it's, like, all glowing light. And then the raid is, like, breaking into the crystal and, like, rescuing the Naru from the, like, crashed ship and saving it from the void and stuff. I personally think that would be cool. But hey, that's just me. As Naru turned void when they die, it could be a shell of the Naru. Yeah, something like that. The Arathi were teleported to Hallowfall by the crystal. Oh yeah, I haven't really... I mean, I haven't been reading the quests and stuff like that. I also haven't really followed along super closely with the Arathi lore. Which...
We owe our service to those.
The whole Arathi thing, I mean, I love their, like, aesthetic.
I was inspired last
It's really cool.
I designed a new art
But
aesthetic.
the lore behind the Arathi is, very odd, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of it. But, like, I don't care. That's the nice thing about, like, not really giving a shit about Blizzard's writing. You can just be like, hey, this architecture looks cool. Airships are cool. Alright, I vibe with it. Like, it's whatever. I won't think about it too hard. That's kind of how I approach WoW's writing in general these days. I just won't think about it too hard.
But what if I figured out the weight balancing? You
Easier that way.
was what you didn't like about
They're from another part of the planet and their leader is Lothar. Yeah, that's like the one thing that I remember reading on Wowhead. It's like, they're apparently from... Aren't they from that, like, fucking... That part of the planet that's like... That was speculated to be the leaked area? What's the fucking name? I forget. Do you think rested experience will help much while leveling if you're okay with not leveling in one sitting? I mean... It very much depends on what you mean. Getting double XP helps, yes. It's, I don't know, it's like... Is it going to help? Yes. Does it, like, really matter that much? I don't know. It depends on the context that you're talking about, right? If we're talking about, like, leveling in general, like from 1 to 70 in Dragonflight, then no. Because the lower levels, it won't matter at all. Will it help for levels like 78 to 80 in the War Within? Yeah, I suppose it probably would. I'm sure that it would have some effect. But yeah, it depends on the context for sure. Okay, wow, those mobs almost just fucking erased me out of nowhere. But it worked out.
Something else. A survivor from the depths of time. We are surrounded by Farron's at the orphanage. She was the first child to call it home. She visits whenever she can.
Let's see. What did I miss? Avaloran, yes, that's what I was looking for. I wonder when we'll get another voice actor on the level of Bonsomni from BFA. I think that's what we need to make the story more interesting. I mean, that alone won't make the story more interesting, but I do agree that, like, the only parts of Shadowlands that I enjoyed were the parts with, like, Bonsomni. So that's fair. Like, good voice acting can definitely help. But, It's neat. Oh, that gave me credit. Okay. Play with orphans. Then I go inside. All right.
I will see you through the shadow. That's the warning bells of the main gate.
Much loved teddy bear. Where is the much loved teddy bear? Oh, over there. How much XP does this give? That's actually, like, decent XP for a really easy quest, presumably.
Children, stay inside.
Oh yeah, Denathrius was good, for sure. Heroes, yeah. For sure. We need Bonsomni back, yeah. Yeah, good voice acting can definitely, like, elevate a good story, but I don't know. It wasn't enough to save Shadowlands, that's for sure. Used to care about the story. You adopted the I don't care, I'll go with it mentality within the last 2 years. You can enjoy the game a lot more that way. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like, I was very angry in Shadowlands because I saw a story that I cared about a lot that was being, like, ripped away and fucked over by Blizzard. And that was, kind of frustrating to see. But at this point, for better or for worse, the damage has been done. The story has already been trashed. I can't really be any more upset with it. It is what it is. So, might as well just go with it. Where? I have one more point to spend. Let's do that. I actually kind of want the survivability a little bit more at this level. It's telling me that there's quests that I can pick up here. Crossroads of Twilight. But where? They're bugged for you too? Huh. It looks like it's just the, like the visual display. Like, I can still do this just fine.
Manipulates the Cobus through their hunger and the Arathi through their fear.
Also, the fish people are kind of cool, I've got to say. It's an interesting type of mob. One thing that I really like the aesthetic of is like the whole underwater sea area.
Yes, night falls. Redalas begins.
Oh, look at that. Oh my god, that is pretty fucking sick. Oh, that is really fucking cool. What is this? Concentrated shadow. Oh, it's just a chest. Alright. Ragefin Necrostaff. Huh. Alright. Swap to Grief Torch. But yeah, the whole idea of, like, this massive underwater ocean, like if we fly up to get a better vantage point, there's this gigantic underwater ocean and there's a race of like evil void fish people that live under there and like eldritch monsters. Like, and this is deep underground. The entire like concept of this zone is just kind of sick. I really dig it. This is really cool. And it's like, if I don't think about it too hard and I'm just like, hey, it's a gigantic underground ocean with fish people, with, here's the quest. I think it just visually wasn't showing up. Underwater ocean with fish people, and there is a race of, like, paladin light people that are fighting against it with gigantic fucking airships, and there's a gigantic crystal in the ceiling of the cave that, like, resonates either light or void, depending on, like, you know, what it's being corrupted by. Just as a pitch, that's sick. Like, I don't need to know the rest of the actual story. I don't care if it ends up being really boring. It just sounds really cool. So, kind of fine with that. Would it be nice if it ends up being really interesting too? Sure, I haven't really been paying attention, so I don't know. But I'm kind of just vibing with the aesthetic of the zone as a whole. Purely 70 to 80 with questing, as it's probably going to be the fastest way, bar events with bonus XP. I mean, like, yeah, getting rested experience will help you. Like, it'll make leveling a bit faster. But it really depends on what your priorities are. Like, because it's a weird thing to ask in the sense that if you're looking to level up from 70 to 80 in the shortest /played time, then you probably don't even need to ask me, is it fast to use rested experience? You know, you probably don't need my advice to say, is it worth it to get double experience? Like, if I had the option to press a button and just get double experience, it should go without saying that I would press that button. The problem with rested experience is that it forces you to not play for a few days while you ramp up that rested XP. So it begs the question of what are you looking to achieve, right? Are you just looking to slowly level up your characters over a long period of time and you don't really care about, like, exactly when they're ready? Maybe. I guess it would, technically speaking, be the fastest way. But then, like, if the question is more so, I am looking to have my characters all leveled up by the end of early access, right? Within the end of those first 4 days. Well, I can tell you right now that you wouldn't be able to get nearly enough rested experience to matter in 4 days. So stuff like that is kind of an important distinction. Just leveling the rest of the alt army, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say. Definitely one thing that I can say with absolute certainty is that the most efficient way to level at the start of or the most efficient thing that you can do at the start of an expansion is to log into every single one of your characters once. Because you don't start building rested experience until you've logged into that character. So if you haven't touched the character at all, then you're getting no value out of that. So that's like one small thing that you could do. And then presumably the crystal is going to be purified, right? Yeah, so the crystal like it sheds all the void energy. That's pretty cool.
We are far from the Empire.
We are a light in the darkness.
Veneration grounds cleared. Do I need to talk to? Oh, this is all optional. Speak to Arathi survivors. So I'm just clicking on stuff, basically. Taran Monk, yes, Taran Monk indeed. Spooky Void, it definitely was very spooky, and Combat Rogue, though. Yes. I don't know what about Combat Rogue, but... Combat Rogue is I guess it's technically not a spec anymore. It's definitely a spec in Cataclysm. You are a lore nut, but I made you a speed leveler. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I like the lore, generally. It's the storytelling that I dislike. There's a very important distinction there.
The warmth of the sacred flame.
Outsiders.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've got the metal, there are valuables waiting to be won.
Okay, is that... Yeah, that's 100%. Now I just need to talk to Arathi survivors. But yeah, for that, it really depends. Depends on your goals. If you're just looking to level up your characters across a long period of time and you don't care how long it takes, then yeah, definitely play around the rested XP, because, like, I mean, hey, it is free experience, but I don't know. It's not something that I ever really take into account, so yeah.
Greetings, outsider.
Stay alert.
Good morning. How's the speedrun going? The speedrun is going very well. Very, very, very well.
The flame bless
We're already on the final level, and 5 hours is much faster than I ever thought. I thought, like, the fastest that this could possibly be was, like, 6 hours if everything went absolutely perfectly. And I don't even think I've necessarily done, like, an amazing job optimizing this. It's just been pretty fast. Did I forget to pick up the quest? I guess I did. Oops. Your warband is going to be massive? Yeah. Yeah, thanks to Remix, I've had to start deleting characters on my main account. I just purged... I purged 3 different characters the other day. I'll probably have to do more. But just as some fun, well, maybe depressing, depending on how you look at it, but some little lore is very old speedrun videos, so most people watching this won't remember it. But back in Shadowlands, the first stream that I ever did, so my first ever speedrun stream, a Dark Iron Shaman run. Where's Lights Redoubt? Oh, this is the final zone. So the first speedrun that I ever did, that character is now deleted. That was a character on a Portuguese server, and it was like a random Dark Iron Dwarf Shaman that, like, I'm never going to play. So I deleted it, but it was the first character that I ever leveled on a live stream, so there was a bit of like, aw, man, I gotta get rid of this character, but it was pointless. I deleted one of my generic Lightforge paladins. So the super duper old video, all of this is now, of course, unlisted. But the old speedrun video called Speedrunning Alliance and Telling Old WoW Stories, the paladin that I leveled in that video is now deleted. And there was another, like, generic monk, I think, that I had leveled on that server at some point that I deleted. The only character that I kept on that Portuguese server is Speedwagon, because I could never delete Speedwagon. He is too iconic. So that character was from my second WoW video ever, where I think it was called I Tried Speedrunning WoW's Worst Category. One of the earliest videos I ever made. The editing was fucking terrible. But it was during that video that I leveled Speedwagon, and I could not delete him. But I did start clearing up some characters. I finally reached that point. I just don't have room on my account anymore, unfortunately. Which is partially why I've started leveling characters on my alt accounts, because the only way that I'm going to be able to realistically continue doing speedruns going forward is by using my alt account. But the other issue is that for retail speedruns, I need to use my main account because there's a lot of stuff that's just, like, account bound. And those accounts are not linked to my main account, so I can only use them for, like, remix speedruns where nothing actually matters. Is War Within going to be good for monks? Oh yeah. Windwalker monks are eating good in War Within. Pretty much all the changes are universally liked by Windwalkers. And right now, obviously tuning is very subject to change, but right now Windwalkers are very strong. So that could change, right? The more important thing is that Windwalker feels very good to play, and that's really all that truly matters. Is there a reason I made a character on a Portuguese server? I forget why I did it back in the day. I think it was like I wanted to see... It was like a low-pop Portuguese server that wasn't connected to anything else. And I wanted to test like whether I would have better rare and chest RNG on a Portuguese server. Which I did. I actually did get a lot more chests. That was like one of the iconic things about that run at the time. It was the speed run where I found like 9 chests in the run. So that was pretty cool. But the thing about runs like that is for any sort of speed runs in the future where I wanted to like make sure that I had average chest RNG, I would just do the runs in the PTR. So there was a time there where I was considering like if I had to do the runs on live servers, maybe I should like start preparing characters on alt servers. And then I kind of had the realization of like, why don't I just do the PTR, do the runs in the PTR? That way I have no competition and I can just mail over all the items for free because I'm copying it based on my character. And yeah, that was what I ended up doing. But I'm pretty sure that's when I was still considering the whole small server thing. And there are a lot of like dead Latin American servers that have very little people on the layers. So it's easy to find a lot of stuff. What spec would I level for Druid? Oh, Guardian, 100%. Not even close. Guardian, 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 all the way. In fact, I don't know if my next speedrun will be Guardian Druid, but I want to level a Guardian relatively soon. I am very excited to level a Guardian. Ooh.
Where did they take him? Do you see Anduin?
They dragged him down. I lost track of him.
Ash!
What?
We can't
What?
let them reach Merodal.
What is happening?
Blast them apart. Curse them all. Where did they take him? Do you see Anduin?
Looking forward to it? Yeah.
They dragged him
That should be interesting.
I lost track of
Although I missed a few messages, let me scroll up. New expansion will be fast leveling. Take everything right now with a grain of salt. Alright? We really don't know. Something is bugged here. This is not working properly. I can't fire the javelin. I don't know what's going on. Okay, while I wait for this quest to unfuck itself, let me read. From your point of view, the story was horrible with the whole Jailer, Primus, and First Ones things? Yeah, for sure. I wonder if 11.1 and 11.2 zones are going to be caves. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what they do with the patch zones. Unlike Dragonflight, I have no real idea where they're going with this. It should be interesting. Was our Azeroth built on top of these zones? I guess that's a matter of perspective, right? Shit. This is kind of bad. Fuck, Blizzard. The button to leave the fucking ship doesn't work. Well, that's really unfortunate. My character's kind of stuck here. I guess I log out and see if that fixes anything. Hopefully that fixes the problem. How do I feel about the other zones? You agree the way they put it for this zone? It's freaking awesome. I think they're cool. Yeah. Wait. What? I think it finally loaded and kicked me off of the ship. Time to report a bug. Relogging fixes it? Okay, good to know I picked the right solution.
Quickly, before the
Perfect.
ruffians overwhelm us. Them all. Where did they take him? Do you see Anduin?
Okay, now it's working.
They dragged him down. I lost track of him.
Ash, we can't let them reach Merodar. Blast them.
Whoa! It just flicked my camera. Okay. For this speedrun, did I do a lot of side quests or did I stick mostly to the campaign quests? I did a decent amount of side quests, yeah. I did all of the side quests in Isle of Dorn. And...
Forces a taste of their own
oh, this is nice. I get to, like, change the direction that I'm facing. This is a really interesting, like, rail shooter quest. Like, I don't really need to change my perspective. This is a fairly good angle.
We've beaten them back. Let's get Anduin.
Hold on. We don't know what's down there. Reinforcements are on the way. We could wait.
We'll lose his trail.
Oh. Cutscene skip. And I think this is the start of Azj-Kahet. You got access to the beta. Does everybody get it? Some people just will randomly get access to the beta. You get guaranteed access if you bought, like, the Epic Edition pre-order, I think it is. So it depends. Do you think we're getting a new engine after the saga? I have absolutely no idea. No idea. I mean, that's more of a question of, does Blizzard want to spend the money, which, who fucking knows? Okay, let me take a moment to, like, scroll up and read chat. I missed a few messages. You remember that video? That was the first speedrun of yours you watched, and it made you make a Lightforged Paladin alongside me. Ah, nice. Yeah, see, that Lightforged Paladin I don't really miss, because I actually already have, like, 3 different Lightforged Paladins named Gilliana. So, for that particular run, it was just a carbon copy of my normal Lightforged Pally that I made to, like, test leveling, so I don't really mind losing, like, Gilliana number 4. I still have the original Gilliana, and that one obviously isn't going anywhere. But I figured I didn't need the generic copy that I made for that speedrun. Have I tested each of the tanks yet? I haven't tested them, but I have looked into all of the tanks. So I've, like, looked at the talents, I've put together builds. I have done a bit of a write-up in my Discord for, if you look in the War Within channel right now in my Discord in the pins, I pinned a big write-up of, like, my thoughts on tank tier sets, my thoughts on, like, tank stuff for leveling, Right now, I've mostly only tested Brewmaster, but I've looked into a lot of the other stuff and, like, tried to see what I would want to run. And I've seen, like, other tanks during raid testing and stuff and what they're running. So, do I think it is worth it to buy Epic Edition to start a few days early? I think that is a question that you should not be asking me, and it is a purely personal decision that you need to make on your own. I dislike the practice that Blizzard's going with for this early access shit. I think it's disgusting. I am forced to do it because this game is my job, right? Or YouTube is my job, and I primarily cover World of Warcraft. So I do not have a choice in the matter. I am basically forced to do it, right? Any cost that I am spending on Epic Edition, I am going to make back through the fact that I make videos on this game and I make money playing this game, right? So I am not in a position to give you an accurate assessment of whether or not it is worth it. That is a decision that you need to make entirely on your own. So, what's my opinion on Havoc? I really like Havoc, yeah. Right now, like, for instance, in Remix, my main character in Remix is a Havoc Demon Hunter. But I think Havoc in general is pretty fun to play. Whenever I level a Demon Hunter, I play Havoc. I don't play Vengeance. George Isaacson said, nice to see you again. Good luck with the beta. You're going to jump into the game. Looking forward to beta testing yourself. Awesome. I appreciate you stopping by the stream. And yeah, to finish answering the question before, I did a decent amount of side quests in this run. And obviously that got me a decent distance ahead. What else did I miss? Do races matter in speedruns? And how many characters do you have per account? For account, I think it's like 65 with the MoP Remix increase. They just recently increased it for Remix. As for races do kind of matter in speedrunning. There are times when it matters more or less. Like, there have been periods of time where Volpera Racial has mattered a ton and has been like a 10 to 15 minute time save. These days, it doesn't really matter that much. I would say Dark Iron Dwarf is still like a 5-minute-ish time save for Alliance, but Guardian Druid is just so powerful that a lot of times it's just going to be better to play Cult Hero and Guardian Druid for runs, at least for 10 to 70, just because it lets you play a Druid. But it really depends, for the most part. Rogue is bad? Yeah. If I could create a new spec for any class, what would it be? Ranged Demon Hunter. Easily. Demon Hunter with a bow. I don't know what I would call it. It would probably be something to do with, like, Fell Lancer or whatever. Or, like, I don't know. There'd probably be some fancy name that you could think for it, or think up for it, like, I don't know, something to do with Fell. But it would be, like, basically a ranged Demon Hunter that has, like, Fell arrows and uses, like, Fell spells and stuff. And they would have, like... It would be something where they would go into melee. Basically, how do I put this? If I could take, like, a class and add it to WoW, it would... I think that Demon Hunter would be a good vehicle for this, but it would be something like Red Mage in Final Fantasy, where you have, like, a lot of ranged abilities, and you're, like, attacking from a distance, and you have, like, really good mobility as a range caster, so Demon Hunter, I think, would work really well, because DH, obviously, is, like, the movement class. So something where, like, you can cast while moving with your bow and whatever would be really nice. And then you have, like, melee burst windows where, I don't know, you would, like, hunt into the boss, and then all of your shots would transform into, like, Warglaive attacks, and you would do, like, this big, like, glaive pattern on the boss, and then you would Vengeful Retreat out. What is going on with my camera right now? My camera's doing really funky shit. But yeah, then you would vengeful retreat out or something, and all of your abilities would like reset to what they were before. And you would go back to being ranged. So, like Red Mage. I really like Red Mage. Red Mage is my favorite DPS in FF14. So, effectively, I guess, to answer your question, I would add Red Mage to some class. But I think that, thematically, Demon Hunter could work really well for that, of, like, a melee ranged Weaver. That would be what I'd do, personally. And, like, my more biased answer would be I would add a tank spec. So that is, like, that is personally what I think would be coolest, but I also think, like, Evoker Tank is another really easy answer for me. The fact that we didn't get Evoker Tank is kind of lame. So I would delete Aug Evoker and take a lot of the assets used in Aug Evoker and turn it into a tank spec. I'm not even joking. I think Aug Evoker should be deleted. Sorry, not sorry. So that would just be a net positive. Technically, we're not really adding a spec. We're just reworking an existing one, but, like, that way we're just making the game better. 2 birds, 1 stone. Like Draven from Lee? Yeah, something like that. Mage tank? Mage tank could be cool, yeah. I want some sort of range tank. It's, man, I really wanted Warlock tank in Season of Discovery to be something that, like, would be fun to play, but they have just butchered Warlock tank in SOD. They have absolutely no idea what they want to do with it, and it's depressing. As a League of Legends player, Aug Evoker gives you Yuumi PTSD. Yeah, I haven't really played League in like 10 years, but I've definitely heard bad things about Yuumi. What about a ranged axe-throwing hunter? I mean, that already kind of fits survival. I think that shares a lot of design space already. I think, if anything, you should just add more ranged axe-throwing related abilities to survival, which I do think would be cool. I've always wanted survival to be more of, like, you know, a skirmisher type melee that, like, disengages and then does, like, shit from a distance. Except when it's Wildfire Bomb. Fuck Wildfire Bomb. Oh, I don't hate Wildfire Bomb. I should clarify. I hate when the entire playstyle is just fishing for the right Wildfire Bomb. I just find that exceptionally boring. AKA the playstyle that we had in Sepulchre. That was just really not fun at all. And unfortunately, because that was the only time when Survival Hunter has been truly meta, a lot of people keep wanting Blizzard to bring it back because they never saw Survival Hunter when it was actually really fun. And it makes me sad. Where am I going for this? Here. The best race for anything is Night Elves. Did you see those 6-packs? True, Night Elves do look pretty cool. What else did I miss? Gotta get ready for work. It's been a good 4 hours. And have a good nap when you finish. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Let's see. Can I mount up in time? Barely. And okay, yeah. Actually, it takes way too long to get around here. I'm just gonna fly to the top. What's the thing that I need to do? Well-bleached bones. Oh, never mind, it's over here. Okay.
This land was not what we expected.
Huh. Where is Illyria? Oh. That's the quest? Oh, wow, that's easy. Okay. Okay, so kill 12 Nerubians and just blow up those balloons. Fly through the rings to gain Holy Lance. What's Holy Lance? Can destroy nearby Nerubians. How do I do that, though? Okay. I have no idea how I'm supposed to do that. So... And I'm just going to drop this. And we'll kill them the old-fashioned way. With our fists. And then there's going to be a bunch up there. Okay, I think I actually did catch up on all messages. Arathi Lamplighter incoming? Oh, is there a bugged quest up ahead? Oh, yikes. Well, at the very least, I'm very close to the end here. So if I do reach a quest that's broken, then I can always just skip it and do side quests, but I really hope it doesn't come to that. Haven't seen Green Jesus yet? You swear to God if he's going to jump in front of the final raid boss and save the day. Yeah, you're right. What happened to him? He's like in all of the key art for War Within, and I haven't actually seen him. Oh, you're saying that's the new class and race. Ah, I see. I misunderstood. I saw 2 of your messages which were unrelated, and I thought they were talking about each other. Gotcha. I mean, the Arathi wouldn't be a race, right? Because they don't actually even have a new unique model. But Arathi as, like, a paladin archetype could be kind of neat. Let's see. I think that was it for these quests. I'll turn these in first. So I'll do that. Cool. Okay, that's all it is for those quests. We'll pop the Mushan horn here. So this is an example of where a Tuft of Yak Fur could be pretty good. I'm completely out of dragon riding vigor, but I still need to reach this point.
Do you see any sign of that woman who saved us?
No. But I did find tracks leading south.
We need to regroup.
There's no time. You find the others. I'll find Anduin.
The breathing pit. Huh. This is kind of creepy.
So, you survived the ambush. Impressive. I shall watch for you. The black blood is dangerous, especially in Nerubian hands.
Also, like, this is just a Na'vi, right? From fucking Avatar. Am I crazy? Like, that, it's literally just what that is. So, I don't know. I mean, I suppose it could be worse. Arathi are half human, half night elf. I mean, I know that, like, technically speaking, they're supposed to be different, but they use the same models, is what I mean. They don't have, like, unique appearances or anything crazy like that. I guess since chat has slowed down, one thing that I could talk about is, general opinions on Remix, and because people were asking earlier, and what do I hope that they do next time? I think my main issue with Remix that I talked about earlier is I really hope that the mode, if they do this again, well, for starters, I hope that they take out the Tinker Gems, because I just strongly dislike the idea of all of your power being tied to, like, random proc effects. I don't really think that's fun. Just me personally. But I feel that they should make the grind more, like, short form, right? And you should be encouraged to level up multiple different characters. Even if they want to make it so it's, like, every single character gives you, like, an additional 50% to your cloak. something to like really encourage people to play more alts. Not like, hey, you get 40,000 bronze for every alt you level. Like, that's cool and all, but right now, I have literally no incentive on Remix to play anything but my Demon Hunter. Because of the way that threads and, like, there's no account-wide upgrade cost reduction, which, like, that stuff, it's kind of criminal that it hasn't been fixed. That definitely should have been working, and it's a shame that they coded it in such a way that it just doesn't work. Kind of embarrassing for them, if we're being honest. Also, these mobs kind of fucking hurt. So yeah, it's kind of bad that they didn't get that working. And they apparently just can't get it working, so we're never going to get account-wide cost reduction, which is just really lame. But they need something like that in the future, but more so they need a reason to play different characters. Like, I would love to play a monk a bit more in Remix, but I've already invested so much time into my DH, and there's just, like, literally no reason for me to play a monk at all. Why would I bother? Because right now, all I need is one Demon Hunter to carry all of my alt accounts. I run the raids on my DH, I can solo them all, cool. And if I want to do dungeons, I just use my level 20 character. Alright, sure. That's it. That's all I need to do. And if I were to try to play a separate character, it would just take me such an obscenely long time to regrind all of the threads, because they're all tied to, like, daily cooldown things, and it's so lame. That's so lame. I'm glad that there are some daily options, but farming like daily quests shouldn't be the most efficient way to earn threads by such a massive margin that it devalues literally any other form of actual grinding. Because right now, bang for your buck, that's just the best thing to do. And it's okay for that to be good, but there's just no point in doing anything else. But that means if I were to try and get a character caught up, I basically just need to farm dailies nonstop.
I knew I was right about you.
Oh, Captain Placeholder.
Come with me. You need to know what you fight against.
Alright, cool. Captain Exposition. Love that. See creatures in the unseeming. Creatures in the unseeming can see you. That's interesting. So for context, there's a raid mechanic in Bloodbound Horror where you actually, the way that this fight works is it's like a big boss rooted in the center of the room, and there's like, you fight him on like these little islands surrounding him, and there's pools of like goo on the ground that if you walk through, you take damage, so you have to like jump between the islands, and there's like these ads that'll spawn throughout the fight, and the Tank Buster will shift people into the unseeming, and the only way that you can attack the ads is if you're inside the unseeming. Also, so this is the Nerubian place. This is the one zone that I haven't really explored. This is pretty cool. It looks a lot like the raid, so I guess, obviously I've kind of seen it because I did the raid testing. But the city itself looks really cool. I love this architecture. I really love, like, the dangling platforms with, like, the webs and stuff. Like, that is just visually really cool. And then, I wonder what happens if I try to fly into the outdoor version of the raid. Is there an invisible wall? No, it just teleports me back. Alright. Yeah, so one of the cool things about the raid is like very spread out. So I did a lot of like out of bounds exploration in the raid after the raid testing. So if you want to see that, it's included in the video on my third channel, the stream archive thing. But the way that the raid works is you enter in here, that little dangling platform, that's where you fight the first boss. And then after you kill the first boss, the platform will drop you off and you fall down into like the gooey pits below, and you have to like fight trash up to, it's hard to really see, I can't really get closer, but the Bloodbound Horror that I just talked about is all the way over there. Then you fly up to those dangling platforms off in the distance, and you make your way up into this section, and then this little floating platform with the little tarps draped around it, that's where you fight Sikron, Captain of the Sureki. We haven't tested this fight yet, so I don't know what he's going to be like, but we can see his location on the map. Then you head back to the main platform, and this little bridge over here, that is where you fight Rashanon. This fight we did test. So Rashanon is a stationary boss that starts in this little opening here. So he like dangles off the side of the platform. He bombards you with like webs and poison. There's a really cool poison mechanic where it summons like 2 waves that like shoot outwards after a few seconds. And you have to get to the right side of the platform so you don't like spray the raid with the wave. And he covers like this part of the platform with goop. And then he flies away to another part of the platform and he bombards you as he's flying. So he'll fly over here, he'll do a bombardment, then he'll fly like into this corner. And then he does a split damage soak, where if not enough people soak it, it just yeets you off into the distance. You just get shot really far and you hit a kill plane. But you can solo soak it. So what I did with a monk, or as a monk with Transcendence, is I popped Dampen Harm and Zen Meditation on my Brewmaster. I placed Transcendence right on the edge of the cliff. I solo the split damage soak, so nobody else in the raid had to take damage, and then it launched me, and I hit Transcendence and teleported back on. And then it turns out Blood Decays can just do the same thing with Death's Advance and fucking Death Strike, because fucking Blood Decays. But yeah, it's a really cool boss. And then, after Rashanon, you actually go into the main palace itself. That's what that big entryway is over there, and that's where the other bosses are. So you go into that big area, and then there's like little caverns. On one area, you fight Brood Twister Ovanax. The other way, you fight Nexus Princess Kaiveza. And then at the very top of the raid, you fight Silken Court and Queen Ansarek. But the raid layout is like really cool. I really like that it's not this one little confined space. You kind of navigate around this entire outdoor area, and all of this space is used. It's really cool. The environments are very varied, and I always like varied environments in my raid bosses. I've talked a lot about the White Room test and my thoughts on that. He's a boss in the ship dungeon too? Yeah. He starts the raid encounter already damaged. So, where is it? I don't know if it actually shows up. Oh yeah, you can see on the overview. Wounded during the events of the Dawnbreaker, Rashanon fled to Nerubar Palace and begins the encounter at 60% HP. So yeah, there's actually a built-in reference to that. One of the problems with that, though, is imagine being an evoker on Rashanon, and the fight starts when the mob's health is already low and your mastery is basically devalued. So that's a little bit of a problem, unfortunately. And there's like a marksmanship hunter talent where your abilities do more damage when the mob is above 80%. And that's just like basically dead on that fight. So yeah, Hunter's Mark useless. It's a little bit weird the way that it works, but I don't know, it's a neat idea. Oh, I need to run up ahead. Okay. I don't need to wait for her. Let's just knock out the rest of the quests, and then I can talk more when we're like actually done. I missed a few messages earlier. How am I liking Windwalker? It's good. Yeah. I think it's very good. I mean, I generally speaking like Windwalker, right? There's a reason why I'm playing Monk for this. That's because Monk is what I main. Also, what the fuck is... What is going on here? I assume it's not intentional that there's just, like, random deposits just sitting out in the middle of the road. I assume some developer just, like, dropped this here for testing purposes and then forgot to take it out. which is kind of amusing.
Watch and lurk, drudges. There will be no interruptions.
Sinestra starts at low HP too? Not sure. You're still 78 and you've run out of quests. That is unfortunate. Well, I guess if anybody wants to test mining on the War Within beta, this is the spot to level it. You just head down to this random road and mine all of these nodes over and over. Some developer forgot to remove it. Disturbed Earth. Oh, I'm getting threads. No. I thought I was out of Remix. But yeah, I've not done Sinestra yet, so I'm not sure about that. But I'll take your word for it. The War Within remix confirmed. It already has kind of felt like it with how fast I've killed stuff. A bunch of people earlier were saying, is this War Within remix? Stuff like that. Okay, so this is the main hub. The Weaver's Lair. Interesting.
There's the little morsel now. Come in.
So, what item level gear am I getting now? 545. So this is only, like, marginally better than the boots that I have, but the boots that I have are an embellishment item. So...
This harbinger has the entirety of Azj-Kahet's military at her. The Ascended are the harbinger's gift to Unpaused.
Major faction unlocked. Ah, the Iskara Teskar, named the Severed Threads. I know that they just haven't changed the names yet, but...
They are impossibly strong, and I have no army of my own.
Lightmaster.
And dispose of the harbinger, then I will need to find a way to subvert her military might from within.
World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King Classic Remix. That could be interesting. New to the channel, thanks for all the tips. They're really helpful. You've just come back to the game since early Legion. Awesome. I'm glad that I'm able to help. Maybe they left there to see how much food traffic they would get? Or is that foot traffic or food traffic? But it is possible, yeah. I definitely don't think it's intentional, though. Did I see the sub 30-second dungeon speedruns on Monk DH? Yeah. I mean, like, it's interesting, but a lot of that stuff was kind of already known about. It's really more just that people are becoming aware of how that stuff is possible because, you know, now it's a relevant thing in Remix again. It's cool, though. Nothing against it. What I can say for the 30-second dungeon speedruns is when I mentioned earlier that I'm doing like a very fancy speedrun in Remix, that will be part of it. You can rest assured that that will be very much involved. So, if you want to see runs that are potentially even faster than some of those, just you wait. Shit's gonna be wild. And that is only one component of the speedrun that I have planned. Like, it's gonna be really cool. That's all I'll say for now. I don't want to hint too much right now, but that is going to be a really, really, really fun run. And that's why I've gotten so many people to help out with it, because the more people that are able to do, like, or help me do really crazy shit, the better.
Friend, you weren't followed.
These quests.
A lamplighter brings hope. A meal should offer some strength and comfort after all they've been through.
A solvent was knocked over and
dissolve the webbing of our cages.
One man insisted on staying behind. Finn. Might want to get the madman before the venom does.
The guards near us were arguing about new orders. Then they just walked off.
Where's the next one? Over there. BFA remix incoming? I don't know about that one. You give up, this character is dead? Yeah, that definitely sounds like a pretty silly bug. I don't know why it's doing that. Alright, Kablooey. Whoa. Alright. It's good to know that even at this level, Beacon is still enough to one-tap a rare mob. Nice.
Message received. Now, shoo, little spider. You'll blow my cover. You. Over here.
Why is my auto accept not working?
Let's get. I need my weapons. And Weaver, so she'll give me an antidote. Since I like being alive.
Unworthy pests!
Okay. Nice, that was fast. Is that just it? No. Almost there, but that wasn't quite enough. What am I still in combat with? I think it's Chi-Ji that's pulling all these extra mobs. Huh. It felt so satisfying at the beginning of Remix to run up to the mailbox and go 55 to 70 in a minute. People were so confused. Yeah, for sure. Okay, it's on a platform even above this one. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Glad you could catch it. Awesome. I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, we're close to being done, but I will have fun with what remains of it. Okay, there we go. That's the thing that I need. And grab that. I mean, realistically speaking, though, I just kill these. Boom. Wow, realm first level 80. Definitely not, but... yeah, so some people were wondering about this. This is not a new achievement. This is just a placeholder achievement because they have, like, leftover stuff from Wrath of the Lich King. But yeah, we made it in under 6 hours, and I kind of fucked around a little bit, like, you know. This could definitely be significantly faster, but... So just to recap a few things... Right? I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm not going to stream for a few days. I have a lot of stuff that I need to set up. And right now, kind of my top priority with streaming related stuff, as I mentioned, I have part 2 of the, what's it called? Part 2 of the Cataclysm speedrun that I need to finish. And then I'm going to get that, like, uploaded on the second channel. I'll try to do that at some point, like, tomorrow or Monday. We'll see how long that takes. So I will probably do another stream, like, later in the week. I might even be able to stream Thursday, because, all I'll say right now is that my raiding schedule is changing slightly for Classic, so I won't have, Thursday as a raid day anymore. And right now, my retail guild isn't raiding Thursday because, like, we clear the raid in one night, so, like, we don't need to. So... I have Thursdays completely open as a potential additional streaming day for now. Might do that next week, to be determined. On days when there's raid testing, I probably won't be able to, but there's no raid testing next week, so we'll see. And I don't know exactly what I'll do for stream stuff there. I might do like a Twitch stream on Thursday and maybe a YouTube stream on Friday or something. Again, to be determined. But for future War Within runs, I mentioned this at the start, but I am going to do only a little bit of additional testing right now. I will probably do another speedrun that is only the campaign, and I just do all campaign all the way to the end, and we'll just see where that leaves us off. And I don't know, honestly, that one might be on Twitch. I don't think that'll be super duper interesting. I don't know, it's a little bit difficult because the problem is, generally speaking for these runs, I like to do them all the way up to 80, and I want to like get realistic tests of a lot of this stuff. But it can be a little bit tricky right now with like the XP values very clearly not being in final tuning. And I don't want to do a lot of testing like that right now. So I might do 1 or 2 miscellaneous tests. I'll definitely do the campaign one. If there's another idea for a test that somebody has that like they really want to see, like I know people mentioned testing delves, that is probably something that I'll test on my free time. And if it looks like it's even remotely a viable leveling method, then I would do a run with it. But if not, then I don't know. But if there's something else that somebody would really want to see, then I could try it. But we'll have to kind of figure it out. XP values in general are just it's so difficult right now. So I wanted to at least get this one run out there just to make sure that you guys have like a frame of reference for roughly how long does it take, what is the progression through the zone like. I think one thing that we can clearly see here is that the campaigns are very fast. Like the Hallowfall campaign, that's kind of something interesting. If I go into the zone, I completely didn't interact with like half of the subzones. It took me loosely through the zone, but a lot of the quests were like pretty basic overall. So it definitely feels like the game expects you to do a lot of side quests. I have no idea what the final tuning will look like, but compared to Dragonflight, which had like some really beefy campaign sections, this overall feels kind of like you don't actually need to, or you actually do need to do a significant amount of side quests. But a lot of people, like, they hear side quests and they're like, yuck, side quests. Like, I don't want to do side quests. But, I mean, a quest is a quest is a quest, right? It doesn't matter if it's labeled side quest or main quest. A lot of the generic campaign stuff in Dragonflight feels like a side quest. Fundamentally, like, what is the purpose of doing random generic chores for the Maruk Centaur, right? Like, what makes this feel any different? It's just this is labeled as a campaign quest, the other thing is labeled as a side quest. Like, what if you went to Maracai and instead of having to do all of the stuff to help out the different tribes, it just immediately dropped you into the next part of the campaign chapter and you could choose to do all of those extra quests as side quests. There's the quest where you have to, like, cook a steak or whatever in the Centaur place. Why is that a main quest? I don't know. It's just, it all depends on what Blizzard decides to label it as, what's a prereq, what isn't. It seems like there are fewer campaign quests overall, but there are a boatload of side quests. And here's the thing, while some people really hate that, generally speaking, this is better. It is so much better when you get to pick and choose your approach to leveling. If, like, 90% of the quests are side quests and only 10% are campaign, that is ideal. Because that just means the amount of mandatory quests that you are forced to do is lower. And that way you have way more flexibility in how you approach everything else. Do you want to do a shit ton of quests like it was a big gigantic campaign? You can do that. Do you want to spam dungeons and only do the required quests to reach max level? That is also an option. Whereas in Dragonflight, just doing the entire campaign will get you to like level 79. So it's not even worth it to do that much extra, because on your first leveling attempt, you need to do the campaign. And it already gets you so far. So, yeah. Despicable horses, you kill a demigod and save their asses. Not bad for a 2-foot. I see what you mean. I wasn't sure where you were going with that. But yes. Yeah. Fucking centaurs. But yeah, early thoughts. I really like the zones. It's really hard to say. I think it's pretty fun overall. I, generally speaking, like the layout of a lot of this stuff. And as I just got done saying, I am generally a fan of having more optional questing. The fact that this is a bit more streamlined is just good. And I think a lot of people, like if you look at the forums would have you believe that side quests are like the worst thing ever. But what they don't realize is like it all comes from somewhere. So I think this is actually better than the alternative. You did catch the end of the stream. Yeah, we just hit level 80. And it was under 6 hours, which is pretty good. So I'm happy with this. But yeah, so as for future speedruns for this, I might do 1 or 2 more. I will probably let you guys pick most of the future stuff, because I wanted my first run to be with a monk, because this is where I have all my fancy stuff. But for future classes, most of them are just going to be template characters. So I don't really care a ton. It doesn't really matter to me a lot. But we'll see. I definitely want to do druids soon. I think what I might do for future polls, well, I'm not going to let you guys pick outlaw. I'm not going to put that as an option. Nice try. And on that note, what I will probably do for polls is I will do something like Guardian Keeper of a Loon or whatever, or Guardian Druid of the Claw. I won't put like the spec twice in a poll, but what you might see for the next poll, as an example, is Guardian Keeper of a Loon, Warrior Colossus, or Protection Warrior Colossus, Blood DK San Lane, Prop Alley Templar, and do I have to pick Vengeance? I don't know. I might just do that. I might make it another tank. And that way you're picking not only the spec and the class, but the specific hero talent. So that just makes my life easier. We test all of it at once, and there's no like multiple polls to narrow down what it is. I will basically pick what the class spec hero talent is, and I will put multiple different class spec hero talents on the poll, and you guys will pick the one out of those that you want to see next. And I mentioned this before, but my end goal by the War Within launch is to at least test every single hero talent tree. So I'm not going to like do a Mistweaver run with Conduit of the Celestials. I think we thoroughly tested this. On that note, overall thoughts, because I know a lot of people asked, I gave my thoughts on Windwalker a lot. I think overall it's really good. I mentioned that I would probably make a handful of changes for my next run whenever I play Windwalker, which I'll probably do practice runs of this on my own time. I'm not going to stream a second Windwalker run. I think that would be kind of pointless. But something that I would probably change is I think I would drop Whirling Dragon Punch. I think that's just it. This did not feel really good. I got very few opportunities to actually use this. So I think I would probably run Last Emperor's Capacitor and Power of the Thunder King, because I was already leaning towards this. And I think having a secondary like AoE nuke option could be really cool. And I wouldn't need to use this too often. So this should be fully charged by the time I actually need to use it. No, the amount of XP right now in beta, it's never the same as on launch. They always do tweaks, which again is the reason why I don't want to do anything definitive right now. Why no Frost Decay? I mean, I will probably test Frost Decay at some point. I have nothing against Frost Decay. It's just, I named 4 random spec hero talent combos. I like Frost Decay. It's just, didn't cross my mind. If I for Frosty K, I would probably choose Deathbringer. So I think that's another thing. I would probably pick one hero talent tree for every single one. So I would pick, obviously we did Conduit of the Celestials for Windwalker, and for like testing Death Knight, I would probably test Death Knight, Blood with Sand Lane, obviously. I would test Frost with Deathbringer, and I would test Unholy with Rider of the Apocalypse, is how I would do that. So I'm not going to test, like, Rider of the Apocalypse, both Frost and Unholy. I'm going to test the general tree. I might play around with it on the other spec just to see, but the end goal would be to be able to definitively say, like, what the best hero talents are for leveling up. Like, we can already say very safely right now, Conduit of the Celestials is the best Windwalker Monk hero talent tree for leveling up, and I want to have a video on that by the time the expansion launches. No, that vote, whenever I post it, this will be, like, later in the week, mind you. So whenever I'm gearing up for, like, next weekend's YouTube streams, which will probably include at least one War Within run, I will put up a poll on YouTube to let you guys vote for that. I always put up polls for that. Now, I usually include a link in the Discord so that people can find it much more easily. But, like, the poll for this run, I had already decided that I was going to do a Windwalker Monk run. So the only question was what hero talent, and I kind of rigged it. I basically told everybody that Shadowpan was garbage, which it is. This tree desperately needs a rework. And I'm hoping that later into the beta, this tree has been fundamentally overhauled. That way I can test it before launch. And I would probably test it on, like, I don't know. Maybe I would test it on a Windwalker. We'd have to see. But overall, I really like the Windwalker stuff. This feels fantastic. The overall leveling experience felt great. Conduit of the Celestials feels really good. Celestial Conduit is just a really nice ability. Gigantic AoE nuke, what's not to love? The Celestials don't really feel that impactful. Like, I don't really notice them a lot of the time, but they do a lot of damage, so that's cool. And the other stuff, like having passive benefits like this, it's nice, I guess. I don't know. It's okay. It's definitely not the coolest hero talent tree that I've seen so far, but it works, right? It has synergy, it feels good, that's all that really matters. And I'm, like, a bit more excited to play, like, Moonfire Bear, for instance. But overall, I was pleasantly surprised with how hard this ability hits. Like, this thing hits like a fucking truck. I did a lot of gigantic pulls just pressing that button, so it's really nice. It's unfortunate because the Shadowpan thing has absolutely nothing on Celestial Conduit. They, like, to give you an idea of how bad Shadowpan is relative to this, I talked about this a lot already, they would need to buff this by, like, 500% to make it even remotely close to the power of Conduit of the Celestials. This entire tree is just so fucking terrible right now. It's depressing. But yeah, I think that covers roughly everything. I'll post more updates, of course, in my Discord. My main goal after the stream right now is going to be, I have a few remix things that I need to test, so I'll probably get around to Cataclysm testing at some point, but the next, like, 24 hours, there is a remix video that I want to post on my second channel, so I'll be doing that. And I mentioned before, no stream on Sunday because Father's Day, and basically in, like, 6 hours, my dad wants to go out and get breakfast. So I'll need to be awake for that, which will be fun. And then on Monday, we're getting a new dog, so that should be cool. Very busy week, but we'll see. At least the early parts of the week are busy. The later days, Thursday, Friday's kind of open. But yeah, so thank you everybody for stopping by the stream. I appreciate you guys watching. I hope you enjoyed watching it, and I hope you are looking forward to future speedruns of both the War Within and other stuff, like Remix. Definitely look forward to the Remix speedrun. That thing is going to be sick. And maybe Cataclysm stuff if that's what you're interested in. But anyways, yeah, thanks for watching. I will catch you next weekend. Peace.